Pieces of ice fell to the ground. Cough, cough. Fong Yuan pressed on his chest as he coughed out blood clots from his heart and lungs. These blood clots had solidified into small pieces, letting out intense coldness. Fong Yuan's expression was unusual. His face looked purple. He had suffered a huge injury. The goo refinement had failed. The giant iceberg exploded, and Fong Yuan had to forcibly endure the backlash. Immortal Goo Man as before. Fong Yuan immediately activated his immortal goo, restoring himself to his previous state. The purple tint on his face disappeared, and his injuries were almost all gone. But there was still large amounts of frost energy solidifying inside his body, making him feel uncomfortable. The frost energy was not a result of the goo refinement failure, but had accumulated in Fong Yuan's body throughout the refinement process. Because the time duration was long, man as before was not able to produce perfect results. Speaking of which, I have mainly been relying on man as before as my healing method. This rank 6 immortal goo is extremely useful, and is the core to many killer moves in the Shadow Sect inheritances. Given some time after I train and get proficient in these killer moves, my healing ability will definitely rise sharply. Fong Yuan started pondering when suddenly a flash of inspiration hit him. Wait, since there is man as before, why is there no goo as before? A goo worm to heal goo worms. This was possible. If there is an immortal goo like goo as before, can't I use it as the core to design an immortal killer move to help me refine goo? If there is truly such a killer move, then I could have used it just before to immediately recover the damage and return back to the final step of the goo refinement. Fong Yuan's eyes shone as he began to inspect the storage of Shadow Sect inheritances in his mind. The true inheritance contents of Shadow Sect was as vast as a sea. After Fong Yuan looked through them, he found that this idea had already been envisioned by predecessors. And there were many who thought of this. Most of them were refinement path goo immortals, and there were also those of time path. There were many inheritances where predecessors had recorded their thoughts and results regarding goo as before. However, they were all incomplete immortal goo recipes, and not one was deduced completely. It was very difficult to realize this concept. As far as most goo immortals were concerned, man as before had a limited range of use. Rank 6 man as before had a very weak effect on rank 7 goo immortals, and often the activation would fail. Rank 7 man as before also did not have outstanding effects on most rank 7 goo immortals. Unless the target was a time path goo immortal with a lot of time path Dao marks, then they would not conflict with man as before and also be able to amplify its ability. Since man as before was like this, goo as before was even more troubling. To goo immortals, using goo as before to restore mortal goo had small significance because goo immortals did not lack mortal goo. The matter of mortal goo was only a problem of quantity for them. Naturally, lifespan goo was an exception. But using goo as before to restore immortal goo was even more difficult than restoring goo immortals. Because every immortal goo was a fragment of the great Tao in their respective paths. There was a strong conflict between immortal goo of different paths. Immortal goo could coordinate with each other, but using their effect on another immortal goo was a completely different concept, unless they had dominance in rank. For instance, using rank 7 goo as before to restore rank 6 goo had some likelihood. But using it on rank 7 would definitely fail. The concept of goo as before was extremely enticing, but it was too difficult to create in reality. There were many goo immortals who had such inspirations, and there was not a lack of refinement path and time path great grandmasters among them. Unfortunately, none of their efforts succeeded. Goo as before was not a viable concept, but Fong Yuan had other ways around it. For instance, some refinement path immortal formations. These immortal formations had short-term effects of backtracking through time. Goo immortals could activate these immortal formations to restore any mistakes. In Shadow Sect's inheritances, there were over 10 such immortal goo formations. But each of them had some disadvantages. Some had enormous demand on immortal essence, some had limited numbers of times they could backtrack through time, and some were only limited to refining rank 6 immortal goo. Among these immortal goo formations, the greatest one was Immortal Goo House Regret Pool, one of the 3 legendary pools of the world. Unfortunately, be it regret pool or those immortal goo formations, I only have the inheritances but lack the suitable immortal goo. Fang Yuan sighed, feeling troubled at having the knowledge but not having materials to put it to use. Actually, in his current situation, there were too many options laid in front of him. When ordinary people came across immortal opportunities and inherited some predecessors' inheritance, they would jump in joy. Their cultivation journey would also brighten up and their prospects would widen. Fang Yuan's shadow sect inheritances were gathered by spectral soul demon venerable in his life, and even continued for 100,000 years after his death. Could be said Fang Yuan had obtained a sea of inheritances. He had countless choices in his cultivation journey. And among these choices, the most attractive were soul path, time path, earth path, and space path. Because they were inheritances of venerables, even a small portion could create chaos and cause Gu immortals over the 5 regions to engage in mortal combat. With these in his hands, needless to say, Fang Yuan's future prospects were limitless. But the things that could truly provide the greatest help to Fang Yuan were not these new choices. Because although these choices had immense prospects and were extremely tempting, the amount of time, energy, and resources they consumed were astronomical. The one thing that could greatly help Fang Yuan currently was Wisdom Gu. The light of wisdom could provide an incomparable help to cultivation. Fang Yuan had already tasted the benefits of this, and had an extremely deep impression of it. And to obtain Wisdom Gu's acknowledgement once again, he had to use his original rank 6 strength path immortal zombie body. Fang Yuan already had the method to get rid of the soul path trap in the immortal zombie body. He was only lacking the core immortal Gu cleanse soul. It all simmered down to refining cleanse soul immortal Gu. Regretfully, they had already tried to refine cleanse soul immortal Gu over 10 times, but all the attempts failed. Although the ice refinement method suits me really well, I have not focused on ice path before. Moreover, these final few steps are truly difficult. Fang Yuan sighed. That's true. Sixth hair went up to Fang Yuan's side and sighed as he looked at the ground filled with ice pieces. The success rate of refining an immortal Gu was too low. It was a pit with no end in sight. Only the current Fang Yuan had such accumulation and resolution to continue the attempts to refine cleanse soul immortal Gu. Currently, Fang Yuan had one big concern, whether someone had already refined cleanse soul immortal Gu. Immortal Gu were unique. If that was the case, he would not be able to succeed in the refinement no matter what. However, this could be investigated to some degree. If the immortal Gu refinement had no mistakes during the whole process, but failed inexplicably at the moment of success, it would imply someone had already refined cleanse soul immortal Gu. But cleanse soul immortal Gu's recipe was a secret, and the range of its circulation was quite small. Adding on that it had not been long since it had been destroyed, Fang Yuan's chances were still high. Maybe we can modify the last few steps. We can use Snow Lotus Essence to replace those Ice Path immortal materials. Sixth Hair said. Modifying the immortal Gu recipe? Fang Yuan mumbled, slightly nodding his head. The final few steps were truly too difficult. After replacing the immortal materials, these few steps could be broken down. Although it would lengthen the procedures and time of the entire refinement process, the difficulty would decrease by a lot. Then let's try modifying the immortal Gu recipe. Fang Yuan considered for a moment before deciding. Modifying an immortal Gu recipe could not be done casually, and required continuous attempts. It contained huge risks and would waste many resources. But Snow Lotus Essence, this rank 7 immortal material, is quite difficult to obtain, and is rarely seen in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Fang Yuan was slightly worried. Sixth Hair smiled. That's of no concern. Snowman tribes produce a lot of this immortal material. Don't forget that we have already joined Northern Plains Variant Human Alliance. I have asked around and found that the Snowman tribe below the Northern Icy Plain has plenty of Snow Lotus Essence. Let's purchase them then. Fang Yuan put his mind at ease. Although he had few immortal essence stones currently, he had countless shadow sect inheritances. Just taking out some of these could lead to terrifying chaos and carnage. Thus, Fang Yuan was simply not worried that the Snowman tribe would be unmoved. I must obtain the Snow Lotus Essence. A sharp light flashed past Fang Yuan's eyes. He had to refine cleanse soul immortal Gu as fast as possible. For this, Feng Yuan would not hesitate to pay any cost. Over a month later, Central Continent, Spirit Affinity House's headquarters. A Taoist temple was floating on the clouds. Immortal Gu aura permeated all around it. This Taoist temple was Spirit Affinity House's time path Immortal Gu House, Sun and Moon Temple. The archway, the main hall, and the side halls were all integrated into one. This Taoist temple was one of the foundations of Spirit Affinity House. Its biggest effect was to facilitate in cultivation of Gu immortals. In normal times, Sun and Moon Temple would be in the control of Spirit Affinity House's supreme elders. They would take turns in using it to help in their cultivation. But right now, Sun and Moon Temple was taken out and placed in the air. Moreover, it was activated. Every corner and tile of the Taoist temple was alternating between emitting the light of the sun and moon. The beautiful light shone on the surrounding clouds, making them look auspicious, and creating a scene of an immortal sanctuary. In the main hall of the Taoist temple, Gu immortals had already gathered. Almost all the Spirit Affinity House's supreme elders were present, along with Feng Jiugu, Fairy Bai Qing, Su Hao, Li Juning, and the recently turned Gu immortal, the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, Zhao Lian Yun. But currently, the main character was not any of them but Feng Jin Huang. Feng Jin Huang was dressed in neat and sharp white clothing, while her expression was solemn. She was kneeling on the ground, kowtowing to Duke Long, who was on the main seat. This was the ceremony of Feng Jin Huang becoming the disciple of Duke Long. Normally speaking, Feng Jin Huang, who was already in a sect, could not easily acknowledge another Gu immortal as her master. But who was Duke Long? Everyone in Spirit Affinity House complied with this. They were jubilant. Several supreme elders of Spirit Affinity House had even discussed to make this ceremony of the highest standard, and also publicized this widely to raise the sect's prestige. However, this suggestion was refused by Duke Long. Duke Long had notified them. Everything should be kept simple, they should not publicize it, but the standards should be kept high. The first Supreme Elder of Spirit Affinity House personally took charge. She devoted all her effort to consult ancient texts and spent painstaking care to follow the master-disciple acknowledgement ceremony that was popular in Duke Long's era. Duke Long did not show anything on the surface, but was inwardly quite satisfied with this grand ceremony. Especially when his gaze landed on Feng Jin Huang. His eyes revealed even more joy. After the kowtowing ceremony was finished, Feng Jin Huang stood up and took out a cup of tea, offering it to Duke Long with both hands. In the silent hall, Feng Jin Huang spoke in a clear voice, "Lord Duke Long, please accept my golden jade dew tea." Duke Long took the teacup and lifted the lid. Instantly, the tea let out a gorgeous and gentle golden light, shining upon the ceiling, creating a magnificent scene. Duke Long slowly closed his eyes and brought the teacup to his nose, taking a light sniff. The fragrance was subtle and extremely clear, like the smell of dew on the grass in the morning of spring, pure and without blemish, and also gave off a smell of brightness and liveliness. "This tea is good." Duke Long smiled, slowly opening his eyes as he took a sip. The tea entered his throat, and it indeed was not ordinary. Even Duke Long had rarely come across such an excellent tea in his life. "Feng Jin Huang, you are a refinement path great-grandmaster. Your tea brewing is naturally extraordinary. Good. From now onwards, you shall be my second disciple." The great hall immediately started buzzing with his words. Every Gu immortal was smiling happily. Even Su Hao and Li Juning were no exception. "Play the immortal music," Spirit Affinity House's first Supreme Elder said softly. The next moment, clear and wonderful immortal music started playing without lacking solemnness and grandness. "Disciple pays respect to master." Feng Jin Huang kowtowed once again. This time she addressed Duke Long as master, and herself as disciple. This grand master-disciple acknowledgement ceremony had finally finished after over 2 hours. The significance of this grand ceremony was extremely huge. Spirit Affinity House's supreme elders were red with excitement. This was the leader of Heavenly Court, Lord Duke Long. He had personally taken in a disciple. The whole of Spirit Affinity House felt honored. As Feng Jin Huang's mother, tears fell out of Fairy Bai Qing's eyes in excitement. Feng Zhougu stood by her and lightly held her hand. He was also extremely gratified. Tomorrow, Feng Jinhuang will return to Heavenly Court with me and cultivate there. Feng Zhougu and Bai Qing remain behind. Others can leave now. Duke Long waved for the others to leave. Only Feng Jinhuang and her parents still remained. Feng Zhougu, Bai Qing, pays respects to Lord Duke Long. The two bowed respectfully. Duke Long slightly nodded, taking a glance at Fairy Bai Qing before looking at Feng Zhougu. The task of killing Feng Yuan failed? Duke Long said with an indifferent tone. Feng Zhougu, I am ashamed. A few months back, Feng Zhougu and the others had been guarding that tributary of the River of Time in Western Desert, but where could they see Feng Yuan? As time passed, Fairy Ziwei also felt something wrong, and because of Feng Jinhuang's master acknowledgement ceremony, Feng Zhougu was called back to Central Continent. But the other two Heavenly Court rank 8 Gu Immortals still remained back in Western Desert, and had even began setting up an Immortal Gu formation. Duke Long continued, Feng Yuan is an otherworldly demon, and also the only complete otherworldly demon. He is the worst enemy of Heavenly Court, and also the target that you, Feng Zhougu, must eliminate. I have only taken in 2 disciples my whole life. You should be clear of the significance. Feng Jinhuang is the prospective Great Dream Immortal Venerable, and you, Feng Zhougu, are her Tao Guardian. What? I am Huang Er's Tao Guardian. Feng Zhougu was surprised. This is a heavenly secret. It should not have been revealed. But this has already been learned by Shadow Sect, so it doesn't matter now. The great era is coming. Great Dream Immortal Venerable will be born, and heaven and earth shall experience an unprecedented transformation. Feng Yuan is the obstacle blocking the path of Heavenly Court, and is also the inevitable enemy of you two, father and daughter. You need to shoulder this heavy task that fate has assigned to you. Lead all living beings to a brand new era. Saying this, Duke Long paused to give the 3 time to digest it. Feng Jinhuang's family calmed down only after a while. Duke Long then said to Feng Jinhuang, Huang Er, my disciple, you will follow me and accept my guidance. You are going to be separated from your parents in some time. You can spend some time together now, tomorrow at dawn. I will come to take you to Heavenly Court. Duke Long instructed, his figure quietly disappearing from the main seat. Huang Er, to think that you are the chosen one. You must cultivate hard in Heavenly Court. You bear the task of the new era. The well-being of the people in this world will depend on your decisions in the future. Fairy Bai Qing's eyes reddened, slightly reluctant to separate. Mother, I still cannot believe it. This is just like a dream. Feng Jinhuang threw herself into Fairy Bai Qing's arms. When I heard that Lord Duke Long wanted to take you as his disciple, I had already predicted some matters about you. It is just that I did not expect your father to be your Tao Guardian. Fairy Bai Qing was filled with emotions. Father, mother, what is a Tao Guardian? Feng Jinhuang asked curiously. Feng Zhougu explained, in an Immortal Venerables or Demon Venerables cultivation journey, they would always have a Tao Guardian. Every Tao Guardian plays an important role in the development of the Venerable. Oh, Feng Jinhuang then asked again. Master said that he has 2 disciples. I am the second, that means there is a first disciple? Who is it? Feng Zhouji's and Fairy Bai Qing's expressions changed slightly. The two quickly glanced at each other. Fairy Bai Qing instructed Feng Jinhuang in a heavy tone. Huang Er, this is a taboo. When you arrive in Heavenly Court, never mention it, especially in front of your master. Why? Feng Jinhuang became even more curious. At this time, Feng Zhougu gave the answer. Because Duke Long's first disciple, your senior brother, was the most mysterious Red Lotus demon venerable in history. This is the Snow Lotus essence? Feng Yuan looked at the immortal material in his hand and murmured in admiration. Snow Lotus essence was extremely exquisite. It was only the size of an adult fist. Its pink petals, bright red stamens, and the whole flower surface was covered in a layer of ice as thick as a fingernail. This ice layer was pure and transparent, radiating bursts of coldness. This coldness was not a chilling cold. but was more like the coldness of spring. Despite being cold, it contained vigorous vitality. It was the first time for Fang Yuan to come across and see this rank 7 immortal material. Because it was so rare that even in treasure yellow heaven, it was a scarce item. The reason for this was that this immortal material only grew in large-scale snowman tribes. And the current 5 regions were ruled by humans, while the various variant human tribes were forced to live in some corners of the world. Fang Yuan was able to easily obtain this immortal material, mainly due to the variant human alliance. Not only did Fang Yuan obtain snow lotus essence, it was moreover a huge amount. I am really surprised. I did not think the snowman tribe would have amassed so much snow lotus essence, Sixth Hare said from the side. Snow lotus essence is very rare even in treasure yellow heaven. It will definitely cause a bidding war if it is put up for sale. Unfortunately, strength decides the rules in this world. The snowman tribe is worried about the risks of exposing themselves, so they only sell small amounts of immortal materials like snow lotus essence every once in a while. Fang Yuan said with a gaze that was clear of the underlying reasons. It is indeed the case. Sixth Hare nodded. Actually, our Langya sect also has such resources which are rare in the human goo immortal world, but we also cannot casually bring them out, for fear that we would leave behind clues and lead to an invasion by human goo immortals. Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly. He saw a business opportunity. Maybe later on, he could be a middleman for the transactions. After all, he was a human. He really needed these profits. With the frequent goo refinement attempts recently, Fang Yuan had already paid an enormous price. Although most of the cost was paid using all kinds of inheritance contents, be it him or other goo immortals of Shadow Sect, they would need more resources to continue cultivating and managing their immortal apertures. Fang Yuan looked at Sixth Hare as he shook his head. He knew Sixth Hare's words had deep meaning. Since he raised this issue, he not only reminded Fang Yuan, but also used an implicit way to offer himself to take on the assignment. If Fang Yuan had plans on doing something in this area, then Sixth Hare could mediate between the two sides and help Fang Yuan fight for benefits. But this was not important now. Right now, what I want is to refine cleanse soul immortal goo as soon as possible. Since we have obtained snow lotus essence, then we shall start on modifying the immortal goo recipe next. We will first separately modify the recipe, then combine them later to overcome the shortcomings on both sides, and finally obtain the most optimal goo recipe. Fang Yuan instructed Sixth Hare. Sixth Hare did not forget to put on an act to deceive Lang Yalan spirit. How many sect contribution points will you give me then? After a round of haggling, Sixth Hare obtained a satisfactory price, while Fang Yuan left the goo refinement hall and returned to his cloud city. He had personally examined the snow lotus essence, and just like the type that Sixth Hare had recommended, these were superior immortal materials. The flowers were ice cold, but they contained warm life force within. They would be an extremely good replacement for that flowing fire core in the original goo recipe. The main reason was that Fang Yuan was using the ice refinement method. Snow lotus essence naturally suited the ice refinement method more than flowing fire core. An immortal goo could have a lot of different immortal goo recipes. There was not just one way to reach the same goal. And when an immortal goo recipe was given to an expert refinement path goo immortal, they first distinguished which goo refinement method was closer to the immortal goo recipe and had a higher probability of success. Then, in the goo refinement process, the goo immortal might discover that some procedures in the immortal goo recipe did not suit them, or maybe they found better replacements for immortal materials. Like this, they could further increase the success rate. Fang Yuan and Sixth Hare were currently doing this. However, the task of modifying the immortal goo recipe was mainly given to Sixth Hare. After all, Sixth Hare's refinement path attainment was higher than Fang Yuan's. What Fang Yuan was exceptional in was his wisdom path attainment level and his wisdom path methods. The only pity was that both Fang Yuan and Sixth Hare had ordinary attainment in soul path. In the following days, Fang Yuan began cultivating while modifying the immortal goo recipe of cleanse soul. Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley. He was once again using these two great secluded domains of heaven and earth to cultivate soul path. His soul path cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds. Even Fang Yuan felt it was somewhat inconceivable. Truly the sacred lands of soul path. Of course, the main reasons are these cultivation methods. These are from spectral soul's true inheritance. Fang Yuan was quite moved. Back then, spectral soul demon venerable had also cultivated in these two secluded domains of heaven and earth. He had summed up and formulated a complete set of comprehensive, complementary, and orderly cultivation methods. Fang Yuan was just following it word by word. Previously, he had used burning soul bursting luck once in Western Desert, and it had been enough to deplete his soul path foundation entirely. But after just a few days, he had almost restored his foundation with terrifying efficiency. This is still considering that I lack the crucial immortal goo and cannot use many immortal killer moves, only able to use these mortal methods. Fortunately, my sovereign immortal body has no conflict in Dao marks, so mortal methods are also effective. Fang Yuan was cultivating soul path, raising his soul foundation once again. The main reason was naturally to refine cleanse soul immortal goo. Burning soul bursting luck could immediately cause his luck to increase sharply, and this had a mystical effect when refining immortal goo. As to making Ying Wuxie use burning soul bursting luck, it was not that it was not effective, but there were too many who were luck connected. Only a part of the luck would be effective on Fang Yuan. It was far better for Fang Yuan to use burning soul bursting luck himself, and then fix his luck. There was also another reason. Ying Wuxie could use lead soul into dream. If his soul path foundation was too low, this killer move's power would be limited. Of course, Fang Yuan was definitely going to master this killer move later on. However, now that he was in Langya Blessed Land, there was no hurry. Time went by quickly. Over half a month had passed in Langya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan and Sixth Hair had collated their gains and created a modified immortal goo recipe. There was nothing to talk about. Next was to continue the goo refinement. First attempt, failure. Second attempt, failure. Third attempt, failure. Large amounts of immortal materials were wasted. However, they were not in vain. After the failures, Fang Yuan and Sixth Hair adjusted the immortal goo recipe and perfected it to the limit of their abilities. During the fourth attempt, Fang Yuan activated burning soul bursting luck, causing his luck to increase greatly. This time, he refined to the final juncture but regretfully still failed. Fifth attempt, failure. Sixth attempt, another failure. Seventh, eighth, ninth, Fang Yuan continued to attempt it, persevering without giving up. After every failure, he would bitterly practice his refinement path skills, and at the same time, enter the two sacred lands of soul path and use the cultivation methods in spectral soul's true inheritance to quickly increase his soul path foundation. When his soul foundation was of standard, Fang Yuan used burning soul bursting luck once again, and continued attempting the goo refinement. 13th attempt, failure. 14th attempt, failure. 15th, success. Success came unexpectedly and somewhat suddenly. Fang Yuan held cleanse soul immortal goo in his hand. He succeeded at the 15th attempt. Adding on Sixth Hair's previous failures, the refinement had been attempted close to 30 times in total. The resources spent were in an incomparably enormous amount, just to refine one rank 6 immortal goo. If it were an ordinary goo immortal, they would have gone bankrupt long ago. Even the past Fang Yuan with his sovereign immortal aperture would not be able to bear such a price. Having inherited Shadow Sect's true inheritances and having a buyer that could afford them, Langya Sect, as well as having enough supply of the crucial immortal material, Snow Lotus Essence, and a refinement path goo immortal's committed support, all these reasons finally created Fang Yuan's success. Cleanse soul immortal goo has finally been refined. Fang Yuan inhaled deeply before sighing. Cleanse soul immortal goo. It looked like a tadpole but with the size of Fang Yuan's fist, and was completely grayish-white. Right now, it was floating above Fang Yuan's palm. I finally succeeded. It was not easy. Fang Yuan inwardly sighed. Refining goo was truly a huge gamble. They had attempted close to 30 times before barely succeeding. The resources consumed were already in enormous numbers. Fang Yuan was not able to bring out these resources, but he could take out Shadow Sect's inheritances and exchange them for Langya Sect's sect contribution points, and use these sect contribution points to exchange for plentiful resources from Langya Sect's warehouse. But these resources did not include the crucial immortal material Snow Lotus Essence. The fact in front of them proved this rank 7 immortal material was greatly helpful. After the immortal goo recipe had gone through modifications, it would become much better than before, or more accurately, it would become much more suitable for Fang Yuan's refinement method. The only mild disappointment was that this cleanse soul immortal goo was only rank 6. If it were rank 7 cleanse soul immortal goo, it could directly be used to set up the immortal killer move, which could start breaking the soul path trap in the immortal zombie body. Rank 6 cleanse soul immortal goo could be used as well, but its effect was much lower, and required at least 8 years before it could completely get rid of the soul path trap. This was of course without counting those time path methods. If time path methods were used to supplement the killer move, Fang Yuan estimated the 8 years of time could be reduced to 3 years. 3 years was referring to the time in 5 regions. This was the limit of Fang Yuan's current ability. 3 years is too long. Fang Yuan's gaze was deep. If it were rank 7 cleanse soul immortal goo, he would require at most half a year of time in 5 regions' time to resolve the soul path trap in the immortal zombie body. However, refining rank 7 cleanse soul immortal goo was much more difficult than refining rank 6 cleanse soul immortal goo. Moreover, rank 6 cleanse soul immortal goo had to be used as the main material to refine it. After all, immortal goo were unique. Since rank 6 cleanse soul existed, there could be no rank 7, rank 8 or even rank 9 cleanse soul immortal goo in the world. The risk, however, would become much higher. When Fang Yuan was refining cleanse soul and failed, only some immortal materials were destroyed. But if the refinement of rank 7 cleanse soul failed, the rank 6 cleanse soul immortal goo might be the one destroyed, and everything would have to be started over again. Naturally, Fang Yuan could ensure the safety of the immortal materials to some degree with his blood asset immortal goo. But it was unknown if he could protect the rank 6 cleanse soul immortal goo during the highly risky refinement process. Moreover, Fang Yuan would have to research the method first. Fang Yuan had attainment level in blood path, but his refinement path attainment was slightly subpar. Lord Sect Leader, do we continue refining? Maybe I could change my vital goo to cleanse soul immortal goo. Sixth Hair transmitted his voice. After becoming a vital goo, cleanse soul immortal goo could be refined to advance to rank 7, and even if the process failed, it would still continue to exist as long as Sixth Hair did not die. At most it would suffer heavy injuries and be on the verge of dying. But Fang Yuan refused. That's not appropriate. Not to mention that changing vital goo is extremely dangerous and could harm you severely. Langya Land Spirit is not easy to deceive. Our relationship on the surface is not enough for you to make such a sacrifice. Then how about letting someone else change it to their vital goo? Ying Wuxie and He Lulan are both eligible candidates. I suggest Ying Wuxie. Sixth Hair suggested. This was indeed a good suggestion. Bai Ningbing could be excluded. Lady White Rabbit and Fairy Miao Yin were not as reliable as He Lulan and Ying Wuxie, and could also be excluded. The remaining ones were Ying Wuxie, who was a split soul of spectral soul, and He Lulan, who was restricted by the alliance agreement and was unable to rebel. Comparing the two, Ying Wuxie was naturally slightly better. After all, he had high soul path attainment. Moreover, when Fang Yuan took his lead soul into dream in the future, cleanse soul immortal goo could replenish some of his strength. Fang Yuan, however, shook his head. He had refined cleanse soul immortal goo after so much effort. How could he give it so easily? At most he would only lend it. Moreover, cleanse soul immortal goo was practical, and when used in soul path cultivation, it could slightly cover up some insufficiencies of Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley. Fang Yuan already intended to firmly hold cleanse soul himself. However, Sixth Hair's words reminded him of some things. Although I am Shadow Sect's leader, my control over the sect is rather poor. Bai Ningbing is not controlled by me. We can only be considered allies who are using each other. Lady White Rabbit likes me, and because of the true inheritance as well, she is following me. Fairy Miao Yin is also cultivating a Shadow Sect inheritance, and is chased by Southern Border's righteous path forces, so she can only stand by my side. He Lulan is bound by our alliance agreement and is unable to betray me. But she is ambitious. She absolutely won't be content with the current state. It is just that she has no way to revolt for the moment. As for Ying Wuxie and Sixth Hair, they are spectral souls, split souls. and are always thinking of saving the main body. But this hope is too minuscule, and they are too weak, so they can only depend on me. If Fang Yuan were to listen to Sixth Hair and hand-cleanse Soul Immortal Gu to Ing Wuxie in the future, if they had a great opportunity to save Spectral Soul's main body but it did not align with Fang Yuan's plans, what would they do? Ing Wuxie and Sixth Hair's decision absolutely would not incline towards Fang Yuan. At that time, Fang Yuan's action of handing cleanse Soul Immortal Gu to Ing Wuxie would be a foolish move of supporting the enemy. Hence, Fang Yuan said another plan to Sixth Hair. Although it is only a rank 6 cleanse Soul Immortal Gu, there are some unique methods in shadow sex inheritances that can speed its growth, but it requires sacrificing a rank 7 Gu immortal soul. Sixth Hair was dazed before tensing up immediately. Sect leader is thinking of? You should know that you are wanted by both Longevity Heaven and every Huang Jin tribe. Relax. I have it under control. Fang Yuan patted Sixth Hair's shoulder and slowly walked away. The morning sun passed through the window and shone in the room. Murong Qingxi's mood was great as she sat before a table and hummed a song while playing with the flowers in the pot. The flowers were in full bloom, and under the sunlight, the red petals looked tender and joyous. Today was a joyous day for Murong Qingxi, because her lover Yun Liang, according to their previous agreement, was going to come to Murong tribe today to formally ask for her hand in marriage. Actually, it had not been long since the two were acquainted. Murong Qingxi was an immortal from Murong tribe, while Yun Liang was a famous lone cultivator in Northern Plains with the nickname of Cloud Gentleman. Although both were famous characters, the two first saw each other at He tribe's Iron Eagle blessed land. They had gotten into a conflict because of immortal material affinity wood. Affinity wood was a rootless tree that grew in the air. It was extremely fragile. There could be no disturbance when gathering it, otherwise this highly valuable immortal material would be destroyed. When Murong Qingxi had discovered the affinity wood, Cloud Gentleman Yun Liang had already begun collecting it. Murong Qingxi did not attack, quietly waiting for him to finish collecting. Yun Liang was very elegant, showing willingness to spar with Murong Qingxi, with the winner taking all the affinity wood. Destiny was truly a mysterious thing. The two were acquainted like this, and in the following days, came across each other many times because of some coincidences. As time continued to pass, because of their similar opinions in many things, feelings began to grow between them, and they even pledged to marry each other. Unfortunately, their identities were an obstruction to this marriage. The woman was a Huang Jin tribe Gu immortal, while the man was a lone cultivator. Their relationship was reported by someone. They became extremely anxious, but soon, the situation turned better unexpectedly. After Longevity Heaven knew of this situation, they actually approved of Yun Liang's and Murong Qingxi's marriage. Because of Heavenly Court's strength, Longevity Heaven was beginning to make plans to deal with the wave of the incoming Great Era, and to unite even more Gu immortals of the Northern Plains Gu immortal world. Longevity Heaven was happy to see this marriage happen. Yun Liang could be said to be a symbolic figure among lone immortals. The political significance of him marrying into the Huang Jin tribe's Murong tribe was extremely huge. If it succeeded, Longevity Heaven would even encourage this matter in the future. Murong Qingxi naturally did not know of these schemes. She only felt surprised and happy, and was even more thankful towards Longevity Heaven, rejoicing at her hard-earned love. Yun Liang is coming to propose marriage today. The immortal materials are prepared and confirmed. I have checked the list of presents and there are no issues. The clan's supreme elders have received Longevity Heaven's instructions and will not obstruct this marriage. As long as the marriage proposal succeeds, I will be getting ready for the marriage a month later. But why is there an indescribable feeling of unease lingering in my heart? Murong Qingxi's delicate brows rose slightly. She pressed her palm on her chest as she felt an inexplicable unease. Am I getting insecure because of extreme joy? He. There are no issues. What more obstructions can there be? Maybe, because I am filled with joy and blissfulness, this feels very surreal to me? He. Murong Qingxi blushed as she let her thoughts wander. She laughed, her face shining from the bright light inside the room. However, at the next moment, She suddenly stiffened, her face turning deathly pale. At this moment, a soul lantern goo and a life tablet goo had shattered inside her immortal aperture. These two goo worms were the tokens that she and Yun Liang had given to each other. Yun Liang, No way. This is not possible. Crack. Morong Ching Si burst out of the window and flew frantically towards the sky. Morong Ching Si flew with all her might, her reckless action immediately attracting the attention of other goo immortals. What happened? Looking at Morong Ching Si's expression, something seems wrong. Ching Si, wait a moment. Why are you so panicked? A tribe goo immortal inquired, but Morong Ching Si just kept on flying. Her heart was filled with panic and terror as she was desperate to verify the truth. Move. Let's go take a look. Today is the day that Yun Liang is coming to propose a marriage, but Morong Ching Si is so anxious. Unless, soon, 3 goo immortal figures flew out from Morong tribe's headquarters and followed after Morong Ching Si. The life tablet goo and soul lantern goo on Morong Ching Si had already shattered, so she was unable to rely on them to determine Yun Liang's location, but she knew the route Yun Liang was going to take to come to Morong tribe. Right now, she only needed to check this route. After madly flying for few minutes, a ruined battlefield suddenly appeared in Morong Ching Si's vision. Her whole body shook violently as she quickly descended. Yun Liang? Yun Liang, where are you? Morong Ching Si called out repeatedly, but only the sound of wind replied her in this battered battlefield. Oh no! There was a huge battle here. How could this happen? The 3 Morong tribe goo immortals who had followed from behind saw this scene and immediately realized the severity of the situation as they began to search as well. The 4 goo immortals turned over the whole battlefield, finally making some discoveries. An information path mortal goo was deeply buried under the ground, and seemed to be a dying message left behind by Yun Liang. Ching Si, you need to mentally prepare yourself. A Morong tribe goo immortal worriedly looked at Morong Ching Si. Her condition was clearly not good, and looking at this information path mortal goo, her mind started shaking as fear filled her heart. But finally, she still clasped this mortal goo with her trembling hands. She then transferred her mental sense inside, and the moment she read the contents, she shouted, Fong Yuan, I won't forgive you. Her voice was so sad and contained such hatred that it even shook the hearts of the other Morong tribe goo immortals. Guh. At the next moment, Morong Ching Si coughed out a mouthful of blood and fell down on her back. But the anger and sorrow in her heart were so great that she fainted. The other Morong tribe goo immortals quickly moved to support her. She was not injured. It was just that her heart had suffered a huge trauma. They discussed for a moment, and decided that waking her up now would not be good for her. The 3 goo immortals then took turns in inspecting the contents of the goo worm. This crucial information path mortal goo recorded the scene of the final battle of Yun Liang's life. His opponent was an ancient sword dragon. This ancient sword dragon could use immortal killer moves, and also possessed an extremely powerful defensive method that could reflect attacks. Its identity was almost certain. The 3 goo immortals immediately thought of a name, Lu Guanyi. But what relation did Lu Guanyi have with Fong Yuan? They continued to read the contents before coming to a realization. Towards the end of the battle, the ancient sword dragon transformed into a human. He was Lu Guanyi, and he struck Yun Liang with a fatal move. Yun Liang cursed, Lu Guanyi, we have neither hatred nor grievance between us, but you are going after my life. I won't let you go even if I turn into a ghost. Lu Guanyi sneered, so unfortunate. You won't even have the opportunity to turn into a ghost. Go die. Oh, that's right. Lu Guanyi is only my alias. My real name is Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan. Yun Liang's gaze slowly dimmed. Fong Yuan sneered. Heh. Being able to know my name before dying is your honor. Because in the future, my name will resound throughout heaven and earth. Countless beings shall tremble at my name. Merciless, savage, and domineering aura assaulted the 3 Morong tribe goo immortals. So Lu Guanyi is actually Fong Yuan, and Fong Yuan is Lu Guanyi. They are both the same person. Bastard. Lu Guanyi, no. Fong Yuan. He actually dared to kill Yunliang. This is a complete disregard for my Murong tribe. One Gu Immortal clenched his fists, unable to restrain his fury. But the other two Immortals fell into a strange silence. Why are you not speaking? The furious Gu Immortal asked. Those two Gu Immortals sighed at the same time. One of them said, Fang Yuan is an otherworldly demon who destroyed 88 Truyang building. He is also Lu Guanyi who subdued Reverse Flow River and has rank 8 battle strength. He offended both Yi Lui tribe and Lu tribe, but look at how they are behaving now. Although they had issued arrest warrants against Fang Yuan, after the Battle of Reverse Flow River, these two tribes ceased all activities and don't dare to find trouble for Fang Yuan. I am afraid our Murong tribe. The furious Gu Immortal's eyes opened wide as he shouted, Afraid of what? We belong to the Grand Huang Jin tribes, descendants of Giant Sun. With so many Gu Immortals, how can we fear a measly otherworldly demon? We need to take revenge. We need to show them the might of Northern Plains' righteous path. The other two Gu Immortals could only look at each other bitterly. Even after so many years, Murong Xingshang is still the same. The two secretly conversed. Ignore him, this matter is not so simple. Murong Qingxi's and Yunliang's marriage is not just a matter of our Murong tribe. Longevity Heaven is also paying attention to it. If this is not handled properly, it might raise a huge turbulence. There is more than meets the eye. It is not something that rank 6 minor characters like us can take part in. If we are not careful, we might get engulfed by this whirlpool and die without a corpse. You are right. The urgent thing now is to report this situation and this crucial clue to First Supreme Elder. Langya Blessed Land. Inside a cloud city. Inside a secret room. Fang Yuan was sitting cross-legged on a cushion with his eyes shut tightly. Almost all of his attention was on his sovereign immortal aperture. Cleansed soul immortal Gu, which had been refined not long ago, was floating in the air. Large amount of mortal Gu as well as several supplementary immortal Gu were surrounding it. All these Gu worms activated, emitting faint white radiance. The radiance gathered on an immortal zombie body. It was Fang Yuan's 8-armed strength path immortal zombie body. The faint white radiance had already covered it for a long time now, but the immortal zombie body showed not even the slightest movement. But Fang Yuan was not anxious or surprised, because he had still not taken the crucial step. He had only been getting familiar with this immortal killer move and stabilizing the situation. After few minutes of time, Fang Yuan inwardly nodded. He took out a rank 7 Gu immortal soul. It was the soul of Yi Lui Kun Xing, a rank 7 expert of Yi Lui tribe. Maybe it felt the danger of destruction. Yi Lui Kun Xing's soul struggled intensely, letting out ear-piercing soul howls. But that was it. Not to mention the current Fang Yuan who had spectral soul's true inheritance. Even if it were before, he could easily suppress this measly soul. Yi Lui Kun Xing was very powerful when he was alive, but this was just a soul. What could he do? Soon, Yi Lui Kun Xing's soul entered the range of the faint white radiance. Yi Lui Kun Xing's soul strangely quietened, not moving at all, as if it had suddenly lost its ability to think. Then, specks of faint green light started to fly out of the soul. The amount of these lights grew rapidly and drifted in the air like a drizzle of rain. Fang Yuan willed as these specks of light found a direction. They surged towards the strength path immortal zombie body. Layers of light covered the immortal zombie body, destroying the soul path Dao marks in it. As time passed, the soul path Dao marks on the immortal zombie began to decrease gradually, while Yi Lui Kun Xing's soul also began to weaken constantly. Fang Yuan's mind was calm as still water, maintaining the killer move stably without any hesitation. This killer move needed to be maintained for over 3 days and 3 nights before the soul path trap in the immortal zombie body could be completely removed. The whole process would spend over 1,200 beads of red date immortal essence. This was the case after using a rank 7 Gu immortal soul and cleanse soul immortal Gu, with the exact method recorded in Spectral Soul's true inheritance. If Fang Yuan were to envision it himself with trial and error, the amount of time, effort and resources required would be astronomical. Fang Yuan was not worried about lacking immortal essence. He had made ample preparation. Time slowly passed like this. 3 days and 3 nights passed. Fang Yuan slowly stopped the killer move. He calculated for a moment the amount of red date immortal essence used had passed 1300, and it was after he used some immortal goo to replace several original procedures. This huge immortal essence expenditure emptied his immortal essence storage at once. But Fang Yuan was instead filled with joy. Perceivable Dao Immortal Goo. He activated this unique information path Immortal Goo, and after inspecting the Dao marks, he smiled in satisfaction. It's finally gone. The soul path trap on the immortal zombie body is completely removed. It had not been easy. Truly had not been easy. The issue of the soul path trap had troubled Fang Yuan for a long time. Now he had finally resolved it. For a moment, the joy of success filled Fang Yuan's heart. But, after he calmed down, he did not personally test it. He was cautious. He chose to use other goo immortal souls to inspect the body. After several tests, he verified there was indeed no issue. Fang Yuan then moved his soul into the immortal zombie body. At the next moment, the immortal zombie body opened its eyes and slowly stood up. Fang Yuan gazed at his 8 huge arms and stretched his whole body. I can finally use my body again. Fang Yuan's feelings were somewhat nostalgic at this moment, as if he had returned home after a long journey. Fang Yuan softly rubbed his stomach. Only a rank 5 aperture remained there. The previous rank 6 strength path dead aperture had already crumbled, and the strength path Dao marks had moved into Fang Yuan's physical body. From this perspective, Fang Yuan's strength path immortal zombie was a genuine rank 6 strength path immortal material. The rank 6 strength path dead aperture was the aperture Fang Yuan gained after using second aperture goo, raising it to an immortal aperture. The rank 5 peak stage aperture was his original aperture. Spring-autumn cicada was still firmly sealed inside this aperture. The purple crystal walls of the aperture were already filled with cracks. After all, spring-autumn cicada was a rank 6 immortal goo which put huge pressure on the mortal aperture. However, Fang Yuan was not worried about the aperture walls shattering under the pressure. He could already deal with it before, and he could do it even better now that he had shadow sex inheritances. Fang Yuan absolutely would not give up spring-autumn cicada. However, spring-autumn cicada was filled with heaven's will currently. Fang Yuan would have to get rid of all the heaven's will in it to use it. Obtaining a pure rank 6 spring-autumn cicada was far from Fang Yuan's target. Fang Yuan's next plan was to use this foundation to refine rank 7 spring-autumn cicada. But before refining rank 7 spring-autumn cicada, I should first advance this body to rank 6. Rank 6 time path goo immortal. This had been Fang Yuan's initial plan. Fang Yuan did not intend to give up on this plan. After the successful attempt, Fang Yuan's soul moved out and returned to his sovereign immortal body. As for this immortal zombie body, it was still suppressed in the goo formation. After all, spring-autumn cicada contained heaven's will. Fang Yuan had to be prepared just in case. Let's test wisdom goo. When he thought of this, Fang Yuan actually felt a trace of impatient eagerness. He came out of the secret room and directly flew towards wisdom goo. Ever since Hu Immortal Blessed Land had been attacked and captured by Heavenly Court, Wisdom Goo had been transported to Langya Blessed Land by Hairy Man Goo Immortals using some secret method. From then on, it had been fed and raised by Langya Land Spirit and had not been transferred to other places. Fang Yuan soon went in front of Wisdom Goo. This movement naturally attracted Langya Land Spirit's attention. Langya Land Spirit's expression was somewhat strange. Fang Yuan, someone has framed you. What do you mean? Yunliang is dead. There was a crucial clue left behind in the battlefield which directly points to you as the killer. Moreover, your Lu Guanyi identity was also completely exposed. Now, the whole of Northern Plains Goo Immortal World, the Goo Immortal World of all 5 regions, is shaken because of this news. Langya Land Spirit laughed. Although Fang Yuan needed to use a rank 7 Goo Immortal Soul to get rid of the Soul Path Trap, he already had such souls in his possession. Not only of Yi Lui Kun Xing, he also had souls of Fairy Chui Bo, Lu Tribe's Lu Yong, Ma Hong Yun Soul, and even the whole living body of He Chung. Previously, Sixth Hair had been worried that Fang Yuan wanted to go to Northern Plains to kill a Goo Immortal. Fang Yuan had replied that it was under control. He naturally would not take such risks. He already had immortal souls which could be used for this purpose. What Fang Yuan wanted to do was to rest. Striving for time while he strengthened himself, he did not want to go fight outside. After Fang Yuan inquired about the details, he soon realized, this is probably Heavenly Court's doing. Yunliang is a lone immortal, but Longevity Heaven actually agreed to his and Murong Qingxi's marriage, and even showed a trace of joy in seeing it happen. This is Longevity Heaven's preparation to face the coming great era. But how could Heavenly Court allow it? They naturally would try to wreck this plan. Fang Yuan, your analysis is logical. Lang Yilan's spirit nodded, shortly smiling strangely. Now, Longevity Heaven is extremely furious, and the newly appointed South Desolation Immortal Yao Huang has even declared he will capture you and bring you to justice. You are currently not only a sworn enemy of Northern Plains' righteous path, even demonic path and lone immortals are hostile towards you. Fang Yuan grunted in acknowledgement. This was understandable. In the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Fang Yuan had offended Northern Plains' righteous path, as well as old ancestor Xue Hu, who represented the demonic path. Yunliang was a symbol of Northern Plains' lone immortals, and Fang Yuan, who was proclaimed to be his killer, would naturally suffer hostility from this faction. All right, forget this. Make a move quickly. Let me see if you can summon the light of wisdom or not. Lang Yilan's spirit urged impatiently. Okay. I am also looking forward to this. Fang Yuan took a deep breath. The probability of success was high. If it succeeded, he would grow at an immense rate. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground and brought out the 8-armed immortal zombie body from his immortal aperture. Then, under Lang Yilan's spirit's gaze, he moved out his soul and entered this immortal zombie body. The immortal zombie body slowly opened its eyes and stood up. Fang Yuan took a glance at the sovereign immortal body before turning towards Wisdom Gu. Wisdom Gu. He spoke in his hoarse and unpleasant voice. Do you still remember our agreement? Wisdom Gu had been playing around, but when it heard these words, it immediately stopped and floated in the air, quietly looking at Fang Yuan. Time slowly passed. Fang Yuan could not help but hold his breath. Even though the immortal zombie did not need to breathe, Wisdom Gu seemed to be unconvinced as it began circling around Fang Yuan. It circled again and again while continuously observing Fang Yuan. After a while, it stopped and rested on a huge tree leaf. Then, a multicolored light which became increasingly bigger began to gradually spread from Wisdom Gu's body. The light of wisdom. Success. I finally succeeded. Fang Yuan could not hold back his laughter. Lang Yilan's spirit, who was at the side, was dumbstruck. This was the first time he was seeing this sight. Light of wisdom. This is truly the light of wisdom. Lang Yilan's spirit walked to the light of wisdom, immediately sensing his thoughts becoming extremely sharp. For an instant, he became extremely intelligent. But he cautiously retreated out of the light of wisdom's range, then enviously looked at Fang Yuan, who was inside the light. Fang Yuan actually succeeded in summoning the light of wisdom. Amazing. This kid is truly amazing. After the shock, Lang Yilan's spirit looked at Fang Yuan with a complex expression. He was in a daze. Although there were two land spirits, they both shared the same memories. Lang Yilan's spirit still remembered that time several years ago, when Fang Yuan was still only a Gu master, a trivial mortal who came to Langya blessed land for the first time. But in these few years, Fang Yuan had not only become a Gu immortal, his name was now infamous throughout the 5 regions, and he had the strength to battle rank 8. And now, he could summon the light of wisdom and even use it. His growth had skyrocketed, he had truly burst into the sky. If Fang Yuan had not inherited the Shadow Sect inheritances, and only obtained the light of wisdom, he could only be considered a tiger with wings at most. But Fang Yuan possessed Shadow Sect's inheritances. As such, the help that the light of wisdom could give Fang Yuan reached an unimaginable level. Lang Yilan's spirit had gone through countless years and had seen all kinds of characters. But now, he could no longer estimate Fang Yuan's growth. There was no way to estimate it. He absolutely could not predict Fang Yuan's following cultivation and progress. Any accomplishments Fang Yuan made in the future would be understandable and acceptable now. Fang Yuan soon restrained his laughter. He calmed down and spoke to Wisdom Gu. "All right, Wisdom Gu. Please stop. Let me take a break." The light of wisdom slowly shrunk and disappeared. Fang Yuan took a deep breath before saying, "Wisdom Gu, let us continue." At the next moment, the light of wisdom spread once again. Fang Yuan clenched his fists tightly. He was extremely excited. This fact completely proved that the light of wisdom was back once again. From now on, barring any accidents, he could continue using light of wisdom till eternity. Fang Yuan then turned around and smiled towards Lang Ye Land Spirit. "First Supreme Elder, let us exchange inheritances." Lang Ye Land Spirit inwardly praised. Fang Yuan's mind is still so clear. "Okay." He agreed, not hesitating even a little. If it were the previous Lang Ye Land Spirit, he might have refused because he only liked refining Gu. But the current Lang Ye Land Spirit wanted hairy men to rule the world. So he issued ironclad policies, actively promoting talents, and doing everything to turn Lang Ye sect into a powerful sect. And such a sect naturally had to be widely involved in many paths. It would not do to just have refinement path. After all, refinement path's battle strength was lacking compared to other paths. So Lang Ye Land Spirit was extremely desirous of the many inheritances in Fang Yuan's possession, especially Spectral Soul's true inheritance. Back then, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable slaughtered countless beings. He was the Venerable with the deepest killing nature. His soul path true inheritance naturally had absolute power. If Lang Ye sect obtained it, it would fill the sect's deficiency. Both sides soon completed the exchange. Fang Yuan obtained almost all the inheritances of Lang Ye sect, which included the complete self-luck true inheritance and long hair ancestors refinement path true inheritance. And Lang Ye Land Spirit obtained Spectral Soul's true inheritance, Limitless true inheritance, Red Lotus true inheritance, Paradise Earth's true inheritance, as well as countless other true inheritances. The inheritances that Shadow Sect bothered to collect were naturally beyond outstanding. Thus, based on value, Fang Yuan had paid more than Lang Ye sect. To make up for this discrepancy, Lang Ye Land Spirit handed Luopa Valley to Fang Yuan once again. Currently, Fang Yuan was a public enemy of the whole world. Adding on his previous acts, Lang Ye Land Spirit's trust in him increased by a lot. "Fang Yuan is one of us, anyway. My sect's members can still use Luopa Valley even if I give it to him." This was Lang Ye Land Spirit's secret calculation. And to Fang Yuan, he had already obtained a portion of the essence of self-luck true inheritance, one of the 3 great true inheritances of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Now he had obtained its complete essence. Long hair ancestors refinement path true inheritance mostly talked of the hairy man heaven and earth-style refinement path method, which was not very helpful to Fang Yuan directly. In this transaction, both sides bought and sold inheritances. It did not involve any immortal Gu. Naturally, Fang Yuan really wanted to take some immortal Gu in Lang Ye sect. For instance, Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Unfortunately, Lang Ye Land Spirit was strict about not selling these immortal Gu. Fang Yuan did not leave immediately. Instead he continued bathing in the light of wisdom and began thinking of all sorts of issues. Lang Ye Land Spirit left in sadness at this sight. Obtaining the help of the light of wisdom once again, Fang Yuan was no longer the same as before. All kinds of wisdom path methods activated in coordination, causing his thoughts to collide endlessly. The Immortal Killer move, which used Affection Immortal Gu and Self-Love Immortal Gu, allowed Fang Yuan to possess Immortal Level Self-Will Gu, giving him an endless supply of wills. In this way, the light of wisdom could unleash its mystical effects to its limit, and soon, Fang Yuan obtained a satisfying answer. Immortal Killer move, Ghost Official Garment. This was a set of Immortal Killer move in Spectral Soul True Inheritance. Its effect was to defend against Heaven's Will and other Gu Immortals' deductions. It was a defensive killer move. It was classified into 4 levels, corresponding to Rank 6, Rank 7, Rank 8 and Rank 9. With the original foundation, Fang Yuan modified this Immortal Killer move so that even without the core Immortal Gu, he could use other Immortal Gu as the replacement. The modified Immortal Killer move, Ghost Official Garment, used rank 7 Change Soul Immortal Goo and rank 6 Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo as the cores. After several failures, Fang Yuan succeeded in activating it. He directly moved out his soul from his sovereign immortal body. His soul floated in the air. It was not very condensed. His soul foundation had been expended several times because of burning soul bursting luck, and was now only at 100-man soul level. The difference was that his soul was now covered in a broad garment, with long sleeves and a lower hem that was dragging on the ground. This was the manifestation of the Killer Move Ghost Official Garment. Its general term was Ghost Official Garment, but if it was subdivided, rank 6 level Ghost Official Garment was called Ghost Soldier Garment, rank 7 was Ghost General Garment, rank 8 was Ghost King Garment, and rank 9 was Ghost Venerable Garment. At rank 9 level, it could defend against rank 9 Venerable's deductions. Naturally, this was only in theory. Even Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had not raised this killer move to rank 9 in the past. Because he did not need to. He was a Grand Demon Venerable when alive, slaughtering countless beings. He simply did not need to defend against deductions. As such, the highest level of his Ghost Official Garment was only rank 8. Fang Yuan's soul inspected it and was puzzled. Huh? Why is it only rank 6 Ghost Soldier Garment? After he modified the killer move, the core was replaced by rank 7 Change Soul and rank 6 Cleanse Soul. That meant this was a rank 7 killer move. Why was it Ghost Soldier Garment instead of Ghost General Garment? Is it because of my modification? This guess had just appeared in Fang Yuan's mind before he denied it. He had used the light of wisdom to modify it. How could it be wrong? Oh, I understand. Fang Yuan thought for a moment before he realized. The answer was in his body. Beneath Ghost Official Garment was another layer of clothing. If Ghost Soldier Garment was said to be made of hemp and was a shoddy product, then this inner garment was like silk. It was extremely compact, giving an exquisite and smooth feeling. This clothing of Dao marks was the rank 9 Immortal Killer Move Ghostly Concealment. Just based on their ranks, Ghost Soldier Garment could never compare to it. The original Ghost Official Garment was meant to directly attach to my soul. But now, it has been separated by a layer. Thus it fell from rank 7 to rank 6. Fang Yuan had never expected such a problem. He had all along been enjoying the advantage of non-conflicting Dao marks of the sovereign immortal body. He had never expected to stumble slightly on this matter. There is no conflict of Dao marks in my sovereign immortal body, but there is still a conflict between killer moves of different paths. Ghostly Concealment has ghost in its name, but it is a theft path killer move, while Ghost Official Garment is a soul path killer move. The two conflict with each other. To solve this issue, the most fundamental method is to combine both into one move. Fang Yuan bitterly smiled when he thought this. The difficulty was too big. Fang Yuan had no understanding of ghostly concealment. Moreover, he lacked attainment in theft path and soul path. Even with the light of wisdom to help him deduce, the progress would be extremely slow. According to the current conditions, he would have to keep on deducing for hundreds to thousands of years without rest, and even then he might not deduce a successful outcome. After all, it was a rank 9 killer move, and to Fang Yuan, rank 9 was far away. Despite him possessing rank 8 battle strength, he was not even a rank 8 Gu Immortal. Then let's do this. Fang Yuan put his soul back in his body. He did not intend to further improve his method. He had obtained all the inheritances of Shadow Sect, and just earlier, he had exchanged them with almost all the inheritances of Langya Sect. It was only almost. There were some crucial contents which both sides did not exchange. This applied to both Langya Sect and Fang Yuan. Even so, the near-complete collection of inheritances in Langya Sect had reached an enormous amount, only slightly inferior to Shadow Sect's collection. After all, Long-Hair Ancestor was from the medieval antiquity era. He had lived 300,000 years ago. Langya Blessed Land had also existed for 300,000 years. Based on just time alone, Langya Sect was much older than Shadow Sect. But the inheritances in Langya Sect were basically all related to Refinement Path. Even inheritances of other paths mostly touched upon Refinement Path. Moreover, Langya Sect's collection ability definitely could not match Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan was able to get both the collections for his own use, just based on inheritances. He had already surpassed any one ancient sect of Central Continent. 2 or 3 ancient sects would have to collaborate to match the amount of inheritances he had. As for Heavenly Court, Fang Yuan could not compare to them. Heavenly Court had been governed by 3 immortal venerables, and its history was extremely long. It was established 3 million years ago, in the remote antiquity era. Combining the inheritances Fang Yuan held currently, Ghost Official Garment was the most suitable to him and also had the highest growth potential. In the future, it would be the most useful immortal killer move that could defend against others' deductions as well as deceive Heaven's will. It could be said that Ghost Official Garment killer move was a key part of Spectral Soul's true inheritance. It was very special. Once activated, it could last forever. It did not spend immortal essence. Instead, it expended the Gu Immortal Soul Foundation to maintain itself. Theoretically, as long as the Gu Immortal Soul existed, and Ghost Official Garment was not directly attacked, it could last for eternity. Precisely because it was linked to a Gu Immortal Soul Foundation, it had another huge advantage. Its might would change according to the Gu Immortal Soul Foundation. When the Gu Immortal Soul Foundation increased, Ghost Official Garment's might would also increase. And similarly, if the Soul Foundation fell, Ghost Official Garment would also weaken. Previously, I used Dark Limit Immortal Gu, and had to reactivate it after every set interval of time to replenish its effect. It was really inconvenient, especially when escaping. But Ghost Official Garment can last forever with just one activation, and its strength grows with my Soul Foundation. This was a practical immortal killer move. In fact, there were other Soul Path killer moves that could be used together with it. For instance, the killer moves Soul Shaking Flag and Soul Shackle. These 2 moves could be used with Ghost Soldier Garment. Once activated, when Fang Yuan's soul leaves his body, not only would it be covered with the Ghost Garment, it would also have weapons, the Soul Shaking Flag in its right hand and Soul Shackles in his left hand. With this, even Fang Yuan's soul would possess offensive prowess. This was also an important characteristic of Spectral Soul's true inheritance, to allow a person's soul to possess powerful battle strength. However, Fang Yuan only chose Ghost Official Garment, and did not choose Soul Shaking Flag or Soul Shackle. After testing the effect of Ghost Official Garment, Fang Yuan continued to bathe in the light of wisdom. Borrowing the help of the light of wisdom, he began to ponder over his current situation. With Ghost Official Garment and Langya Blessed Land, I am currently safe. Even if Heavenly Court attacks, I can rely on my own strength to escape. But what I need to do is to completely destroy Heavenly Court's Fate Immortal Gu. 10 years. After 10 years, Heavenly Court will have definitely restored Fate. By then I probably would have no hope of winning. This was the most troubling issue Fang Yuan was facing. Heavenly Court had terrifying strength, let alone attacking Heavenly Court. It was extremely dangerous for Fang Yuan to even enter Central Continent. Heavenly Court only needed to send out 1 or 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals to make Fang Yuan's situation miserable. Even by relying on the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan was unable to think of how to resolve this greatest issue. Fortunately, I still have Red Lotus true inheritances. Red Lotus Demon Venerable had damaged Fate Gu back then and left behind his true inheritances. With Spring Autumn Cicada, the crucial key, in my hand, I have a huge possibility of obtaining his true inheritances. Fang Yuan had used Red Lotus True Inheritance to kill a Heavenly Court rank 8-time Path Gu Immortal, Lord Huang Shi. So perhaps he could use other true inheritances of Red Lotus to find hope of destroying Fate Immortal Gu. Relying on Fate Gu, Heavenly Court stood unshaken to this day. Relying on Fate Gu and Star Constellation's arrangements, Heavenly Court had resisted 3 Demon Venerables. Relying on Fate Gu, Heavenly Court had all along occupied the throne of the number 1 Gu Immortal force in the whole world. There was no doubt that destroying Fate Immortal Gu was the key to defeating Heavenly Court. If Fang Yuan did not destroy Fate, after 10 years, it would be time for Heavenly Court to take Fang Yuan's life. Fang Yuan had inherited Shadow Sect's legacy, and had a profound awareness of this point. But now is not a good time to go after the true inheritances of Red Lotus. Heavenly Court has slipped up once, but they have obtained a huge amount of precious information. Next time, they will utilize much more strength and even more rank 8 Gu Immortals. I can only continue to develop first and raise my battle strength before I go to inherit Red Lotus true inheritances. Only then will I have some hope of destroying Fate Gu. There was no doubt about this general plan. Fong Yuan currently lacked immortal essence, while his immortal essence stone storage was also almost empty. Reverse flow protection seal was already being targeted. In the previous battle, Feng Jiuji's sound path killer move had already begun to penetrate reverse flow protection seal and affected Fong Yuan's main body. During the battle inside the River of Time, he had barely been able to kill Lord Huang Shi after using the strength of a stone Lotus Island. Now, Fong Yuan had Spectral Soul's true inheritance along with countless inheritances. He also had Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley, and the Light of Wisdom. In this situation, if he did not develop and strengthen himself, running around and causing trouble instead, he would truly be asking for death. A flat and boundless plain was in her sight. Zhao Lianyun's divine sense continued to spread before finally covering the whole blessed land. She had succeeded in her immortal ascension not long ago and became a Wisdom Path rank 6 Gu Immortal of Spirit Affinity House, forming this blessed land. Lian Yun Blessed Land. It had a total of 5,700 square kilometers of land, a large tributary of the River of Time, with time flowing 33 times faster than the outside world, which meant the immortal aperture would produce over 30 green grape immortal essence every year. Half grassland and half plain? Zhao Lian Yun mumbled. The blessed land's topography was closely connected to the Gu Immortal's specific situation. The grassland topography might be because Zhao Lianyun's heart was connected to northern plains, having spent most of her time there since her transmigration. As for the plain, it might be because she had inherited central continent's customs. Even without any cultivation and plantation, the grassland was already filled with green grass. While the plain had fertile land and water with some cultivation, it could produce plenty of products. Besides the blessed land, there was also Immortal Gu. Rank 9 Love Immortal Gu went without saying, but because of her immortal ascension with a high-grade blessed land, Zhao Lianyun had obtained her second Immortal Gu remembrance. This was a Wisdom Path Immortal Gu. Its appearance was like a flying ant, and had astonishing flying speed. Its whole body was silver, and when it was still, it emitted an illusory white halo. Hong Yun, do you know that I am now no longer immortal? I have become a Gu Immortal. Zhao Lianyun retracted her divine sense and slowly opened her eyes, looking at the outside world. She sighed lightly. After becoming an immortal, she did feel joy, but even more than that, she felt empty and lonely. In the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Ma Hongyun might have been killed by Fong Yuan, but his soul still existed. This was not random speculation by Zhao Lianyun, but had been deduced by a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal of Spirit Affinity House, Su Hao. Zhao Lianyun chose to believe him, and thus this became her motivation and hope for putting forth effort in cultivation. Thinking of a trace of hope to revive Ma Hongyun, Zhao Lianyun restrained her feelings and stood up, leaving this closed, secret room. Today was an important day. Zhao Lianyun walked past a corridor. Li Juning had been waiting for her at the end of the corridor. Greetings to Sister Juning. Zhao Lianyun immediately bowed in greeting. Li Juning smiled. Sister Lianyun, no need to be so polite. Let's go. I will accompany you to Secret Inheritance Peak. Secret Inheritance Peak was a place where Spirit Affinity House's Gu Immortals often set foot in. Zhao Lianyun was going there for the first time. Sure enough, the peak was extraordinary. It was floating in the air, surrounded by vast emptiness. It seemed to be close but was actually far away. The aura on the mountain was thick and condensed. A high-level Immortal Gu formation was set up in it. The one in charge of this peak was a supreme elder of the neutral faction. Her name was Fairy Lu Fong. In this trip, Zhao Lianyun did not see Fairy Lu Fong herself, but was welcomed by a will left behind by her. Zhao Lianyun did not think anything of it, but Li Juning frowned slightly. According to convention, Zhao Lianyun, who was the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, would be heavily nurtured by the sect, and in this first visit to Secret Inheritance Peak to receive financial assistance from the sect, she should have been personally welcomed by the Secret Inheritance Peak Master. But Fairy Lu Fong did not follow this convention. Junior Lianyun pays respects to Senior Lu Fong. Zhao Lianyun bowed to Lu Fang's will. No need to be so courteous. You are the current generation fairy of the sect. Please take a look at this goo. Lu Fang's will smiled. Her attitude was extremely polite as she handed an information path mortal goo to Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun looked through the contents in the goo. There was a long list of wonderful items inside which dazzled her eyes for a moment. I do not know much, Sister Juning. Could you please check for me? Zhao Lianyun was a smart person. She quickly handed this goo to Li Juning. Li Juning looked through the list and nodded slightly. There was no reduction in items listed in this information path mortal goo. It was the real deal. She transmitted her voice to Zhao Lianyun. Lianyun, since you have become a goo immortal, and have immortal goo love and remembrance, as well as a high-grade blessed land, your starting point is already extremely high. You now need to manage your immortal aperture and increase your foundation. The first task is to feed immortal goo. Fortunately, even though your love immortal goo is rank 9, it does not have any issue regarding its food. So, what you need to consider now is remembrance immortal goo. This goo feeds on bright eye flowers, and in this list of benefits, there is a method to raise bright eye flowers. You should choose it. Zhao Lianyun continued to nod as she transmitted her voice. You are right, sister. Then what about the other two choices? There were extraordinary benefits in being the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. According to the sect rules, once the current generation fairy's cultivation makes a breakthrough, she can choose 3 resources free of charge from Secret Inheritance Peak, while other goo immortals, besides the ones who have made huge contributions, could only use their sect contribution points to exchange for these resources. Li Juning smiled and said, besides this, I recommend you to choose Clear Chance Grass. Since you are a Wisdom Path goo immortal, you will have to manage your immortal aperture from the Wisdom Path aspect. Clear Chance Grass is a Wisdom Path resource, and its nurturing is also rather easy. Moreover, it fetches a high price in Treasure Yellow Heaven. You won't make a loss if you choose this. Then I shall choose it, sister. Your choice won't be wrong. Zhao Lianyun quickly said. Li Juning was greatly pleased with Zhao Lianyun's attitude, her tone becoming warmer by several degrees. Then what should I pick for the final choice? Zhao Lianyun asked. Naturally, the first item. Immortal Essence Stones? Right? Li Juning could not help chuckling at Zhao Lianyun's puzzled look. Whether it be Bright Eye Flowers or Clear Chance Grass, the amount provided by the sect won't be enough for you to plant them on a large scale. If these resources are not planted on a large scale, they will lose their significance. So, you need a large amount of Immortal Essence Stones to purchase their seeds and plant them. Immortal Essence Stones are an important resource which goo immortals must have reserves of, because they are not only the most common currency in transactions of goo immortals, they also have value in being turned into immortal essence for your own use. I see. Then I shall choose Immortal Essence Stones. Without any hesitation, Zhao Lianyun quickly exchanged for the 3 items from Lu Fang's will. The 2 left Secret Inheritance Peak and flew outside. Before they parted, Li Juning gave a sum of Immortal Essence Stones to Zhao Lianyun. Sister Lianyun, Su Hao and I are lending you these 3,000 Immortal Essence Stones. Feel free to use them as much as you like, because there is no time limit for this loan. Ah! Zhao Lianyun softly exclaimed, revealing a moved expression. The sect only gave me 1,000 Immortal Essence Stones, but sister, you are directly giving me 3,000. How should I use it? Li Juning patted Zhao Lianyun's shoulder. Silly girl, the sect has already given you a lot. You have the sect's support. You should know those lone cultivators and demonic immortals have to fight for even a piece of Immortal Essence Stone. Speaking of Immortal Essence Stone storage, a newly ascended rank 6 goo immortal is almost completely broke. Those with 100 Immortal Essence Stones are already in the mid-level of rank 6. Having 1,000 Immortal Essence Stones is very rare among rank 6 goo immortals. Your situation is different, because you are not only a goo immortal from one of the central continent's 10 great ancient sects, you are also the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. You will be heavily prioritized by the sect. Thus you are an exception. In normal situations in the 5 regions and 2 heavens, Most rank 6 Gu Immortals don't have more than 100 Immortal Essence Stones. Few have several hundred, and very few have 1,000 Immortal Essence Stones. And among rank 7 Gu Immortals, they have at least several hundred Immortal Essence Stones. Most have over 1,000, and very few have several tens of thousand Immortal Essence Stones. This is just common knowledge. You can simply remember it. Many thanks for your guidance, sister. Zhao Lianyun gave a deep bow with a grateful look. Li Junying's words were telling her that the sect did not mistreat her, and that she and her husband were also actively supporting her. I will definitely work hard, Zhao Lianyun said solemnly. Li Juning nodded. Go cultivate. If you have any doubts, don't hesitate to write me a letter. You can also ask Su Hao. Yes. Joy flashed past Zhao Lianyun's eyes. Having someone for guidance and learning by oneself were naturally two different concepts. Looking at Zhao Lianyun's receding figure, Li Junying's smile slowly disappeared. Ever since Feng Jinhuang was taken under Duke Long, her life had become increasingly difficult. She and her husband Su Hao were of the famous anti-Feng faction. But now, the supreme elders of Spirit Affinity House knew that Feng Jinhuang was an immortal venerable seed with infinite future prospects. Fairy Lu Feng's attitude this time clearly showed the political direction of Spirit Affinity House. Li Juning had also expected this and had thus accompanied Zhao Lianyun to prevent anyone from reducing Zhao Lianyun's sect benefits. Fortunately, that did not happen. It could be foreseen that this couple would have to face some political cold shoulders next. And in this coldness, they could only unite anyone they could. For instance Zhao Lianyun, and then huddle together for warmth. Northern Plains, Chu Tribe. The famous Strength Path Gu Immortal Chu Du put down an Information Path Gu worm in his hand. Feng Yuan, it is really not easy to be your friend. Chu Du gave a bitter smile. This letter Gu was sent by Feng Yuan. He was asking for Immortal Essence Stones. Feng Yuan had once cooperated with Chu Du using the alias of Lu Guanyi, and their relationship had not been shallow. Not long ago, Heavenly Court assassinated Gu Immortal Yunliang, destroying Longevity Heaven's plan as well as publicizing the secret that Feng Yuan and Lu Guanyi were the same person, while incriminating the crime on Feng Yuan. Hence, Chu Du already knew Lu Guanyi was Feng Yuan. But Chu Du was not too surprised. In fact, he had once had suspicions regarding this, and had even sang a poem to test Feng Yuan. Whether it be Lu Guanyi or Feng Yuan, Chu Du wanted to collaborate with both. However, the current Chu Du's identity was different from before. He was now the first supreme elder of Chu tribe, he had a lot of Gu Immortals under him, and was a member of the Righteous Path. As a Northern Plains Righteous Path Gu Immortal, if he continued to collaborate with Feng Yuan, the moment it was exposed, all his previous effort in creating his force would turn into naught. Collaborating with Feng Yuan was extremely risky. Chu Du had planned to ignore it at first and maintain a vague attitude, but Feng Yuan did not give him this opportunity, and directly sent a letter asking for Immortal Essence Stones. And in this letter, Feng Yuan only mentioned of borrowing Immortal Essence Stones. He intentionally did not mention the specific amount. The meaning was for Chu Du to decide how much to lend. This made Chu Du feel even more troubled. As expected of someone like Feng Yuan, Chu Du sighed. Oh, Chu Du is lending me 150,000 Immortal Essence Stones? Feng Yuan soon received Chu Du's reply. Moreover, the amount Chu Du was lending had slightly surpassed Feng Yuan's expectation. In Chu Du's reply letter, he had written in euphemistic words. He talked about their pleasant past collaboration, then talked of how unexpected events and circumstances in life toyed with people and how their camps differed, which created an awkward situation. Moreover, lending 150,000 Immortal Essence Stones was already his limit, and the time for returning it could be determined by Feng Yuan himself. Looks like Chu Du still wants to continue collaborating with me. Reckless Savage's true meaning is tempting after all. This reply immediately let Feng Yuan know of Chu Du's attitude and intention. Chu Du was originally born a lone cultivator. Later he went against Lu tribe and was accused of being in the demonic path. Now he had established Chu tribe and was in the righteous path. But by nature, he still prioritized his own benefits. So despite the high risks of collaborating with Feng Yuan, due to the huge profits, Chu Du did not hesitate to take the risk, not only lending 150,000 immortal essence stones, but also personally writing a reply letter. This letter goo might only be immortal goo, but its significance was not ordinary. If Fang Yuan took it out, it would be strong proof that Chu Du was collaborating with the demonic path. But this was done intentionally by Chu Du. He used this method to give Fang Yuan a hold on him, to express his sincerity in collaborating. And Fang Yuan felt this sincerity fully. I can continue to collaborate with Chu Du. Of course. The calamity beckoning goo I lent him before is also a strong foundation of collaboration between us. Fang Yuan was rather pleased. 150,000 immortal essence stones was already a high amount. Normally, a rank 6 goo immortal would have at most 1,000 immortal essence stones as reserve. Rank 7 goo immortals would have roughly 10,000. Most rank 7 goo immortals usually had several thousands of immortal essence stones as their reserve. And at rank 8 level, having several tens of thousands in reserve was the minimum. They would often have over 100,000, and those senior rank 8s would even have 1,000,000. As for rank 9, their immortal essence stones would reach 10 million, or even 100 million. Of course, it depended on the goo immortal's individual circumstances. As far as organizations were concerned, an ordinary superforce would have around 1,000,000 immortal essence stones in reserve. Wu clan had such reserves, which is why in the Battle of the Dream Realm, Wu Yong did not hesitate to lend Fang Yuan 100,000 immortal essence stones. This was within the capability of Wu clan. Of course, Wu clan could lend much more, but Wu Yong thought this amount was enough for Fang Yuan to stabilize the immortal formation. And Chu tribe was a recently established superforce. Although they had many goo immortals, most of them were of strength path and had few assets to themselves. According to Fang Yuan's estimate, it was good if Chu tribe had 600,000 immortal essence stones in reserve. And Chu Du had lent 150,000 from this reserve of 600,000 immortal essence stones, and with no time limit to return it. His sincerity was truly high. There was no doubt that immortal essence stones was also a factor to weigh a goo immortal's and a force's strength. But it was not that the more money you saved, the better. Just piling up money without making use of it was like collecting dust. Storage of immortal essence stones followed the same logic. With Chu Du's support, Fang Yuan's originally emptied immortal essence stone storage jumped to 150,000, but Fang Yuan was not satisfied. He continued to patiently wait for replies. He had not only sent the letter to Chu Du, but also sent them to the 3 eccentrics of Crazed Demon Cave, as well as Miao Mingshen of Eastern Sea, asking for immortal essence stones. The request for immortal essence stones was only one objective. Fang Yuan had another goal as well. It was to know their attitudes, especially in this sensitive time when his Lu Guanyi identity was exposed. The replies of the 3 crazed demon eccentrics and Miao Mingshen came almost at the same time. Both sides agreed to Fang Yuan's request, each lending a sum of immortal essence stones. The former gave 200,000 immortal essence stones, while the latter gave 100,000. The 3 crazed demon eccentrics' attitude towards Fang Yuan had gotten even more warm than before, with no issues regarding Fang Yuan's true identity. As far as these 3 were concerned, they did not care about the fight between the righteous path or demonic path. From their perspective, there was only limitless true inheritance. They would acknowledge anyone that could help them achieve this desire. And the stronger Fang Yuan became, the higher their acknowledgement of him. As for Miao Mingshan, he had a pleasant interaction with Fang Yuan's other identity Chu Ying. In the trading convention, Fang Yuan had taken the initiative to sell lifespan goo to Miao Mingshan. This sharply elevated Fang Yuan's status to Miao Mingshan. Therefore, Miao Mingshan had specially written in the letter. His funds were quite tight recently. 100,000 was his current limit. But if it was not enough, he could borrow from his friends to aid Fang Yuan. Like this, Fang Yuan got 3 batches of immortal essence stones, the total amount reaching 450,000. Whether it be his previous life or currently, he had never possessed such an enormous sum of immortal essence stones. However, Fang Yuan did not stop borrowing. He then discussed with Langya Land Spirit and borrowed a sum of immortal essence stones, and also used his sect contribution points to exchange for another sum until it reached Langya Land Spirit's bottom line. I cannot exchange anymore. Although you have a lot of sect contribution points, The sect also needs to have some in reserve to prepare for any unexpected situations. Lang Yalan's spirit firmly refused. In these recent few years, because of his development plan for the Blessed Land, the rich foundation was being constantly expended. Adding on the previous time when Fang Yuan used large amounts of sect contribution points to exchange for immortal materials as well as make Lang Ya sect refine immortal goo. Lang Ya sect's foundation was further expended sharply. When Lang Yalan's spirit refused Fang Yuan, Lang Ya sect had no more than 300,000 immortal essence stones left in reserve. Fang Yuan then asked Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing had inherited by Xiang Grotto Heaven. It should have had a huge immortal essence stone reserve. Among the Shadow Sect Gu immortals, Bai Ningbing was the richest. He Lulan was the poorest, and Ing Wuxie was similar. Although he had possessed Fairy Cui Bo's body, her immortal aperture and resources were all taken by Ningbing as battle spoils. After Lady White Rabbit and Fairy Meow heard of Fang Yuan's action, they took the initiative to lend some immortal essence stones, although the amount was rather small. Among all the lenders, Lady White Rabbit's terms were the most lax. She had even said with a flushed face that it would not matter even if Fang Yuan did not return the immortal essence stones. At second were Fairy Miao Yin and Chu Du, who did not put a limit on the time of return. The three crazed demon eccentrics wanted to make use of Fang Yuan, but their friendship was shallow after all, so they lent according to the market rate. Lang Yalan's spirit did the same. Among them, Miao Mingshen's time limit was the most lax. The harshest loan term was from Bai Ningbing. She mentioned a rather interesting condition. She could lend a large amount of immortal essence stones to Fang Yuan, but the more Fang Yuan borrowed, the higher the interest and shorter the return time. Fang Yuan then borrowed most of her immortal essence stones. After borrowing from here and there, Fang Yuan's immortal essence stones had reached an astonishing amount of over 1,730,000, a huge sum. This reserve had already surpassed what Chu tribe, Lang Ya sect, and most of the super forces could take out. Among Gu Immortals, almost no rank 6 and rank 7 Gu Immortals had such capital. Even among rank 8 Gu Immortals, only few possessed such capital. They were usually long-time rank 8 experts with a reserve of more than 1 million immortal essence stones. Naturally, this was purely comparing quantity. The truly healthy form of assets was to maintain balance between income and expenditure. Fang Yuan might be holding this huge sum, but it was not his, he had only borrowed it. In an instant, Fang Yuan was deep in debt. However, he was not nervous at all. He was fully confident he could use these immortal essence stones to earn even more. A few days later, Central Continent, Spirit Affinity House. Zhao Lianyun spread her divine sense, inspecting her immortal aperture. Lianyun Blessed Land already looked different from before. A flower field was planted with a large amount of bright eye flowers. This was the food of remembrance immortal goo. It had to be planted. Besides this, there was also a small grassland where clear chance grass was planted. Stalks of the grass was small and pointy, and were light green. Swallows were flying above this grassland. They were labor swallows, extremely hard-working and nimble birds. Their wings had 3 colors, in black, white and red. Zhao Lianyun had specially brought in a batch of them to kill any insects on the clear chance grass. When clear chance grass grew, it would produce a kind of pest that would corrode the grass leaves, greatly reducing the profits. I have already spent most of my immortal essence stones. Zhao Lianyun sighed as she looked at the scene in front of her. At the beginning, she had felt the number of immortal essence stones to be extremely huge, but when she started using it, she discovered that it was not much at all. Because she was not only nurturing 2 resources, she also had to create 2 complete ecological systems. Not only the seeds of bright eye flowers and clear chance grass, she had to spend on soil, water, climate construction, and so on as well. Bright eye flowers can only satisfy the food requirement of remembrance immortal goo after a year in immortal aperture time. After 2 years, the clear chance grass and bright eye flower transactions could give me several hundreds of immortal essence stones. After 3 years, I can repay Li Junying's loan. This progress and profit can only be achieved under the most ideal situation. And I have yet to calculate my other cultivation expenses. Zhao Lianyun fully sensed that Gu immortal cultivation was not easy. She was only cultivating 2 resources, and both grew separately and did not disturb each other. At the same time, the difficulty of nurturing plants was much less than raising beast groups or variant humans. Moreover, Zhao Lianyun had a high-grade blessed land which had plenty of space path and time path resources. Most importantly, she was protected by divine concealment and was exempted from calamities and tribulations. She did not need to worry about this huge issue. The number of labor swallows is somewhat small. They cannot look after the whole grassland. I should buy some more. Zhao Lianyun connected to Treasure Yellow Heaven and sent her divine sense. Over these days, she realized the convenience of Treasure Yellow Heaven. Guts Goo. Zhao Lianyun quickly discovered someone selling Guts Goo. She knew Guts Goo was produced by Feng Yuan alone, but because its supply did not match demand, it had all along been sold in the black market of Treasure Yellow Heaven. That is, someone would purchase a large amount of Guts Goo then sell them at a higher price. So the one selling this Guts Goo was not necessarily Feng Yuan. Moreover, the wills and identities of Goo Immortals could be casually changed. Treasure Yellow Heaven gave safety and full freedom. So even Heavenly Court could only watch as Feng Yuan sold Guts Goo. Even if I can sell Bright Eye Flowers and Clear Chance Grass after a few years, there will be other competitors as well. My products will be influenced by the market. Their prices also won't be able to compare to Guts Goo. Feng Yuan was Zhao Lianyun's enemy, so she had been paying attention to the Guts Goo trade. But the more attention she paid, the more she realized Feng Yuan's strength, which inevitably caused her to feel depressed. According to my current accumulation speed, I simply won't be able to catch up with Feng Yuan. Instead, I will continue to be left in the dust by him. Damn it. Zhao Lianyun gritted her teeth. Right at this time, for some reason, there was a huge uproar ahead. Large amounts of Goo Immortal wills, which were originally scattered throughout Treasure Yellow Heaven, were gathering in that direction. Zhao Lianyun's heart jolted. Could it be a large transaction? Li Juning said large transactions that can cause such an uproar are rare in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Previously, it was when someone sold large amounts of year beasts. I did not expect my luck to be so good, to encounter one not long after becoming an immortal. Zhao Lianyun naturally did not want to give up on this chance to broaden her horizons. She also sent her divine sense to experience this event. Soon she arrived at the scene. A Goo Immortal will, which had an enormous physique looking like a fatty, was sitting cross-legged in air. Surrounding him were Year Goo. A vast number of Year Goo. So many Year Goo? It looks like there are over 100,000. Zhao Lianyun got a shock. This was the first time she had seen so many Year Goo piled up together. The huge quantity had quite a visual impact. Sister Li Juning was right. Mortal Goo is only a matter of quantity to Goo Immortals. Zhao Lianyun sighed inwardly. What price are you selling these Year Goo for? A Goo Immortals will inquire about the price. That fat will replied with a smile, quoting a fair price which immediately led to a discussion between the Goo Immortals. If there are no issues with these Year Goo, I definitely want to purchase some. This is Time Path Mortal Goo. They have a wide range of uses and can be used in Refinement Path or other aspects. The price is also fair, maybe I should buy a bit more. Even if I don't use it for myself, I can resell it later. I don't have to worry about not being able to sell it. Who is this seller? Selling Year Goo at this time is an extremely good decision. According to the usual routine, it is not yet the time for the biggest sellers of Year Goo to bring out their products. Goo Immortals discussed with each other. All kinds of divine senses and wills conversed together without maintaining secrecy, which allowed Zhao Lianyun to learn of a lot of things. She listened attentively and soon found this Year Goo seller might be a newcomer in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Although the current time of sales was slightly early, it would still be hard for him to avoid colliding with the traditional sellers. It was still okay if the seller was only selling this one time, but if he wanted to run this business for a long time and squeeze into Treasure Yellow Heaven's market, it would definitely lead to bloodshed. Zhao Lianyun's eyes brightened at this thought. If it was the latter situation, then this would no doubt be an event to pay attention to and learn from. I will also be selling my resources in the future and will have to make my way into Treasure Yellow Heaven's market. My resources are not unique, so I will definitely have to go through this obstacle. There are only a few monopolistic businesses in the whole Goo Immortal world. Not everyone can have luck like Fang Yuan. I need to observe this properly, especially this year Gu trade. I might learn a lot of things. Zhao Lianyun instructed herself. The scene was bustling. Many Gu immortals started purchasing year Gu. Time path Gu worms had a wide range of usage, so they always had a high demand in the market. After each transaction was completed, the profits quickly accumulated to an extent which caused some of the Gu immortals to become red with envy. Just by a rough estimation, this seller has at least profited 50,000 immortal essence stones in this short period of time. Zhao Lianyun was inwardly shocked. But the real shocking thing came later. This seller was selling continuously, while also continuously replenishing the products. Many year Gu were sold, but in the surroundings of the fat will, the quantity of year Gu did not decrease and was instead increasing. Oh heavens! How many year Gu does this man have? My goodness! This is a huge transaction. This person is here for blood. The main sellers of year Gu have always been Xiebao Shu, Rong Xian and Wang Mingyu. If this is not handled well, it will definitely lead to a price war. Zhao Lianyun felt increasing anticipation as she listened to the discussions. This mysterious seller was strongly putting his foot in the market. The three main sellers definitely would not take this lying down. A price war concerning year Gu was going to start. Eastern Sea. Clear sea area. A jade pavilion stood by itself in the depths of the sea, emitting aura of a rank 6 immortal Gu house. Inside the jade pavilion, Gu immortal Xiebao Shu was hosting his close friend, Yu Xianzi. Looking at the large patches of vicissitude trees outside the jade pavilion, Yu Xianzi said with a moved tone, "It is time to harvest year Gu once again. The growth of these vicissitude trees is much more vigorous than the previous year. Looks like your method of growing these resources has made another breakthrough." Xiebao Shu was handsome and had a warm nature. He rubbed his nose, smiling. "You don't need to flatter me." Yu Xianzi laughed. "I am just worrying about you. Don't you know someone is already selling year Gu in Treasure Yellow Heaven?" Xiebao Shu was silent as he took out Immortal year Gu and handed it to Yu Xianzi. Yu Xianzi received it and took a glance. Good. This rank 5 year Gu's quality is pretty good. It is glossy and healthy. It is quite appealing. Xiebao Shu slightly shook his head. "This year Gu was not raised by me. It is from that seller." "I see." Yu Xianzi was slightly surprised, before quickly accepting this fact. He knew his friend very well. Xiebao Shu was a well-known lone cultivator in Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. He had unique insights on growing vicissitude trees. Vicissitude trees were an immortal material, but their usage was very narrow. Despite being an immortal material because they had many kinds of Dao marks, they were very impure. So few Gu immortals paid attention to this tree. But Xiebao Shu found new ways of using them. He planted this tree on a large scale, and using an ingenious method, he used vicissitude trees to raise and attract wild year Gu. Now, he was one of the 3 giants of the year Gu market. He only put a small portion of these year Gu in Treasure Yellow Heaven. The larger portion was sold to various superforces of Eastern Sea. Even so, Xiebao Shu would not easily give up Treasure Yellow Heaven's market. Because this was the whole world's market, and from a certain aspect, Treasure Yellow Heaven could be said to be much more significant than those Eastern Sea superforces. Now that someone was suddenly entering the year Gu market, making huge transactions, how could Xiebao Shu just watch from the sidelines? Although it was still not time for him to sell year Gu, he had always been paying attention to the situation of the year Gu market. "I have examined this year Gu. It is indeed a high-grade item. This time, the opponent is not a simple one." Xiebao Shu sighed. Yu Xianzi nodded. "With such a huge amount, some region's superforce might be involved in this. It is very difficult for an individual to take out so many of them. Didn't you also climb up by accumulating your strength step by step?" Xiebao Shu smiled. "Oh you? Why are you encouraging me in a roundabout way? Among the 3 sellers, only I am a lone cultivator. Because of this, I could only move step by step, facing setbacks along the way and getting past them to create a solid foundation. What difficulties have I not encountered? This time will also not be an exception. Moreover," Yu Xianzi finished his words. "Moreover, you 3 have already reached an agreement. Every business has its own hidden rules. This newcomer might have come aggressively, but he has broken the hidden rules. He will probably be suppressed and forced out by you three, right? Ha ha ha. I really cannot hide anything from you. You rat who specializes in stealing oil. Xie Bao Shu jokingly scolded while pointing at Yu Xianzi's nose. Northern Plains, Lang Ya blessed land. Cloud City. Inside a secret room, Fang Yuan had been sitting cross-legged without moving for several days. These last days, he had been activating rank 8-time path Immortal Goo. Years flow like water. He had obtained this Immortal Goo from Heifan's true inheritance. Even rank 6 Goo Immortals could activate it, but the effect would be limited. Now, Fang Yuan was continuously pouring his rank 7 Red Date Immortal Essence into Years flow like water, constantly producing Mortal Year Goo. And these Year Goo were then moved to Treasure Yellow Heavens Market. He let his will stabilize the situation and carry out Year Goo transactions with other Goo Immortals. Indeed, he was the newcomer who had been selling large amounts of Year Goo. He was extremely aggressive, not only creating an uproar in Treasure Yellow Heaven, he even made Xie Bao Shu and the others feel apprehension. Fang Yuan had borrowed over 1,730,000 Immortal Essence Stones. He turned them into Red Date Immortal Essence, which he made full use of in the Year Goo business. Rank 8 Years flow like water was too amazing. It not only produced a lot of Mortal Goo, their quality was also good. The market response had been extremely good these few days. After buying some, many Goo Immortals felt that the goods were pretty good. They would find Fang Yuan to purchase another batch. Right at this time, Fang Yuan's activation of Years flow like water paused for a moment. He had all along been maintaining his connection to Treasure Yellow Heaven, and had just received a message from his will, which he had placed in Treasure Yellow Heaven, that there was a super force which wanted to purchase Fang Yuan's goods in bulk quantity, but was afraid Fang Yuan would not be able to supply them, so they wanted to discuss with his main body. If it was possible, they could establish long-term cooperation. This news could be true but could also be false. There is a higher chance that this message is sent by those traditional Year Goo sellers using a disguised identity. Fang Yuan sneered, completely disregarding this message. Long-term cooperation? Fang Yuan was not interested. He wanted to wage war this time. Central Continent. Rong Xian was silent. The seller is actually not interested in my proposal? Rong Xian was quite surprised. He had disguised as a huge buyer to try to communicate with Fang Yuan personally and glean his background. But Fang Yuan actually ignored him. How can this be? Even if he is a representative of a super force, they would also hope that their Year Goo would have much larger buyers. Unless he does not have many Year Goo left. Rong Xian was a member of the 10 Great Ancient Sects, and as a Righteous Path member, he naturally understood the thoughts of Righteous Path Goo Immortals and super forces. He pondered and felt this guess was very likely. It must be because of this that this mysterious seller is selling Year Goo this early. It is to avoid us 3 sellers. He refused even my proposal. He probably really does not have much stock left. Actually, the amount of Year Goo he has sold is only 1/10 of what I have in stock. Hee. Rong Xian chuckled when he thought of this. This is a good method to gain attention. He commented in his head on Fang Yuan's action. Unfortunately, what use is it if you don't have enough strength? Southern border. Dragon Return Valley. The rumbling of a waterfall echoed in the valley. Mist permeated and the vegetation thrived. Wang Mingyu, an external supreme elder of the Righteous Path Superforce Yao clan, was standing on a giant boulder, gazing at the waterfall. This waterfall was not ordinary. It was a tributary of the River of Time. Year Goo has 3 great sellers. Eastern Sea's Xie Bao Shu uses vicissitude trees to nurture Year Goo. Central Continent's Rong Xian uses refinement path methods to periodically refine countless Year Goo. But only I have a grasp over a tributary of the River of Time. I can capture natural wild Year Goo. Wang Mingyu inwardly compared herself to them. This tributary of the River of Time was rather special. It was a tributary that had forked from the middle of the River of Time. The River of Time had many special river segments. For instance, the Swordblade River segment, It was a special river segment that was personally set up by Red Lotus Demon Venerable using the past Shi Yuan Sword Aura and Dao Jiulang's Blade Aura to protect one of his Stone Lotus Islands. The Year River segment was filled with countless wild year goo. Wang Mingyu had discovered this tributary back when she had been a lone immortal and had secretly managed it. But several years later, Southern Border's righteous path forces discovered it and were naturally covetous. After a secret exchange, Yao Clan won, and Yao Clan Gu Immortal Yao Tianzhe married Wang Mingyu. With this reason, Yao Clan openly took this Dragon Return Valley as their territory. This year's harvests are pretty good. The amount of year goo captured is actually 30% higher than normal. The other two are not making a move. Then I shall start first. If I continue letting that newcomer sell his year goo, it will probably not be easy for me to sell all these wild year goo. Wang Mingyu put her thoughts into action and began selling her year goo in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Her move immediately caused an uproar in Treasure Yellow Heaven. One of the three main sellers of year goo, Wang Mingyu, has made a move. If that mysterious seller is allowed to continue selling year goo, the sellers after him definitely won't have an easy time selling year goo. This will be quite a show, right? That mysterious seller is selling so many year goo. The three main sellers definitely have a hard time being patient. Now that Wang Mingyu has made a move, the other two won't stand still. Let's wait and see. There might even be a price war. US buyers can pick up some benefits. Many Gu immortals secretly communicated. Wang Mingyu took out her stock. Only Feng Yuan alone had been supplying year goo in a large amount in Treasure Yellow Heaven over these last days. Now, with one more competitor, it immediately caused a stir. Women are women after all, not even having this bit of patience. Central Continent's Rong Xian scoffed when he obtained this news. With this, many Gu immortals will probably choose to watch. He had plentiful experience in selling year goo and could immediately guess the changes in the market. Sure enough, the fervor of buying year goo in Treasure Yellow Heaven suddenly fell. Wang Mingyu became Feng Yuan's competitor, which all of a sudden caused the supply of year goo to be greater than demand. Other Gu immortals were now keeping patient, waiting to see a good show. A storm was brewing in Treasure Yellow Heaven in previous years. The sale of year goo had always been a hot business. This year, with year goo being sold ahead of time, the situation had now become desolate, with almost no one showing any interest. Wang Mingyu was helpless about this. There was no other way. She had a huge stock of year goo. If she did not start now and waited for the other two sellers to start selling, there would be a much smaller market for her goods. Wang Mingyu is actually selling ahead of time, different from Rong Xian's passive stance. Xia Baoshu was hesitating. Xia Baoshu understood Wang Mingyu. This person was a veteran seller with plenty of experience. How could she not see the disadvantage of selling early? Most probably, she also has a lot of year goo on her. Xia Baoshu did not show anything on the surface, but was inwardly getting worried. A day later, he finally decided to take action, putting year goo for sale in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Xia Baoshu has also made a move. Two of the three main sellers are already selling their goods ahead of time. Of course, this year is different from the past. There is now a fourth gladiator in the arena. Within Treasure Yellow Heaven, the Gu immortals discussed. Damn it, these two. When Rong Xian obtained news of this, he could only follow while gritting his teeth. The situation was already different from before. Previously, Feng Yuan was selling by himself. Rong Xian could endure this and remained unmoved. When Wang Mingyu joined, Rong Xian only felt slightly tensed. But with Xia Baoshu also joining in, the pressure on Rong Xian had increased. Among the four sellers, if he alone did not take action, then the one who suffered the most would no doubt be him. It was just that he had his own difficulties. His year goo were the results of refinement. Because there was not a set time like past years, his stock had not been accumulated enough. So he had the least amount of stock among the four sellers. Forced by the situation, Rong Xian could only grit his teeth and put his year goo for sale in Treasure Yellow Heaven. I have the least amount of stock. I cannot act forcefully. Rong Xian already had a hunch. What he needed now was time to refine much more year goo. Thinking of this, he contacted Xia Baoshu and Wang Mingyu. These three knew each other for many years, competing and communicating with each other about Yeargoo business, and naturally had each other's information path goo worms. Although there is a newcomer, I think us three should still act according to the old agreement. Isn't that so? Rong Xian reminded the two. Xie Baoshu and Wang Mingyu naturally agreed. They had already broken some terms of the old agreement by selling Yeargoo early. But since this was a special situation, it could be understood. But if they broke other terms, especially the one about price of Yeargoo, that would be breaking the rules. With more sellers, there would naturally be a price war. This was a powerful method of a price war. But if it was used too strongly, it would hurt themselves. Xie Baoshu, Wang Mingyu, and Rong Xian had already competed with each other countless times. But they never changed the agreed price. Besides not being able to do anything to the other party, the main reason was to protect their benefits. This created a problem. If Fang Yuan's side suddenly dropped the price, what should they do? These three could obey the agreement, but Fang Yuan was a newcomer. Even if Rong Xian persuaded him, he might not listen. But Rong Xian, Xie Baoshu, and Wang Mingyu were seemingly not worried about this. With 4 sellers supplying Yeargoo, Fang Yuan immediately felt his sales becoming stagnant. I am a newcomer after all. Although my goods are of top quality, how could my status compare to those 3 main sellers in other Goo Immortals' hearts? Wang Mingyu, Xie Baoshu, and Rong Xian were in this business for many years already. They had good reputation among the public. Fang Yuan could absolutely not compare in this aspect. This was where Fang Yuan was disadvantaged in. But Fang Yuan had his methods to resolve it. Soon, at almost the same time, Rong Xian, Xie Baoshu, and Wang Mingyu obtained a significant news. That mysterious seller was beginning to drop the price of Yeargoo. He went for this after all. I still thought he had some other methods. They were not anxious, even feeling somewhat disdainful. They had long grown out of this action of decreasing the price, and had even suffered a lot because of this. In a price war, taking the initiative to reduce the price was a double-edged sword. It would hurt others and hurt oneself as well. But as far as buyers were concerned, Fang Yuan reducing the price was no doubt good news. Weren't they waiting for this kind of opportunity? They were like hungry sharks that immediately swarmed in. Fang Yuan's Yeargoo began to sell in large amounts, forming a stark contrast with Xie Baoshu, Wang Mingyu, and Rong Xian's. The other side seems to be an experienced veteran. This price reduction is quite to the standard. It gives a feeling of being a lot, but actually is not that much. Wang Mingyu had been observing the situation. But so what? The Yeargoo market of the whole of Treasure Yellow Heaven is extremely big. How can you supply to the buyers of the whole 5 regions by yourself? In the end, the one to suffer will be yourself. We can clearly sell at a higher price. The 3 main sellers maintained their price, but several days later, they could not sit still. What's going on? This guy has so many Yeargoo? It almost seems to be endless. How could he accumulate so many Yeargoo? Something's wrong here. The moods of the 3 main sellers had become slightly heavy. But should they follow and reduce their price? They were hesitant. In the end, they had different mentalities. Fang Yuan was a newcomer. However much he earned would be fresh income. But these 3 main sellers were old veterans, and had a rough estimation of their profits every year. So if they were to reduce the price, their expected profits would decrease. Hesitation was natural. Several days later, Fang Yuan's sales were still going on fiercely. The 3 main sellers saw the situation was going in an unfavorable direction. Wang Mingyu was the first to discuss with the other 2 if they should also reduce the price. Xie Baoshu had a cold expression. Looking at this situation, this guy probably has enough stock. If we don't reduce our price, we simply won't be able to sell. That's right. Wang Mingyu added. This person's methods are not simple. He reduced the price just enough to suppress us 3. Rong Xian snorted. Whether we lose profits or not, it will have to be seen after selling all the Yeargoo. If we decrease the price too much, even if we sell a lot, we will still lose massive profits overall. What is the point of that? He did not approve of this method, still wanting to wait patiently for a while more. There was no other way. He did not have much stock. If he reduced the price, there would be a lot of buyers and his goods would be all sold. When others learned he was out of stock so early, his image and reputation would be damaged. But he could not do anything about it. Since the other two wanted to reduce the price, Reincarnation could only follow them. The price fell. As Fang Yuan's price fell, Xiaobao Shu and the other sellers had to lower their prices too after a few days. However, they did not lower their prices much, they were in sync at the same price as Fang Yuan. I am a newcomer in the Yirgu business, my identity is mysterious and unknown. Compared to me, Xiaobao Shu, Reincarnation, and Wang Ming, you are reputed figures with many years of experience, they are deeply trusted. Thus, as long as they lower their prices to match me, those who want to buy Yirgu will approach them instead. Fang Yuan knew deeply about the plan of Xiaobao Shu and the rest. This was the advantage that Xiaobao Shu and the rest had over Fang Yuan. Their years of being in the business had deeply affected the buyers, it was not a joke. However, so what if they do this? Fang Yuan smiled lightly. On the day Xiaobao Shu and the rest lowered their prices, Fang Yuan lowered his price again. The Gu Immortals in Treasure Yellow Heaven were focusing on this huge price war. The moment Fang Yuan lowered his price, news spread rapidly. Before long, many of the forces and Gu Immortals concerned about this matter learned about it. After hearing that Xiaobao Shu lowered his price, I wanted to buy from him. After all, I do that every year. True, except I prefer Reincarnation's goods. But that fourth seller lowered his price again. He is truly rich. He wants to challenge the three main sellers. The buyers were overjoyed and relaxed in this price war. They were the ones who benefited the most. Staying on the fence and watching this show, it was a very joyful thing to see. At the same price level, Fang Yuan was not their match, but the moment he lowered his prices, his advantage became huge. After all, Fang Yuan's goods were very high quality and cheap. Would those Gu Immortals be so stupid as to buy expensive goods instead? Thus, for the following day, Fang Yuan's business was booming. The other three sellers had no business. After hearing this, Central Continent Gu Immortal Reincarnation laughed, coldly of course. He spoke with the other two. Very interesting, this person really wants to challenge us to a price war. Wang Mingyu smiled. All these years, nobody could match our status. This time, I want to see how strong this person is. Xiaobao Shu added. Then let us lower our prices too. There was nothing to say, since Fang Yuan reduced his prices, the other three sellers followed. Their price was the same as Fang Yuan's Yirgu. They had hesitated earlier already. Since Fang Yuan was initiating the war, the three Gu Immortals were confident in their finances. They followed relentlessly. During the second price reduction, there was a small commotion in Treasure Yellow Heaven. The rest of the Gu Immortals started to get excited because they knew that this was only the second price fall, the war had just started, there was going to be a third and fourth time later. But it will depend on the mysterious fourth seller on when he reduces his price again. Any price reduction is a fall in profits for the seller himself. Earlier, the fourth seller initiated the war. While the three main sellers have no fear in joining in, they had full confidence in themselves. That's right, the third reduction might be coming soon, but we do not know when. The Gu Immortals conversed among each other. Normally speaking, it was very common to reduce prices in such situations, but there was an interval between each reduction. Because the seller needs to observe the market and think about the decisions to make. Reducing the price was a double-edged sword. It could undercut the competitors, but it would harm one's own benefits. If the seller saw good prospects in the market, they might not reduce prices anymore. They needed to defend their own benefits. If they reduced the prices further, even if they increased the quantity sold, they would not earn much profits. After all, competitors would reduce prices too. If the sellers refused to give in and constantly reduce prices, competing without restraint, they would collapse together. There were basically no Gu Immortals who would do this and ruin the market for everyone. The sellers were not stupid, they wanted to earn profits. If they only cared about competition and disregarded profits, why would they sell anything? Sellers were smart, but buyers were intelligent too. After the three sellers reduced their price to Fang Yuan's level, they stopped buying. The sales of Yirgu became very pathetic, because the most crucial person in this price war was Fang Yuan. And the moment Fang Yuan reduced his price, they would buy a bit. Why? Firstly, in terms of prices, Fang Yuan selling at a lower price would be more beneficial to them. Of course, they were encouraging him to continue competing with the three sellers and reduce prices. Eventually, Fang Yuan will be unable to endure it, because the one to lower the prices will suffer losses. But after the prices reach the lower limit, the buyers would benefit the most. If the four sellers end up at the same price, they would not buy the Yeargu from Fang Yuan. A price war made good use of such psychological tactics. After the second price reduction, the four sellers reached the same price again. Fang Yuan's actions were out of expectations. He was paying close attention to Treasure Yellow Heaven. The moment the three sellers reduced their price, he reacted and reduced his own price again. Many people were astonished. Fang Yuan's reaction was simply too fast. And from his speed, many people could sense his firm and determined attitude. He is well prepared for this. Rong Xian sighed. He felt a little pressure as he had the least stock among the sellers. Towards the later stages of this price war, when the commodity prices are low, sales would boom. By then, if he had low stock, it would be very awkward. There are buyers but no goods. Not only would he be out of the game, buyers would think of him as unreliable. His reputation accumulated over the years would be ruined. Rong Xian did not want that to happen. He asked others to refine Yeargu at full speed to replenish his stock while thinking if he should reduce prices again. More specifically, if he should reduce the price until his competitors could not and dare not try to follow him, because it would result in major losses. But he would not lower prices by too much. Buyers must continue to think that they could continue watching without doing anything. In that case, as long as he had enough time, Rong Xian could replenish his stocks and win at the final moments of the price war. However, in this case, if I reduce prices drastically, the other two parties will know that I do not have much stock now. Rong Xian was very hesitant. Since he could think of this to alleviate his crisis, the other two parties were also experienced sellers. They could naturally deduce his current situation. Deductions were not hard to do. People with experience were sensitive to such changes. That way, if Rong Xian did this, he would be exposing his weakness. He would likely get kicked out of the game earlier. Thus, not only was he hesitant, he had a headache. A huge headache. Because he needed to think about the buyer and seller mentality while also paying attention to his competitors. Right when he was hesitant and indecisive, Xie Baoshu and Wang Mingyu lowered their prices again. The price fell like earlier, maintained at the same level as Fang Yuan. They had sufficient stock, especially Wang Mingyu. They were not anxious. Since Fang Yuan wanted to compete and reduce prices, they would follow. After all, they would gain the market share if prices were equal. They had a huge advantage. This was the third drop in prices. After hearing news, Fang Yuan laughed heartily as cold light shone in his eyes. In that case, I will speed things up. This time he lowered prices again. And this fall was drastic, far beyond the earlier rounds. This time, there was a huge commotion in Treasure Yellow Heaven. The buyers were excited. This was the result that they wanted. They had waited so long for this victorious moment. It fell by this much? Xie Baoshu had a solemn expression. He could feel Fang Yuan's overpowering attitude. If the earlier few rounds were light punches, this was a heavy kick. But Xie Baoshu had to react to it. If not, he would be kicked out of this war. Buyers had no loyalty after all. Price wars were very cruel. Xie Baoshu was the first to lower prices, followed by Wang Mingyu as they reached the same prices again. Rong Xian had a huge headache. He had wanted to drop his prices drastically earlier, but in his moment of hesitation, the opponent acted before he did anything. This way, not only would his earlier plans be ruined, if he wanted to go ahead with it, he would need to reduce his prices even further. But that would be a dangerous price because if it becomes lower than the usual Yeargu sale price of previous years, the buyers would start buying enthusiastically. Or maybe that mysterious seller has little stock. He has the same plan as me. Rong Xian had his final bit of hope. He was the last to reduce his price, following the other three. They all lowered their prices. Ha ha ha. The buyers were very happy, but the happiest part had yet to come. When Rong Xian lowered his price, Fang Yuan continued to lower his Yeargu price again. And this time it was even larger than before. Treasure Yellow Heaven was in a commotion. The three sellers were shocked. This will be a tough one. Xiaobao Shu had a grim expression. He was originally relaxed and cool. He acted casually and without emotions, but now he could not contain himself anymore. Fang Yuan reduced the prices and shrunk the profits of the Yirgu business. For the three sellers, if they followed, they would suffer great loss of profits. He is going all out. Wang Mingyu was tongue-tied. She had a chilly feeling. She had not felt this for a long time already. Rong Xian's lingering bit of hope was smashed. Because he knew that the other party was not like him, they had ample stock and this price would definitely create a huge commotion in the sale of Yirgu this time round. I lost this time. Rong Xian smiled bitterly. He had no choice but to give up due to his low quantity. Forget about excuses, losses were often justified with reasoning, but people in this world did not care about reasons, they did not need your excuses. They only cared about victory or loss. Like what Rong Xian expected, after Fang Yuan lowered his price, there was a huge wave of commotion and purchases. Many buyers started to purchase Yirgu. Such a cheap price was rarely seen. If they did not make use of this chance, how could they? Huge transactions were ongoing. Fang Yuan was raking in huge profits. But the other three parties did not follow him. Xiaobao Shu and Wang Mingyu were hesitant. Earlier, Rong Xian hesitated. It was now their turn. If they followed Fang Yuan and lowered their prices too, their Yirgu would be sold rapidly as well. But if they did that, the profits would become too small. It would be far from their original expectations. But if they did not follow him, Fang Yuan would steal their business away. What should they do? The key to this was how much stock Fang Yuan had left. If Fang Yuan had excessive stock, Xiaobao Shu and the rest would need to follow him. The market was only this big, there was only a limited amount of demand, the more Fang Yuan sold, the less they would sell. But if Fang Yuan had insufficient stock, Xiaobao Shu and the rest would not need to lower prices, they just need to wait. After he finishes his stock, they would be able to sell at a higher price later. Their profits would be retained. They would win this fight after all. Thus, Xiaobao Shu and the rest started to think, who was this Fang Yuan exactly? Was he a man or a woman? Was he part of a force? Or an individual? Why was there no information about him earlier? Why did he appear out of nowhere? They could not understand. He appeared too suddenly. Actually, other than the three of them, the Yirgu market had other smaller sellers. But these people were quickly eliminated by them because they could not be the seller now. Right now, those small business owners probably have pale expressions while watching this intense price war. Thinking of this, Rong Xian's mood became slightly better. He was unlucky and would likely be the first person out of this race, but there were even more unlucky people besides him. It made him feel a little better in comparison. But he was just consoling himself. It could not affect the reality of things. No matter how they thought about it, the three sellers could not decipher Fang Yuan's background. To play safe, Xiaobao Shu and Wang Mingyu decided to follow after Fang Yuan and reduce prices too, until they match him. But Rong Xian did not follow them. It seems that Rong Xian thinks the seller does not have much stock, Xiaobao Shu thought. But he did not know that Rong Xian was out of options. He had little stock. If he reduced prices by that much, the heated sales would deplete his stock. He would be out of the competition. He would rather keep his prices and take a gamble. If Fang Yuan had little stock, he would win and continue to stay in this. If not, he would lose, but that was no different from lowering prices anyway. Xiaobao Shu did not know about Rong Xian's problem. He felt that he was gambling on Fang Yuan not having enough Yirgu. But Xiaobao Shu had a stable mindset. He wanted to follow because that was the safest option. As for Wang Mingyu, after some consideration, she also made the same choice as Xiaobao Shu. But with her woman's intuition, she had more suspicions. She thought, why did Rong Xian not lower his price? Is he making a gamble? Or does he know the other party's background? Or does he have any evidence or news about it? If Rong Xian knew about Fang Yuan's background, it was possible that he would not tell the two of them about it. He was sitting on the fence and watching. This was advantageous to Rong Xian. Thus, Wang Mingyu contacted Rong Xian and tried to probe him. Rong Xian received Wang Mingyu's transmission and felt helpless about it. He felt some sympathy towards her. Overall, he had a complex emotion now. Thus, the current situation was Fang Yuan, Xiabao Shu, and Wang Mingyu had the same price, while Rong Xian's price was higher than them. At this time, large numbers of Gu immortals started to buy Year Gu, or started to prepare to buy them. Everyone was moved. This price was lower than ever before. It was an alluring price. Wait for an even lower price? The buyers shook their heads. It could not go much lower anymore. The buyers were smart, but the sellers were not stupid either. Thus, when Fang Yuan lowered his price again, everyone was stunned. Did I hear wrongly? They lowered the price again? And by such a huge amount. Oh my, what is going on? Is this new seller stupid? The buyers were in disbelief. I do not care if he is stupid or has other objectives. I know that his Year Gu are genuine products, and he is selling at this price indeed. If I do not buy now, I will be the fool. A Gu immortal cried out in his mind. But others were like this too. A huge amount of Gu immortal divine senses or wills surrounded Fang Yuan's stall. The heated scene was unprecedented. Buy, buy, buy. The Gu immortals were filled with this thought. It had never been this cheap before. If they wait until that fool realizes his prices are too low, it would be too late. The buyers felt a strong sense of urgency. What is this person doing? After seeing this, Xiabao Shu lost his cool. If he followed this price, his profits would be reduced to just a sliver. For example, in previous years, if a Year Gu could earn 100 each, if he follows Fang Yuan's price, he would only get single-digit profits per Gu. Why did he spend so much effort on growing vicissitude trees? Wasn't it to nurture Year Gu and earn profits? If he reduced his prices to Fang Yuan's level, his profits would be gone. This price was way below his bottom line. If he had to sell at this price, he would rather keep the goods. But Xiabao Shu frowned. He fell into deep contemplation. At the same time, Wang Mingyu was worried. Her situation was the same as Xiabao Shu. If she followed Fang Yuan, her profits would be unacceptable. But should she stop selling? It was not so simple. If they did not follow and Fang Yuan's stock was huge, the market in Treasure Yellow Heaven would be completely taken over by Fang Yuan. There was another possibility. Fang Yuan was purposely lowering the price as a tactic. It was possible that he had only purposely lowered it this much to probe the other sellers, or to raise his own reputation. If I do not follow, I would be showing weakness, but I can preserve my strength. If I follow him, I would be clashing with that newcomer in a crazy manner. After thinking about it for a while, Wang Mingyu decided to follow him. But at this time, Xiabao Shu had already stopped. The sale price of the Year Gu in the market was lowest at Fang Yuan and Wang Mingyu, followed by Xiabao Shu and Rong Xian at the highest. Evidently, nobody was buying from those two shops. Most of the buyers were at Fang Yuan's and Wang Mingyu's shops. Xiabao Shu was observing the situation. He needed to know if Fang Yuan was putting up a front or if he really had the foundation. Wang Mingyu was very nervous, because the sale price was losing her a lot of profits. And among the three sellers, she was the only one left. Rong Xian became the most relaxed person. He was watching them fight. It is about time to deal the final blow. Fang Yuan was very calm. At this point, he had probed the bottom line of these three sellers. Even though Wang Mingyu was still contesting with him, according to the usual market situation, the three sellers were about the same level. Even if Wang Mingyu was superior, it was not by much. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan lowered his price again. But this time, he only reduced it by a tiny little bit. However, this small drop in price was like a sharp blade stabbing into the three sellers' hearts. Rong Xian turned pale. Xiabao Shu squinted with a dark expression on his face. Wang Mingyu clenched her fists. She gritted her teeth and said in shock, "Why? Why go this far?" Fang Yuan's drop in price was small, but very fatal. It was lower than the cost price of these three sellers. Since Year Gu was being sold, there were costs involved in obtaining them. Rong Xian needed Gu materials. He spent immortal essence to refine them using Gu refinement methods. Xiabao Shu had vicissitude trees. He also needed manpower and resources. Even though Wang Mingyu could capture Year Gu from the tributary of the River of Time, the method used required immortal essences, and funds were needed to manage the tributary of the river of time. Selling below the cost price, that would be a true loss. This was a move usually done by those who had a surplus of stock and could not sell them, or if they had an urgent need for funds, this was a desperate choice. If one did this in a price war, the competitors might be fine, but the person themselves would suffer a major loss first. This was too harsh. It was harsh to others and also harsh to themselves. Wang Mingyu was shocked. She did not dare to follow him. She would be an idiot if she did. This was year gu. The gu was actually sold at a loss. What did that mean? The buyers were shocked too. This price was out of their imaginations. They were tongue-tied, completely in disbelief. But soon, the gu immortals present reacted. Treasure Yellow Heaven was in a huge commotion. Countless gu immortals surrounded Fang Yuan's stall tightly. The situation was completely chaotic and heated. This was no longer about buying. They were earning profits. Buying year gu at this price, according to usual market prices, they were buying it at a profit. Countless transactions were undergoing. Even those who already bought year gu came back and purchased from Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan's business was unthinkably booming. The other three sellers were completely ousted. They were in pathetic states. But at this time, the three sellers stopped being anxious. Who is this newcomer? He is so fierce in his moves, but I am afraid he has messed up now. Hee. Observe. I will observe. I refuse to believe that he can maintain the price of the year gu at this low level. The three sellers were waiting for the time when Fang Yuan's losses became too severe. But Fang Yuan could go on endlessly. Because he was using rank 8 immortal gu, years flow like water. The cost behind the production of year gu was merely his immortal essence used to activate the rank 8 immortal gu. Fang Yuan's production had costs, of course. But his cost was far lower compared to the three sellers. If their cost price was 10, his was only 3 or 4. Anyone could sell year gu. The quality of the goods was similar in most cases. The competition here was really only dependent on their cost. Fang Yuan sold at this price, but he could still earn profits, while the three sellers would sell at a loss. They were unable to sell, but Fang Yuan could dump his stock. The victor of this price war was decided from the start. It was undoubtedly Fang Yuan. It is finally over. This price war was truly interesting. Zhao Lian Yun sighed internally. The sale of year gu ended in Fang Yuan's victory. Many gu immortals were shocked by the results. Such situations were rare. The newcomer actually defeated 3 seniors in this market. Most of the people were originally thinking that the newcomer was a wolf while the 3 sellers were tigers and lions. But in the end, the newcomer was not a wolf but a dragon. The 3 sellers were not his match. They lost terribly and could not sell their year gu. For the following period, this year gu competition's influence will continue to spread. It will become a tale for people to talk about. Gu immortals would reminiscence over it. Zhao Lianyun started to think about this price war. She wanted to gain knowledge from this price war, so as to learn something useful for herself. Then, why did the newcomer win in this battle while the long-time sellers lost? Zhao Lianyun asked herself. Next, she answered herself. Because the newcomer has great strength, even if the 3 sellers worked together, they were not her match. Using absolute strength to sweep the market? Zhao Lianyun was slightly dazed before smiling bitterly. She wanted to learn how to enter the market as a newcomer. Even though Fang Yuan's method seemed ingenious and meticulous, he had unparalleled strength to sweep the market and suppress all his competitors. Zhao Lianyun could learn nothing from him, because he used absolute strength. Since the newcomer has such strength, why did he not reduce the price from the start? Zhao Lianyun asked herself. She felt like Fang Yuan's actions were a bit pointless. But soon, when she thought again, realization flashed across her eyes. I understand. Starting at a high price and gradually reducing it can earn more profits than dropping the prices immediately. He can also probe the 3 sellers' bottom lines. Finally, he is trying to assert dominance. The thoughts in Zhao Lianyun's mind clashed continuously. After this competition ended, the newcomer won. It was no surprise he won with such strength, but he is definitely not satisfied with just one win. The newcomer wants to dominate Treasure Yellow Heaven's market. Not only does he want to defeat the 3 sellers, he wants to drive these people out of the market. This person is so overbearing. Sigh. When can I possess such strength too? Zhao Lianyun thought of this and sighed deeply to herself. She had just started managing an immortal aperture. She was very far from Fang Yuan's level of development. No matter what, she had already etched Fang Yuan's fatty will to her mind. Zhao Lianyun saw him as a mountain. She who had just become a Gu immortal could only watch and admire him. Rong Xian, Wang Mingyu, and Xie Baoshu were discussing among themselves. Sigh. Where did this person come from? They have such great strength, able to satisfy the entire market in treasure yellow heaven alone. Our Yirgu are literally unsellable now. Wang Mingyu sighed. It is not so simple. He is trying to get rid of us entirely. Xie Baoshu was pale, his voice was turning shrill. Brother Xie is right, this person is selling Yirgu at such a low price. For the next few years, the market for Yirgu will shrink immensely. No matter who it is, they are going overboard. Not only did they take the bulk of the profit, they also refused to leave us any leftovers. Rong Xian had a grim expression. The three sellers had Yirgu, but they could not sell any. Yirgu was needed by everyone. Fang Yuan supplied this huge quantity. It caused a tremendous amount of sales, but these three could not get rid of any of their stock. Since Yirgu were easy to raise, they only fed on the water of the river of time. It was not hard to accumulate them at all. This way, not just now, for the next few years, the three sellers would not be able to sell their Yirgu. And for the buyers, since they had Yirgu themselves, why would they buy more? Unless the price was even lower, they might want to accumulate a bit more. But the three sellers could naturally not sell their Yirgu at Fang Yuan's price. The three sellers stored their Yirgu up for now. But what was the use of that? After 2 to 3 years, when the market regains its demand for Yirgu after fully digesting Fang Yuan's sales, the price of Yirgu will rise again. By then, the three sellers would be able to sell it, but Fang Yuan could do the same. If he did the same thing again, the three sellers would not be able to sell off their Yirgu once more. This was strength. With such a difference in strength, no plots or schemes could work. Fang Yuan was a very intelligent person, but this time he acted straightforwardly. It was most effective to directly crush them. The three sellers became quiet after a while of discussion. The atmosphere was very heavy, because they knew clearly that as long as Fang Yuan had the strength, they would not have an easy time in the future. Even though the sale of Yirgu would not disappear, their profits from this business would shrink drastically. They would need to give up on the market in treasure yellow heaven. Right now, we can only hope that this person is putting up a front, that his actions were all just to scare us off. Wang Mingyu smiled bitterly and broke the silence. The other two immortals shook their heads. This was very unlikely. We can work together, Rong Xian said quickly. This was a solution. In the past, the three of them fought and competed. Only after a while did they set an agreement to work together and gain profits together for a long time. But how can we cooperate with him? The difference in strength is apparent. Wang Mingyu sighed. Xie Baoshu analyzed calmly. That will depend on our ability. If Yirgu cannot convince him, we will need to discuss other things. What if he does not agree? Wang Mingyu asked again. Xie Baoshu was silent. Rong Xian sighed bitterly. If he does not agree and wants us out of the business, we can only give up on the Yirgu business. There was nothing that could be done about it. Competition was cruel. Fang Yuan's strength made it impossible for the three sellers. They could only give up on Yirgu. But how could they give up so easily? The profit of the Yirgu business was sustaining them and the super forces behind them. Now that it was destroyed, who could handle the outcome? No, I cannot give up on the Yirgu business. Xie Baoshu gritted his teeth. He was a lone cultivator. He had been relying on Yirgu to support his cultivation and connections to others. With this loss, it was a detrimental blow to him. Wang Mingyu's situation was slightly better than Xie Baoshu. She was once a lone immortal. She had turned over to the righteous path and joined a super force. Even if there were no profits here, it was not her responsibility. On the other hand, she could rely on her husband and the clan behind them. Rong Xian had the smallest pressure. Because he was also a member of a super force, it was a central continent super force with deep foundations. And most importantly, he obtained Yirgu from refining Gu. If he did not need year goo, he could just stop refining it. It was easy for him to change businesses. Cooperate with me? Fang Yuan soon received their transmissions, he sneered. Why would he cooperate? He could easily devour the market alone. Why would he hand over the profits to them? Fang Yuan rejected them immediately. 12 million immortal essence stones. These were Fang Yuan's gains in the price war. Even though his price was low, the quantity sold was too immense, he still accumulated a huge sum. When I drive these 3 sellers out of the market, I will be able to raise prices slightly. But for the next few years, the 3 sellers will likely still stay in here. Fang Yuan evaluated. On one hand, they were unwilling to give up. On the other hand, they wanted to probe Fang Yuan's foundation and see if he was scamming them. And finally, even though Treasure Yellow Heaven's market was taken by Fang Yuan, not everyone bought things from Treasure Yellow Heaven. For example, Wang Ming used Superforce behind her would buy a huge portion of her year goo. Other than that, there were many forces which would buy their year goo even if prices were higher to maintain relationships. Of course, as long as Fang Yuan continued to dominate the market of Treasure Yellow Heaven using such methods, in 5 to 6 years, these 3 sellers would have an even harder time. After all, the prices were too low. Even with their deep relationships, buyers would want to buy from Fang Yuan. In the entire Goo Immortal World's market, Treasure Yellow Heaven was a huge proportion of it. From now on, Fang Yuan only needed to dominate Treasure Yellow Heaven. He would eventually influence the other markets and become the biggest seller of the year goo business in the entire Goo Immortal World. As for the others, even if they could do some year goo business, they could not compare to him. After repaying my debts, I still have 10 million immortal essence stones left. But for the next 2 to 3 years, this way of getting profits cannot be used. While Fang Yuan was thinking of how to use these immortal essence stones to manage his immortal aperture, Sixth Hair approached him. He gave Fang Yuan some excellent news. Elder Fang Yuan, the food path immortal goo that you wanted me to refine has been created. A small food path immortal goo was in the center of Fang Yuan's palm. It was green throughout, about the size of an adult's thumb, but its body was split into 6 segments like a caterpillar, and on its forehead, there was a silver horn. At this moment, it was lying around in Fang Yuan's palm, rolling around according to Fang Yuan's will. It had been refined already. When refinement path goo immortals successfully refine immortal goo, in most situations, the immortal goo would have already been refined by them. That meant Sixth Hair was the owner of this food path immortal goo. But due to Sixth Hair handing it over to him, Fang Yuan could easily refine this food path immortal goo compared to wild immortal goo. Rank 6 food path immortal goo, snack. This was one of the goo that Fang Yuan wanted Lang Yasek to refine. After inheriting Purple Mountain True Monarch's inheritance, he had requested Lang Yasek to refine 3 immortal goo for him. And right now they had already been completed. They were rank 7 immortal goo self-love, rank 6 immortal goo cleanse soul, and rank 6 immortal goo snack. These 3 immortal goo were needed by Fang Yuan urgently. Self-love immortal goo was very useful. It was the core of self-cleansing. It was necessary to him. Fang Yuan could get away from Heavenly Court's investigative methods due to it. Even though cleanse soul immortal goo was rank 6, the difficulty of refining it was the biggest among the 3. But after refining it, Fang Yuan solved the soul path trap on the 8-arm immortal zombie body. He could use the light of wisdom once again. It was incredibly useful to him. As for snack immortal goo, it was a food path immortal goo. Fang Yuan needed it to solve the problem of feeding his immortal goo. The immortal goo recipe of snack immortal goo came from Shadow Sect. The source was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. In his life, he had killed the Beastman Goo Immortal and obtained his food path true inheritance. That Beastman Goo Immortal was the legendary figure who created food path. Seniors paved the way for juniors. The food path true inheritance in Fang Yuan's hands was the most authentic one in the world. After injecting Red Date Immortal Essence, Snack Immortal Goo's caterpillar body shook like it had gotten drunk. Its lower half sprawled out on Fang Yuan's palm, while the upper half stood up and shook its head. In the process, its green body turned red, until it turned into a lava-like color. At the same time, its slim body became thicker gradually. Plop. Eventually, it spat out a large amount of sticky yellowish liquid from its mouth, before it shriveled and shrunk until it was smaller than normal. Its body also turned from red to pale white, like it had been weakened. With the food path true inheritance, Fang Yuan knew clearly that snack immortal goo had a restricted usage. After each usage, it needed time to heal before it could be used again. If Fang Yuan used it continuously beyond its limits, it would spit out a large amount of yellowish water before dying rapidly. Only when it recovers and its leaves turn green again could it be activated once more. Fang Yuan placed snack immortal goo into his immortal aperture before turning his attention to the yellowish liquid. This liquid was very special. It floated in the air and did not land. It shrunk into a small ball. It was like an egg that has the white and yolk mixed together. This yellowish liquid was what Fang Yuan wanted to get. With it, he could feed his immortal goo in place of a portion of the food they needed. For other rank 6 immortal goo, this yellowish liquid could make up 6% of their food. The effect was weaker for rank 7 immortal goo. 6% seemed little, but snack immortal goo could be used again in a few days. It would squirt out another glob of yellowish liquid. If he accumulated it, it would be very helpful towards the feeding of his immortal goo. Of course, there was a limit to the amount of yellowish liquid that he could use. It could replace a maximum of 40% of the immortal goo's food. Beyond that, it would not have any effect. Fang Yuan took out an immortal goo as it quickly devoured the yellowish liquid. The test was completed perfectly. Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction while sighing internally. He had wanted food path methods long ago because since rebirth he had many immortal goo with him. He had a huge burden of feeding them. Before now, Fang Yuan had been very busy in feeding his immortal goo. To think that I would obtain a food path true inheritance from my great enemy Shadow Sect. And it is actually the best food path true inheritance in the world. And the process of refining snack immortal goo was much easier than cleanse soul and self-love. The refinement of immortal goo was really hard to estimate. In order to refine cleanse soul, Fang Yuan failed many times, but when refining snack immortal goo, he only made 5 attempts. Success on the 5th try was a huge surprise. With this snack immortal goo, Fang Yuan's pressure of feeding immortal goo was much smaller. By reducing the food of rank 6 immortal goo by 40% and replacing it with immortal essence. Even though the effect was weaker on rank 7 and 8 immortal goo, his burden was much lighter now. After all, Fang Yuan had a huge number of immortal goo with him now. Snack immortal goo held huge value to him. A few days later, Fang Yuan successfully bought a batch of desolate plants from Treasure Yellow Heaven. This batch of desolate plants was a thin layer of green fungal lawn. It lived on the surface of multicolored coral groups. It was light shine fungi. Light shine fungi lived deep in Eastern Sea. It was pure darkness there without any light. Due to the profundities of nature, the light shine fungi grew in that area and emitted an intense light, turning the dark sea into a shining area, like it was daytime. Fang Yuan had once tried to buy a batch in the Eastern Sea auction, but back then, Tonghua only wanted to trade them. Afterwards, she sold them in Treasure Yellow Heaven, and after some evaluation, the price got lower and lower. Initially, the Goo Immortals were very interested in this desolate plant. But afterwards, the buyers found out that this desolate plant was most suited to live in the completely dark deep sea. There was immense water pressure at that depth as well. After leaving this environment, even though the light shine fungi would not die, they would shrivel and emit a weak candle-like light. In this situation, Fang Yuan negotiated with Tonghua and bought all the light shine fungi that she had at the lowest price possible. Fang Yuan first placed a portion into his immortal aperture's mini Eastern Sea to nurture them. Next, he experimented on the remaining amount. He needed to modify this desolate plant so that it would change its characteristics and be usable to him. Fang Yuan's wood path attainment level was ordinary, but he was very confident. On one hand, he had too many methods. Shadow Sect's inheritances along with Langya Sect's true inheritances gave him a large number of modification methods, among which involved wood path, soul path, refinement path, and others. On the other hand, Fang Yuan had the ultimate trump card, the light of wisdom. Even if these methods were not useful, he could deduce his own way. In the vast Eastern Sea, waves were rumbling. Wind and waves swept towards a nameless island. It was not dusk yet, but the sky was already dark. Tonghua flew as she raised her head. Seeing the dark clouds looming over her in the sky, She sensed that a storm was brewing. She was feeling vexed, but her expression was calm. She quickly flew above the nameless island as she saw one person standing at the highest part of the island, looking at the sea and sky. I have kept you waiting. Tong Hua landed towards the Gu Immortal as she bowed. The mysterious Gu Immortal turned around and revealed his appearance. He was an elderly man with a tall nose and thin eyes. He was smiling now as he said calmly, "No worries. Fairy Tong Hua, I need to congratulate you. I heard that you sold all of your light shine fungi in Treasure Yellow Heaven." This elderly Gu Immortal was an Eastern Sea Rank 7 Enslavement Path Gu Immortal, Ren Xiaoping. Fairy Tong Hua nodded as she handed Ren Xiaoping a large amount of immortal essence stones. Ren Xiaoping inspected it before hesitating purposely. "Fairy, if I counted correctly, the sum is a little lacking." Fairy Tong Hua had a grim expression. She nodded. "I will return you most of it first. I will repay the rest at a later time." Ren Xiaoping nodded. "Very wise. According to our agreement, the lower your remaining debt is, the less interest you pay. It seems that you will be able to repay it soon." Fairy Tong Hua snorted. Of course. She had gone through a tribulation earlier. The rebuilding of her immortal aperture took a lot of funds. She had to borrow. Ren Xiaoping was one of the lenders. He lent her the most amount of immortal essence stones. But her agreement with Ren Xiaoping was also the strictest one with the highest interest rate. Originally, Fairy Tong Hua was in a terrible condition, but to think that Fang Yuan actually bought all of her light shine fungi, she regained some funds. Returning most of the debt at once, her crisis was greatly alleviated. Fairy Tong Hua had little pressure in returning the rest of the debt, including the interest. After the transaction, Fairy Tong Hua did not want to stay anymore. She was about to leave when Ren Xiaoping said, "Fairy, wait. What matter do you have? If you want to lend more immortal essence stones, forgive me, but I will not borrow any." Fairy Tong Hua frowned lightly as she said coldly. Ren Xiaoping smiled. "Don't worry, Fairy. That is not it. I have an incomplete true inheritance in my hands. It is from a wood path great expert long ago. Don't you want to modify the light shine fungi? I believe this true inheritance will be of great help to you." Fairy Tong Hua became suspicious. "How did you know that I was modifying the light shine fungi?" Ren Xiaoping chuckled. "You did not conceal this matter. I easily found out about it with some investigation." Fairy Tong Hua had a grim expression, matching the terrible weather. Splash, splash, splash. Great winds blew. Waves crashed on the shore of the nameless island, creating huge ripples. Ren Xiaoping was right. Tong Hua had invested too much into modifying the light shine fungi, causing her finances to crumble. She was forced to borrow funds to maintain her financial situation. If not for that, with her foundation, she could sustain the cost of rebuilding the immortal aperture. After a while of silence, Fairy Tong Hua asked, "Which Wood Path great expert are you referring to?" Ren Xiaoping smiled. "Wood Path Gu Immortal Kue Wu Zi? Have you heard of him?" Fairy Tong Hua was slightly surprised. "He is a wood path great expert indeed with rank 8 cultivation level. But in history, he was famous for battle strength. His immortal aperture management was not good." Ren Xiaoping shook his head, saying in a confident tone, "Fairy, that is not true. You have that impression because Kue Wu Zi's battle strength was too stunning. It overshadowed his ability to manage the immortal aperture. The truth is, he was quite impressive. Without immortal aperture foundation, battle strength is pointless to some degree. Furthermore, even if his management was not good, he was still a rank 8 Gu Immortal and was from Wood Path. He is definitely very useful to you, that is undeniable." Tong Hua was moved, she thought. I had been facing problems with modifying light shine fungi earlier. The reason was not my light path attainment level but wood path instead. If I can get this incomplete true inheritance, it would likely help me in this problem and the modification of the light shine fungi would succeed. Thinking of this, Tong Hua hesitated before asking Ren Xiaoping, "What is the price of Kue Wu Zi's true inheritance?" Ren Xiaoping thought, the fish has taken the bait. But he said, not high at all." Both sides negotiated, but eventually, Fairy Tonghua bought the true inheritance of Kue Wuzi from Ren Xiaoping and left the nameless island. The moment she left, a storm started. Both the sky and sea were of the same dark murky color. Crack. A loud thunder and a snake-like lightning flashed across heaven and earth. At this instant, the lightning reflected on Ren Xiaoping's face. He was smiling like his scheme had succeeded. I succeeded. Tonghua was deceived by the reputation of Kue Wuzi. His true inheritance is actually not very helpful to her, especially after I took out some crucial information from it. Lightshine fungus is a desolate plant. How can it be easy to modify a desolate plant? Especially when Tonghua cultivates light path instead of wood path. How can she succeed without years of research? Northern Plains, Langya blessed land. Feng Yuan's divine sense entered his sovereign immortal aperture. Immortal killer move light fungus radiance. Feng Yuan activated his immortal killer move, creating a burst of orange-yellow light. The orange light shone on the green lightshine fungi as it started to transform. The lightshine fungi was dyed at a rapid rate. It gradually changed colors from green to pure white. A moment later, the immortal killer move was successfully activated. Feng Yuan only saw pure white lightshine fungi in front of him. The lightshine fungi was different from before. Instead of wilting, they radiated with strong light. Feng Yuan used his investigative methods to check it before nodding in satisfaction. Excellent. The lightshine fungus modification was quite successful. I can start a wide-scale plantation now. Feng Yuan's wood path attainment was even lower than Fairy Tonghua. But he had the light of wisdom to assist his thinking. He also had shadow sex and Langya sex inheritances. He had a vast amount of foundational knowledge. He also had access to a huge number of immortal goo, and could even borrow more. Due to many reasons, he managed to create the immortal killer move light fungus radiance. This move used perseverance immortal goo, self-love immortal goo, and would sprout immortal goo as the cores, with snack immortal goo supplementing them, to allow green light shine fungi to transform into pure white light shine fungi, suited for the environment of the sky. Among them, would sprout immortal goo was borrowed from Langya sect. Perseverance and self-love were Feng Yuan's to begin with. As for snack immortal goo, he had just refined it. It was quite a surprise that it was useful so quickly. Afterwards, Feng Yuan placed the lightshine fungi into mini orange heaven and mini white heaven. There was a field of aurora lights in mini orange heaven. Within the aurora lights were fruits known as flowing light fruits. As for mini white heaven, there was a field of multicolored overlord flowers. After placing the lightshine fungi there, the two places started to shine intensely. Due to this influence, mini orange heaven's aurora lights started to expand. Even though the extent was mild, as time passes, this would be a substantial change. As for mini white heaven, the multicolored overlord flowers also became energized. Be it the aurora lights or multicolored overlord flowers, they needed intense lights. The modified pure white lightshine fungi could float in the sky. They were very helpful to the areas. Feng Yuan was satisfied after inspecting them. As long as these two areas are developed at this rate, I will be able to satisfy the food requirements of Attitude Goo and Wisdom Sword Goo. Feng Yuan had 3 rank 8 immortal goo. Years flow like water consumed the water of the river of time. There were no issues with its food. Attitude Goo and Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo were harder to deal with. All along, Feng Yuan had been worried about this, and now he saw hope of finally resolving this. Furthermore, the lightshine fungus can reproduce by itself. When the scale of my lightshine fungi increases in the future, it will become another business that I can engage in. This was highly possible. The pure white lightshine fungus that Feng Yuan modified was marketable. It was much better than the original lightshine fungus. If he sold it, it would receive much attention and interest. Feng Yuan had already planned. He was going to nurture both versions of the lightshine fungus. He would place a portion of the green lightshine fungi into mini Eastern Sea, while putting most of his attention on the pure white lightshine fungi. After satisfying his own needs, he would sell the rest. Let me count. To get the lightshine fungi into a scale that satisfies my needs, I will need to invest 2 million immortal essence stones. To make it into a business and sell it to others, I will need to invest another 1.8 million immortal essence stones. The feeding of rank 8 immortal goo was too high of a burden. In total, he would need 4 million immortal essence stones. But if he succeeds, he would have a monopoly over this market. It was extremely profitable. For the next 2 to 3 years, the year goo market would be oversupplied. Even for the next 4 to 5 years, Treasure Yellow Heavens market would be very lacking in demand. Because goo immortals already had a lot of year goo stocked up in their inventories. Just earlier, Fang Yuan created a huge commotion. The sale of year goo also affected the market of month goo and day goo. Fang Yuan wanted to create a new business. Lightshine fungi was a good choice. Of course, the prospects could not match guts goo. After he sells the modified Lightshine fungi for some time, people will learn about the details and modify it themselves. Meanwhile, only Dang Hun Mountain could produce guts goo. Next, I will release the restraints and restore the sovereign immortal aperture's rate of time back to normal. Northern Plains, Northern Icy Plain. A blizzard was blowing. Snow was falling above the glacier. Under this glacier, a negotiation filled with heavy atmosphere was underway. The two groups of variant humans who lived here in seclusion, the Rockmen and Snowmen, were engaging in negotiation due to a territorial dispute earlier. Right now, this negotiation had been going on for 6 days and 6 nights. Moli region belongs to my Rockman tribe. It had been part of our territory since 400 years ago. This is the bottom line of our Rockman tribe. I hope the Snowmen can understand us. Shirzong spoke loudly. His voice echoed in the room. The Rockman Goo immortals who were engaged in the negotiation were extremely stubborn. Meanwhile, the Snowman Goo immortals had dark and unsightly expressions. The Rockman tribe was very firm on this topic. It was an immense pressure on the Snowmen. Snowman Goo immortal Bing Yuan said, "That was the case 400 years ago. But afterwards, a senior Goo immortal in our tribe won a bet against you. First Supreme Elder Shirzong, and this Moli region was the wager." Shirzong waved his hand rapidly. "That was just a joke. It should not be taken for real." Bing Yuan smiled coldly. "An agreement was set back then." Shirzong had a solemn expression, countering, "Where is the agreement now?" Bing Yuan was so angry she could not speak. This Shirzong, not only did he use information path methods to get rid of the agreement, he even denied the bet. As the first supreme elder of the Rockman tribe, he was simply too shameless. But the Snowman Goo immortals understood why, even though they were furious. Because there was just too little territory in this icy plain. After living here for so long, the Rockmen and Snowmen had propagated beyond the sustainable number for this place. Shirzong was being so shameless to get back Moli region. It was for the sake of the Rockmen, and for their overall benefit. But in this case, the Snowman tribe's benefits were infringed. Eventually, this difficult negotiation had a result. The Snowmen lost while the Rockmen won. They gained control of Moli region. Immediately, the Rockmen ordered the Snowmen to leave Moli region, to hand over the space to the Rockmen in charge. After returning to their territory, rank 7 Goo Immortal Bingj was said angrily, "These Rockmen are too much. How can they distort facts just because they have the rank 8 battle strength immemorial rock dragon?" Bing Yuan consoled him. "Stay calm, Bingjua. Haven't we known about the Rockman tribe's attitude for the last 1,000 years? The Snowmen and Rockmen were living together in the northern icy plain. But the Rockmen had the advantage over them. There was only one reason: the rank 8 battle strength immemorial rock dragon. With such powerful strength, the Rockmen gained the advantage in many conflicts between the two tribes and defended their own benefits. Upon hearing the immemorial rock dragon, Bingj was rage-fated. He sighed helplessly. "Sigh! Rank 8 battle strength immemorial rock dragon. If we had rank 8 battle strength too, we would contest them evenly. That would be great." Bing Yuan was silent for a moment before saying, "It is not impossible to gain rank 8 battle strength. I have a plan. If we succeed, the immemorial rock dragon will be nothing compared to it." Bingjua heard this and his eyes shone. "What plan? Tell me." "Actually, I have been planning this for some time. At this current moment, we have an opportunity. I will tell you," Bing Yuan said. Bingjua heard this and called out, "You mean Lu Guanyi? Wait, no, Fang Yuan?" Lu Guanyi's true identity, which was Fang Yuan, had been exposed by Heavenly Court long ago to the world. Even though the snowman tribe were isolated, they still learned of such important details. Fang Yuan undoubtedly has rank 8 battle strength. He even has the upper extreme heavenly eagle, and we've had a relationship for some time. If we let Shui be married to him, we would have a marriage connection with him. He will be tied to our tribe. With this, our tribe will no longer be bullied by the rockmen. Furthermore, having a rank 8 to defend us will be extremely helpful for our development. Bing Yuan said. Bing Zhua thought while nodding. Indeed, Fang Yuan is a human, but he has countless enemies. He has also joined Langya sect. There is no problem with his allegiance. But wait! Bing Zhua looked at Bing Yuan. We have a relationship with him? Why do I recall that we only fought him and ambushed him? Even though we made up later, we are far from having an actual relationship. Bing Yuan smiled. Bing Zhua, you were in seclusion to modify your killer move earlier. Therefore you are unaware. During this period of time, Fang Yuan used all of Lang Yasek's strength to refine immortal goo. He met with difficulty in the process and needed the immortal material Snow Lotus Essence. I made the decision to sell a lot of our Snow Lotus Essence to Lang Yasek's 6th heir to help him out. So that's it. Bing Zhua realized, but he soon frowned. Since it is a transaction, we gained from it too. Why did we not just gift him the Snow Lotus Essence? Bing Yuan smiled bitterly. This matter had many implications. I had no choice but to do that. Firstly, I did not have a strong desire towards the marriage connection. Secondly, if we gifted it to him without cost, Fang Yuan is not a stupid person, he might not accept it. Thirdly, if everyone knows about it, the Rockman tribe would become suspicious of our intentions. Bing Zhua nodded and did not speak. He understood that rather than a relationship, they had only barely started to build one with him. It was very difficult to have a marriage connection with him. Because earlier, when Fang Yuan had the upper extreme heavenly eagle, the snowman had expressed goodwill to Fang Yuan, but he was extremely cold to them. And right now, Fang Yuan had rank 8 battle strength with the upper extreme heavenly eagle as well. His status had elevated even further. If the snowmen wanted to ally with him through marriage, they were not the ones helping him, they were trying to raise their own status. The snowmen did not know that Fang Yuan had lost the upper extreme heavenly eagle. But Bing Yuan had more confidence than Bing Zhua. She said, "Don't worry. My granddaughter has incredible looks and is a Gu immortal. She is the perfect person to marry. How can the rock men surpass us in this? We have the advantage. Even though our marriage connection ends in us relying on him, Fang Yuan can also receive our help. It is beneficial to him. Let alone anything else, we at least have Snow Lotus Essence. Or rather, even if this plan fails, there are no problems, our relationship with Fang Yuan will not worsen. We can try." This reasoning finally moved Bing Zhua. The latter nodded. "Let's try it." Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Swoosh swoosh. The water of the river of time splashed with a grand commotion, reverberating in Fang Yuan's ears. Fang Yuan's divine sense swept around. After some observation, there were no issues, he retracted his divine sense. Using the time path methods from Heifan True Inheritance, Fang Yuan restored the rate of time in his sovereign immortal aperture back to its original speed. The rate of time in the sovereign immortal aperture was very fast, it far surpassed super-grade blessed lands. In terms of space path, there was more than 335,000 square kilometers of space in it. In terms of time path, the speed was 1 to 60 compared to the outside world. The 10 extreme physique blessed land only had about a 1 to 40 rate of time. As for high-grade blessed lands, the time was about 1 to 30, half of the sovereign immortal aperture. At the same time, the immortal aperture origin core had a deep foundation. 96 immortal essence beads were produced in the immortal aperture each year. In terms of outside time, it was 16 immortal essence beads per day. Fang Yuan was a rank 7 Gu immortal now, so he obtained 16 red date immortal essence beads daily. 16 red date immortal essence beads, in terms of immortal essence stones, that was 1600 immortal essence stones. That was to say, even if Fang Yuan did nothing every day, his immortal aperture would still produce the equivalent of 1600 immortal essence stones for him daily. That was terrifying. And in fact, that was not all. When Fang Yuan's time path Dao marks increase, his immortal aperture's rate of time would accelerate. When his immortal aperture origin core's foundation becomes deeper, the number of beads of immortal essence produced would increase too. At rank 8 cultivation level, it would be even more terrifying. At the most basic level, 16 immortal essence beads per day of rank 8 white lychee immortal essence would be the equivalent of 160,000 immortal essence stones. Fang Yuan managed to earn millions of immortal essence stones from selling year goo. But when he reaches rank 8 cultivation level, he could obtain 16 million immortal essence stones worth of immortal essence beads every 100 days without doing anything. The higher the cultivation level, the deeper the growth in resources. This was not a linear growth, the increment was far greater. Of course, that was for Fang Yuan's case. The sovereign immortal aperture was a unique situation in the world. Shadow Sect spent 100,000 years to accumulate resources and used it all to refine this goo. It was understandable why this was so terrifying. Earlier, Fang Yuan was forced by heaven's will and tribulations to reduce his immortal aperture's rate of time. But now, with his surge in battle strength, Fang Yuan was confident in getting past calamities and tribulations. With the immortal killer move exposing heavenly secret created by old man Yen Shi, he could obtain the details of calamities and tribulations in advance. And together with his own development needs, he had to restore the rate of time. In fact, Fang Yuan even planned to use time path methods to further increase the speed. But I need to wait now. The time path methods in Heifan's True Inheritance have a cooldown period before I can use them again to influence the tributary of the River of Time. With my accelerated rate of time, the light shine fungi can reproduce rapidly now. I should place Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo and Attitude Goo outside the immortal aperture. Fang Yuan calculated, at this rate, he would be able to satisfy the feeding of Attitude Goo and Wisdom Sword Goo. It was about time to feed them. But rank 8 Immortal Goo were too hard to feed. This problem had been in Fang Yuan's mind for a long time, and as time passed, his pressure intensified. Now that he could settle this problem, Fang Yuan finally let out a sigh of relief. Heavenly Court, Soul Suppression Hall. Fairy Ziwei looked at the lump of Spectral Soul's main body in front of her as she frowned. Spectral Soul. At this point, can't you see reality? Spectral Soul did not answer. He was silent like a rock. Fairy Ziwei sneered. She activated her rank 8 Immortal Goo House. Immediately, purple lightning emerged from the chains, as Spectral Soul, who was restrained tightly, started shaking. His memories were forcefully extracted, appearing before Fairy Ziwei as a multicolored image. It was a scene of the past. Spectral Soul had yet to become a demon venerable. He only had rank 7 Goo Immortal Cultivation level. Luopa Valley. Spectral Soul stumbled into Luopa Valley and fell on the ground. G.U.H. He opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood. His expression was pale as paper. The situation was terrible. He was near death. A figure descended from the sky. He landed and said, "O Spectral Soul, you cannot escape. Today, you will die." The person had rank 8 aura. He had a cold expression. His strength was far higher than Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul barely managed to sit up as he looked at the sky. "I do not understand. This is the first time we are meeting. We have no grudges. Why are you paying such a huge price to kill me?" The person called out, "Because you will create bloodshed in the world. You will massacre the people of the world and bring disaster to all." Spectral Soul sneered. "You have killed far more people than me. Isn't it laughable for you to say that?" The rank 8 enemy shook his head. "It is different. You are inherently worse than me." Spectral Soul was silent for a while before saying, "Because I want to create Soul Path?" The rank 8 Goo Immortal had a flash of surprise in his eyes, but he recovered quickly and said solemnly, "That's right, Soul Path should not be created. In the current world, Fate Immortal Goo has been damaged. If Soul Path is created, the world will change drastically. The dead will not rest in peace. Ghosts will roam the world freely." Ha ha ha. Spectral Soul laughed. "That's wonderful. I will definitely create Soul Path. In the future, countless people will cultivate Soul Path. Let's change this entire world." He laughed as he stood up. He had recovered to an extent already. "With me around, that is wishful thinking." The person sneered and charged down. Spectral Soul raised his hands and a huge formation appeared, trapping the rank 8 goo Immortal inside. But the enemy reacted rapidly. He quickly broke the goo formation. Did you think I did not notice the hidden goo formation? I purposely came here to talk to you, because I had already unraveled this goo formation. The rank 8 goo Immortal charged towards Spectral Soul relentlessly. But Spectral Soul was extremely confident. He stood on the spot as the rank 8 goo Immortal came at him. He laughed. You merely unraveled that goo formation at the surface level. Don't you find this valley unusual? He had just said that when the goo formation unleashed its full power, the rank 8 goo Immortal was immediately affected as his momentum came to a halt. This is Luopa Valley? The rank 8 goo Immortal said in shock. That's right. This secluded domain of heaven and earth is the ultimate sacred land for cultivating soul path. Hee. It is also your final resting place, Spectral Soul declared with the tone of a victor. Ah! The rank 8 goo Immortal screamed. Spectral Soul's immortal formation used the power of Luopa Valley. It was akin to a rank 9 goo formation. The rank 8 goo Immortal resisted for a while, before he could not take it anymore and died. Spectral Soul looked at his feet, towards the corpse of the rank 8 goo Immortal. His hair was messy and his 7 orifices were bleeding, but he was still filled with killing intent. He sneered. Humph, Heavenly Quartz goo Immortals, interesting. I, Spectral Soul, swear that I will create soul path in the future. I will let more people cultivate it. Even if I fail and die, there will be an endless number of soul path goo Immortal experts emerging in the future. Ha 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 ha. The image vanished. Fairy Ziwei had a dark expression. She looked at Spectral Soul's main body, which was immobilized. She left after staring at him for a short while. Even though she extracted Spectral Soul's memories, they were useless. In fact, it was as if he was replying to her earlier words. If it was the latter, it meant that Spectral Soul could still resist Heavenly Court's soul-searching method. Even though he could not block the power of Soul Suppression Hall, he could selectively hand certain memories over. That way, it will be a long time before we can get any useful information from him. Fairy Ziwei sighed deeply in her mind. Langya Blessed Land, Luopa Valley. Fong Yuan was sitting deep in the valley. He willed and activated Luopa Formation. This formation came from Spectral Soul's true inheritance. It was created by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable personally. The foundational goo worms used for it were a vast number of White Lotus Giant Silkworm goo. White Lotus Giant Silkworm goo was the food of Cleanse Soul Immortal goo. It was also created by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. After Fong Yuan obtained the goo recipe, he made Langya Sect refine a huge number of White Lotus Giant Silkworm goo for him. And now, he had cleansed Soul Immortal goo again. Not only could he feed it with sufficient White Lotus Giant Silkworm goo, he could even use them as the foundation of many Soul Path goo formations in Spectral Soul's true inheritance. Right now, Luopa Formation was activated. The originally unorganized Luopa winds and bewilderment fog started to gather with the goo formation's activation. Fong Yuan's soul left his body as he endured the trial of wind and fog. Before this, he had already expended a huge amount of guts goo. His soul was quite bloated now. A moment later, Luopa Formation stopped activating as Fong Yuan's soul became thinned out from the tempering. He returned to sovereign immortal body with deep fatigue. With Luopa Formation, my cultivation efficiency in Luopa Valley has increased by 30%. Fong Yuan assessed. This was not the first time he was using this formation. Luopa Formation was specially used to cultivate Soul Path, but he could add other goo formations in to modify it. It was a very inclusive goo formation that was its most useful trait. For example, Qin Baishang and the rest resisted the group from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. The goo formation they used during the battle was Luopa Formation. However, their Luopa Formation was not for cultivation, it was for defense. According to Spectral Soul's true inheritance, when he was alive, he had killed a rank 8 goo Immortal from Heavenly Court with only rank 7 cultivation level. Back then, he also used Luopa Formation, but he added in many goo formations that were offensive in nature. The Luopa Formation that Fong Yuan was using now focused on refining his soul. It used rank 6 Immortal goo Cleanse Soul, and a vast number of White Lotus Giant Silkworm goo, along with many supplementary goo to assemble it. Alright, After this cultivation session, my soul has already reached million-man soul level. In Spectral Soul's true inheritance, soul foundation was classified into many levels. From low to high, there was single-man soul, 10-man soul, 100-man soul, million-man soul, 10 million-man soul, 100 million-man soul. 10-man soul meant that the soul foundation was the total of 10 grown men's souls. A normal Gu master with 20 years of soul path cultivation could reach 1,000-man soul if they worked hard. But using Guts Gu, Fang Yuan could reach that instantly. Before this cultivation session, Fang Yuan's soul foundation was at 3 million-man soul. But after the tempering of Luo Pa wind and bewilderment fog, his soul foundation stabilized at million-man soul level. First using Guts Gu to strengthen the soul, before cultivating in Luo Pa Valley to temper the soul like iron and removing impurities. Finally, he would sleep and rest the soul, getting rid of any agitation. These 3 steps repeated would raise Fang Yuan's soul foundation like a rocket. Only a short time had passed, but he had already reached million-man soul. The speed was too shocking. When he reaches 100 million-man soul, his soul would turn from phantom to solid. Back then in the Battle of Etion Mountain, Spectral Soul's main body was huge and majestic. Fang Yuan was very enticed to reach such a level. With a stronger soul foundation, there was a greater benefit. It was the Immortal Killer Move Ghost Official Garment. This move could conceal him from Heaven's will and other Gu Immortals' deductions. The deeper his soul foundation, the stronger it became. At this moment, Fang Yuan could feel vividly. The Ghost Official Garment on his soul had thickened. He felt an increased sense of security. As my soul foundation grows, I would be able to control more year beasts. I can even control a second immemorial year beast. However, although I can invest effort into increasing my soul foundation, those soul path killer moves are not worth investing into. There was only one reason. Spectral Soul had been captured by Heavenly Court already. He would definitely get soul searched. That meant that in the future, Heavenly Court would also gain Spectral Soul's true inheritance. By then, it would be easy for them to deduce his killer moves. After this cultivation session, Fang Yuan left Luo Pa Valley. Danghun Mountain and Luo Pa Valley. These were the 2 sacred lands of soul cultivation. They were placed in Langya Blessed Land. Firstly, it was easy to use there. Secondly, secluded domains of heaven and earth required a lot of heaven and earth chi. Fang Yuan's immortal aperture already had reverse flow river. The burden of adding these 2 was too huge. Once he left Luo Pa Valley, Fang Yuan saw a snowman girl. Snowman Shui Er greets Lord Fang Yuan. The sovereign immortal aperture was filled with serenity and peace. Because without changes in weather or day and night, this place was completely still. Fang Yuan had rank 7 cultivation level. The sovereign immortal aperture was only a blessed land. There were no weather phenomena in blessed lands. Only at the brink of becoming a grotto heaven would such phenomena emerge. Even without atmospheric changes, the sovereign immortal aperture was not a dead land. It was filled with life. Many northern plains was colder, especially towards the extreme north. There was nothing there. After annexing Han Dong's blessed land, there was a spirit snake resource point managed by the pink spirit snake land spirit. Other than that, he had the bone burial field with lots of bone immortal materials. And to the south, Fang Yuan was trying to create a blood-red grassland with blood sickle grass and red axe flowers as the foundation, to let those pink flower rabbits, wolves, and foxes live in. In mini central continent, there was a blood G forest and mirror willow forest. They were grown here casually by Fang Yuan. He did not nurture them purposely. Their scale was not big. There was also a jade light pit that had light path mortal goo. In mini western desert, his focus was on the eerie fire dragon python pit, the sand gull beach, rotten black swamp, rotting swamp, black hound mound, belonged to Lu Yong blessed land, managed by the black hound land spirit. There was also a new mortal goo house, Corpse City, which Fang Yuan had obtained from Western Desert's Translocation Desert. Most of the immortal materials inside were traded to 1,000 transformations. Little was left. In mini Eastern Sea, it was no longer a shallow body of water. It had a trace of an ocean's capacity. Especially the 2 sea areas, Dragon Scale Sea Area and Wui High Sea Area. For the former, Fang Yuan had invested a lot of finances and energy into creating this large-scale resource point, and for the latter, after annexing Wui Hai's blessed land, the sea turtle was managing it for Fang Yuan. There were 3 ancient desolate beast-horned divine tortoises, a field of ancient desolate plant silent corals, and 6 desolate beast white letter blue feather seagulls. Other than the 2 sea areas, there was a blood lake. It was not too big. Fang Yuan had used it to repair blood asset immortal goo earlier. He had kept it for now. The water of the lake has collected a lot of desolate beast and goo immortal blood. Below the blood lake, there were many shallow seas, arranged by Fang Yuan specially to raise the air bubble fish, literature carps, jade carps, blood jade carps, and others. There was even an ancient desolate beast hidden room oyster. Fang Yuan had obtained it in Eastern Sea. The secluded domain of heaven and earth reverse flow river was also placed here. Mini southern border was the region with the most development among all of them. There was 5 Light Mountain, Immortal Succession Mountain, Become Dragon Mound, Heaven Sealing Mountain, and a dozen other nameless mountains, as well as Coiling Thread Caves and the Stalactite Cave. In the forest and underground, a small number of rockmen were living here. The vegetation included musical trees, tea streams, chi death birds, and others, creating an ecosystem with great vitality. As for the miniature 9 heavens, Mini Red Heaven had a large number of year beasts and that immemorial year monkey. Fang Yuan had been paying attention to Mini Orange Heaven recently. There was the light shine fungi that made the scale of aurora lights expand rapidly, and more flowing light fruits were being nurtured within. Mini Yellow Heaven was very empty. There was only a tiny gold fragment current. Mini Green Heaven was completely empty, but Fang Yuan had placed dream realms in it previously. Mini Azure Heaven had the pill Azure Incense. This was the food of Change Soul Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan had stored a batch in here last time. There was also a heavenly crystal storage pool. It was at the center of Mini Azure Heaven, but it was useless. Mini Blue Heaven had the most development among the miniature 9 heavens. There was a lot of cloud soil here, with lots of star path resources planted here, like arrow bamboo forest and the star fragment grass field, meteorite pit, and a huge floating star fragment island. It was Yi Lui Kunxing's blessed land. Fang Yuan had annexed it with the star core land spirit managing the place. There was also a falling star hound infant living here. It was very lonely, but it would clash with other desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts elsewhere. After keeping it here, Fang Yuan rarely took care of it. In Mini Purple Heaven, there were groups of eagles. These eagles were desolate beasts and also ancient desolate beasts. Fang Yuan had sold Immortal Goo during the Dream Realm incident to purchase them. They had helped him to enslave the upper extreme heavenly eagle to survive the danger. They were extremely useful. Fang Yuan had wanted to sell them, but he could definitely not get Immortal Goo with them. It would be a huge loss. And since he took more than 80 eagle nests from He Tribe's headquarters, he could raise these eagles in them, even though it was not as amazing as the heavenly crystal eagle nest. In the remaining 2 heavens, Mini White Heaven had an eagle hound group, 3 ancient remnant heavenly dogs, and the plantation field of multicolored overlord flowers. Mini Black Heaven had no light at all. It was a special environment. There were only a few ancient desolate plant walking meat trees there. After collating all these assets, Fang Yuan was already on par with some rank 8 Goo immortals. But for the size of the entire immortal aperture, these resources were too little. The reason? The sovereign immortal aperture was simply too large. In the 335,000 square kilometers of space, these resources only occupied a small amount of space. And in terms of the entire sovereign immortal aperture's development, assuming 100% of the space could be used, Fang Yuan was merely slightly above 3% now. 3% development. This was naturally not bad, it was a good thing. The sovereign immortal aperture had unparalleled prospects, but from another perspective, Fang Yuan had no confidence in when he would reach 100% development. This would be a huge task. He would need an extremely huge amount of time. Throughout history, Goo Immortals had created an evaluation of immortal aperture development. There were 7 levels. The first level was establishing mortal resources to produce mortal goo materials, and ordinary beasts and plants. These resources were in huge scales. Mortals could only raise 5 to 6 mortal goo at a time, but Goo Immortals raised millions of mortal goo at once. Fang Yuan even sold more than 100 million year goo earlier. The second level was to create immortal level resources and produce immortal materials. When this level is accomplished, The goo immortal will be able to produce food for their immortal goo self-sufficiently. The third level was to create an ecology to raise immortal beasts and plants. The fourth level was to use excess immortal materials, beasts, and plants to trade and earn profits. Looking at this, Fang Yuan was at the fourth level because he had a lot of business that were doing well to earn him lots of profits. Earlier in the year goo business, Fang Yuan used his great strength to dominate the market in Treasure Yellow Heaven. The three sellers were completely helpless against him. But from another perspective, I am still at the second level, because I have not reached self-sufficiency in feeding my immortal goo. Fang Yuan knew why. He had simply too many immortal goo. Rank 8. Attitude, Wisdom Sword, Years Flow Like Water. Rank 7. Sword Eyebrows, Wave Sword, Flying Sword, Sword Escape, Year, After, Divination, Tortoise Shell, Dragon Breath, Dragon Scale, Precaution, Big, Fight, Affection, Self-Love, Perseverance, Reputation, Restriction, Change Soul, Bloodline, Dragon Strength, Formation Flag, and others. Rank 6. Self-Strength, Pulling Mountain, Pulling Water, Strength Chi, Spring Autumn Cicada, Landscape as Before, Man as Before, Day Unravel Mystery, Vajra Thought, Dog Shit Luck, Chi Luck, Woman's Heart, Blood Asset, Change Form, Star Eyes, Perceivable Tao, Yellow Sand, Cleanse Soul, Luck Inspection, Connect Luck, Time Luck, Star Thought, and others. For the last four, including Luck Inspection, Fang Yuan had owned them before, but after the Battle of Etian Mountain, due to Change Soul, Ing Wuxia took them away. Fang Yuan used his special will to destroy a few, but Ing Wuxia managed to preserve some of them in the end. Furthermore, there were some Wisdom Path Immortal Goo that Purple Mountain True Monarch left him, and the Time Path Immortal Goo that made up a portion of Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage. They would not be specified. Just counting these, there were more than 50. A shocking number. Most goo immortals were still desperately trying to find an immortal goo. In the goo immortal world, there were the most number of rank 6 goo immortals, and most of them had no immortal goo at all. Among the rank 7 and rank 8 goo immortals, some had 2 or 3 immortal goo, while others had 5 to 6. But there was a rule: rank 6 goo immortals desire rank 6 immortal goo, rank 7 goo immortals desire rank 7 immortal goo, and rank 8 goo immortals desire rank 8 immortal goo, while rank 9 venerables wanted rank 9 immortal goo. But Fang Yuan? He had more than 50 immortal goo. They encompassed rank 6, rank 7, and rank 8. And this was excluding Calamity Beckoning lent to Chu Du, Wisdom Goo in Lang Ya Blessed Land, and Dark Limit Immortal Goo taken by Heavenly Court. There was also the Formation Spirit. It was created by an immortal goo. Fang Yuan's situation was too special. An otherworldly demon who had reborn, the hope of Red Lotus Demon Venerable, a former pawn of Heaven's Will, and the current leader of Shadow Sect having countless true inheritances. Even though the journey was dangerous and filled with despair, one had to say, immense risk brought about immense benefits. Fang Yuan was weirdly prosperous now. Because of countless fortuitous encounters, he had the economic foundation of level 4 development, but he had not fulfilled the requirement of level 2. Feeding immortal goo had always been a huge burden and problem to him. But now, after so much hard work, I have finally gotten some hope of resolving this problem. Rank 9 Wisdom Goo is fed by the profligate Lang Ya Land Spirit, and I have already solved the problem of food for the 3 rank 8 Immortal Goo. Next, I will complete my basic development and solve the feeding problem of the rank 6 and 7 Immortal Goo to reach self-sufficiency. Looking at it, Fang Yuan still did not have enough Immortal Essence Stones. Marriage connection with the snowmen? Fang Yuan pondered. When Shui Er brought him the Snow Lotus Essence, she also expressed the intention of a marriage connection. These variant humans spoke outrightly and directly. If I work by myself to solve the food issue, it will take a long time. But if I use the snowmen, my progress will be rapid. What I lack most now is time. I am not against a marriage connection with the snowmen. On Danghun Mountain there were guts goo everywhere. Fang Yuan picked them along the way as he strengthened his soul. His soul foundation started to increase after a while. From 1 million man-soul it rose to 5 million man-soul level. Fang Yuan felt an extremely bloated feeling, like he was going to burst. Fang Yuan knew he was at his limit, He left Danghun Mountain and came to Luopa Valley. After some cultivation, his soul was refined like tempered steel. It became purer and more condensed. After this, his soul foundation stabilized at 1,500,000 man-soul. After million man-soul, each cultivation session raises it by 500,000 man-soul. Including the time needed to rest my soul and the production of guts goo, I need half a year to reach 10 million man-soul. Fang Yuan estimated and frowned. This was too slow for him. 10 years, after 10 years, Heavenly Court would completely repair Fate Immortal Goo. By then, Heavenly Court would have the absolute advantage. Fang Yuan and Shadow Sect would have no hope. He needed half a year out of 10 years to reach 10 million man-soul. There was also 100 million man-soul and higher levels after that. Fang Yuan was not satisfied with the speed. If I can increase the production of guts goo, I could increase my cultivation speed even further. The production of guts goo was limiting his soul foundation growth. Danghun Mountain was undoubtedly his money tree, but it needed good quality souls to produce more guts goo endlessly. According to the agreement back then, a portion of these guts goo belonged to Langya Sect. Langya Land Spirit had to sell them for profits, with a portion of the revenue going to Fang Yuan. Right now, Fang Yuan was using a portion of the guts goo to cultivate his soul path. It caused his revenue to fall sharply in this business. But thankfully, the year goo business earlier earned him a lot. Fang Yuan had a lot of funds left now. Fang Yuan assessed it. It was not wise to negotiate with Langya Land Spirit now to increase his portion of the guts goo production. Because he needed Langya Sect now, be it staying inside Langya Blessed Land to develop or using them to refine goo. In the batch of Immortal Goo refinement earlier, the 3 Immortal Goo were extremely useful to Fang Yuan. They were now at the second batch of Goo refinement, focusing on Mortal Goo like the White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo and 2 Immortal Goo. One was Heavenly Secret. It was created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, and was obtained by Old Man Yen Shi. He created an immortal killer move with it, known as Exposing Heavenly Secret. This move had a mystical effect. It could predict the contents of the following calamity or tribulation. If Langya Sect could refine Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo, Fang Yuan would be able to use Exposing Heavenly Secret. It would help him in undergoing tribulations tremendously. However, placing a mission for Langya Sect to refine Immortal Goo has been depleting my sect contribution points. I need to check this. Thus, after the soul cultivation ended, Fang Yuan used his information path Mortal Goo to check Langya Sect's missions. Undoubtedly, the current Langya Land Spirit was far more suited for managing Langya Sect than the previous Land Spirit. Under his management, the entire sect was excavating its potential fully. They were bursting with life. At this moment, Langya Sect had many missions. Most of them were the Goo refinement missions that Fang Yuan handed out. Below that, the one of great importance was the exploration of Taichio. Ever since Langya Sect created the teleportation formation, it had been exploring Taichio and excavating the natural resources within. This was the main development route that Langya Sect was taking. But Taichio was a dangerous place. Ordinary Goo immortals did not want to enter it. Even though there were abundant resources, fierce beasts and dangerous plants grew inside. And the problem was, Langya Sect's Goo immortals were skilled at refinement but weak at fighting. Even though they had been raising their strength recently, there were few who could fight. Thus, when they encountered overly strong beasts or plants, these hairy man Goo immortals would be in trouble. The exploration of Taichio was unsuccessful. Seeing these missions, countless thoughts moved about in Fang Yuan's mind rapidly. In a few breaths of time, he chose over a dozen missions with the highest returns. At the next moment, he accepted all of these missions. First, Supreme Elder. Fang Yuan communicated with Langya Land Spirit using the information path Mortal Goo. Langya Land Spirit learned of Fang Yuan's actions as he said in joy, "Fang Yuan, with your strength, these missions will be extremely easy." But Fang Yuan shook his head. "This is what I wanted to discuss with you. I want to send my subordinates to deal with these missions for me. This does not go against Langya Sect's rules, right?" Langya Land Spirit was slightly dazed. He did not think of this when he created the sect rules. Speaking of which, this was not a loophole. Why couldn't the Goo immortal who accepted the mission be allowed to get help? Langya Land Spirit replied to Fang Yuan, Then you need to ensure that these subordinates will not harm Langya sect. Fang Yuan smiled. Of course. After communicating with Langya land spirit, Fang Yuan started to dispatch the members of Shadow Sect. He Lulan, Ing Wuxia, Fairy Miao Yin, and Lady White Rabbit. It was a waste to let them idle around. Now they could be fully utilized. Eventually, even Bai Ningbing joined in. Because from her perspective, she allied with Fang Yuan to regain her male body. She needed to refine immortal level yin-yang rotation Gu. But when she realized that Fang Yuan was relying on Langya sect to refine Gu, she turned her attention to Langya sect. Regretfully, Langya sect did not trust the outsider Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan also secretly disrupted their communication, causing Bai Ningbing to be forced to rely on him. She was Fang Yuan's ally. He had no rights to order her. But why would Fang Yuan waste her battle strength? Under Fang Yuan's special negotiation, Bai Ningbing believed Fang Yuan. As long as she killed more beasts and plants, she would obtain the sect contribution points that Fang Yuan was getting for them. He would use them to place a sect mission to refine yin-yang rotation immortal Gu. Several days later, Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Northern Plains. Large pieces of round snowflakes were descending from the sky. This special snowflake was pure white with the size of an adult's palm. This was rank 6 immortal material dancing snow. It was formed naturally, and would not melt as long as the temperature was kept at a certain level. It would always stay afloat. Even if it landed to the ground, it would fly upwards instead. Fang Yuan inspected and saw no problems. He thought, these days, I finally finished arranging the snowman's betrothal gift. This project has been completed. The snowman wanted to have a marriage connection with Fang Yuan. Shui would not come empty-handed, of course. She brought a gift. The main portion was the snow lotus essence. This was a specialty immortal material of the snowman. It was rare in treasure yellow heaven. Fang Yuan obtained quite a bit of it as he stored it in mini northern plains. The second highest quantity was the dancing snow. It was coincidentally a rank 6 wisdom path immortal goose food. Fang Yuan could feed it 4 to 5 times with this batch. The difficulty of feeding rank 6 immortal goo was very different from feeding rank 8 immortal goo. This was a small surprise. Fang Yuan did not need to waste his effort going to treasure yellow heaven to purchase dancing snow. Other than that, there were some resources that were not so useful. Fang Yuan sold some and kept some. He perfectly utilized them. This is too little. If I can get more resources, my immortal aperture's development will be even faster. Since the snowmen want a marriage connection with me, just these gifts are insufficient. Fang Yuan sneered inside. He accepted all of the gifts but did not respond directly to the snowman's request for a marriage connection. When the guts goo accumulated to a certain scale, Fang Yuan started his soul path cultivation again. Day after day, he immersed himself in cultivation. His soul foundation was growing at a rapid rate. Other than soul path, he even used the light of wisdom to modify killer moves. He had a great number of killer moves. They involved almost all paths. He needed to modify the useful killer moves from within them so that he could use them with his available immortal goo. This would greatly increase his methods and battle strength. Fang Yuan was deep in cultivation, while Shadow Sect's members were exploring Tai Chio and fighting. Sixth Hair and Langya Land Spirit were refining immortal goo for Fang Yuan. Almost everyone was busy with their goals. But Shui became the most anxious one now. This beauty of the Snowman tribe had an important mission from the snowmen. But Fang Yuan took the gifts without even seeing her. She was left hanging here without any attention given. Shui had asked to meet Fang Yuan several times, but she was only a rank 6 Gu immortal while Fang Yuan had rank 8 battle strength. The two of them were too different in strength, and because he was in Langya Blessed Land, Fang Yuan rejected her each time. This way, Shui could not meet him. She felt extremely dispirited. The worry and anger on her face became deeper each day. On this day, the snowman sent her a letter to rush her again. But Shui had hope now. Because the snowman tribe saw that Shui was making no progress, they discussed among themselves. They came to a consensus. Since Fang Yuan accepted the gifts, he wanted the marriage connection. But why did he not meet Shui? It was because the gifts were not enough for his high status. Thus, the snowman gathered some more gifts and sent it along with the letter to Shui. What is this? I am the pride of the snowmen. My beauty is renowned. This time I requested for a marriage connection and even brought sufficient gifts. But it was not enough to meet him even once. With heavy emotions, Shui requested to meet Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan finally met her. But what he said to her was something out of her expectations. Fang Yuan looked down towards Shui. She was young and beautiful. She was tall and vibrant. She had blue eyes and hair. She had the icy trait of her variant human race. Her tender skin and plump chest would make countless men pay attention towards her. She was undoubtedly the #1 beauty of the snowman tribe. But Fang Yuan was unmoved by her beauty. Not just that, he even found trouble with her. This is the sincerity of the snowmen? Shui could not understand what Fang Yuan meant. She quickly said, Lord Fang Yuan, please do not misunderstand. Such a small gift and you want to have a marriage connection with me? Your tribe is dreaming if they think it is so easy to gain help equivalent to that of a rank 8. Fang Yuan sneered. Shui was dazed. Fang Yuan spoke so plainly she could not accept it. She also felt some shame and anger in her heart. She was the cream of her generation, the publicly recognized #1 beauty. She was bringing gifts to request for a marriage connection. She was lowering her head and status. To think that Fang Yuan was so prideful and looked down on her. He was also extremely greedy, thinking that the snowman gift was insincere. How could it be little? The gift was very precious. The snowman tribe had picked all of it from their inventory specially for Fang Yuan. Originally, Shui had a good impression of Fang Yuan. After all, he had incredible talent and had rank 8 battle strength. It was an achievement that not many could attain. But now, her impression of him became rock bottom. With her temper, she would have left long ago. But now, it was not about her alone. She was tasked by her tribe for this important mission. Shui breathed in deeply, asking, Lord Fang Yuan, you have already taken 2 sets of gifts. I am sure you agree to our marriage connection. If you are unhappy with the gifts, you can give us your requests. I will bring them back for our elders to discuss. Fang Yuan had prepared the list long ago. An information path mortal goo flew out of him and went to Shui. This? Shui took a look and her eyes popped out. Fang Yuan's greed was too shocking. But even when she was shocked, she was very beautiful. Her eyes were wide open. Even though she lost a portion of her coolness, she became quite cute. Not just this list. Fang Yuan added. You have other requests? Shui had an unsightly expression as she held down her anger. But Fang Yuan was confident and unabashed. He spoke matter-of-factly. If your tribe can meet my requirements, that would be enough. But you yourself have not expressed enough sincerity. My sincerity? Fang Yuan raised his head as he smiled. Not just anyone can become my wife, Fang Yuan's wife. Even though the snowman recommended you, your qualifications will depend on my test. Test? Shui gritted her teeth. Please explain to me, Lord Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan said, Go to Taichou and collect souls for me. When you leave, someone will arrange it for you. Shui felt anguished. How could a genius like her be treated in such a cold manner? But due to the mission from her sect, she had to nod and agree. Seeing Shui leave, Fang Yuan pondered deeply. With this arrangement, he could make use of Shui battle strength. There would be another person helping him cultivate faster. But that was not important. He was actually trying to probe them. Accepting the second gift while expressing his displeasure and wanting to test Shui, he showed his pride fully. This was to test the bottom line of the snowmen. Since they wanted a marriage connection, how much determination did they have? Or rather, the higher their determination, the more benefits Fang Yuan could squeeze out from them. Fang Yuan was not anxious. A marriage connection could not be decided in such a short time. Both sides were not familiar with each other yet. Even though Fang Yuan was probing them, the snowmen were also probing Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan was sure that there were benefits to be gained here. The marriage connection was not the main thing. Fang Yuan quickly set it aside and placed his attention on his cultivation. Soul cultivation was one aspect, managing his immortal aperture was another. Other than that, Fang Yuan also used the light of wisdom to modify his killer moves. Fang Yuan's strongest method was undoubtedly Immortal Killer Move Reverse Flow Protection Seal, but he was not modifying that now. Even though this move was not safe against Heavenly Court now, Fang Yuan was in no immediate danger. Not only was he in Northern Plains, he was also inside Langya Blessed Land. He had the concealment of Ghost Soldier Garment. Heavenly Court could not find him in the meantime. And there was another reason: modifying Reverse Flow Protection Seal would take too much time, it was too slow. Fang Yuan thought about it and decided to modify Purple Mountain True Monarch's Wisdom Path killer moves. Why did he choose those? Firstly, these killer moves were very powerful and exceptional. Secondly, Fang Yuan had Grandmaster Wisdom Path attainment level. He was qualified to modify them. Finally, Fang Yuan had a batch of Wisdom Path Immortal Goo with him. They were left behind by Purple Mountain True Monarch. Purple Blood River Formation, Purple Thought Light Shield, Ignited Thought Flying Rock, Single Thought Flower Blossom, Purple Thought Perception Starlight, Directional Confusion Fog, Thought Body Defense, Single Thought Myriad Flow Elimination, and others. When Purple Mountain True Monarch was not in his peak condition, he used these methods to face Duke Long. Who was Duke Long? He was the master of Red Lotus. He had a huge background and unparalleled battle strength. He was at the peak of rank 8. When Fang Yuan was modifying his killer moves, Ing Wuxie approached Shui Er. "You are Shui Er?" Ing Wuxie asked. Shui Er saw that Ing Wuxie was smaller in stature than her, resembling a young girl. He had pale, snow-like skin. He was wearing a flowery green dress. There were 2 pearl earrings hanging on his ears, as if water was inside the pearls. There were green ripples inside when they shook. Ing Wuxie was in Fairy Chui Bo's body. He was very enchanting. If not so, Thousand Transformations' ancestor would not have made her his 3rd concubine and adored her deeply. Who is this beautiful immortal? What relationship does she have with Fang Yuan? This is not in our tribe's information, and she is a rank 7 Gu immortal. Shui Er had lots of suspicions, but she smiled. "I am Shui Er. Beautiful sister, may I know what your name is?" Ing Wuxie frowned. He was initially very excited about using Fairy Chui Bo's body, but after a while he felt like it was getting very uncomfortable. Not long ago he requested to Fang Yuan to change this body. Even if he changed to a rank 6 body, it was fine as long as he could cultivate Soul Path. "Don't call me sister, you can call me Brother Wuxie." Ing Wuxie waved his hand. "Let's go. I will bring you to Taichio and meet up with them. This is sect leader's test to you. We will see who obtains higher quality souls in the same period of time." "Yes," Shui Er quickly answered, but she had many questions in her. She walked at the back as she stared at Ing Wuxie, thinking, "This female immortal is so weird. She wants me to call her brother?" The 2 left Langya Blessed Land and reached Taichio using the teleportation Gu formation. Once they entered Taichio, Shui Er felt nervous. After all, this was a famous place in Northern Plains for its danger level. At the same time, she felt uneasy towards the test. She only had rank 6 cultivation level and her investigative methods were her forte. "Come with me. Quick, quick, quick. Time is very precious. We need to treasure every moment and use it to cultivate. We need to continue working hard. That is the true meaning of life." Ing Wuxie continued to nag at Shui Er. He was very determined. This was the effect of Immortal Killer Move Soaring Fighting Spirit. Shui Er felt that Ing Wuxie was really weird. She was so beautiful, but she acted like a rash lad. It was unimaginable. "But are we too careless by flying like this?" Shui Er was worried. This was Taichio. Fierce beasts roamed everywhere. Danger was everywhere. Flying around openly like this made them open targets. While flying, Shui Er felt very nervous. She was afraid of a fierce beast assaulting her out of nowhere. But after flying for a while, her worry did not become real. In fact, her worry was fading. She felt deeply shocked internally. The area around the teleportation formation has been cleared by Langya sect and is in their control. They have actually explored Taichio to this extent. It seems that Langya sect's strength surpasses my tribe's estimations. Shui Er immediately sent this information back to the snowmen. "Oh, there are a group of dragon elephants." Suddenly, Shui Er said. Ing Wuxie, who was traveling with her, looked with surprise. He thought that this woman had some of her own worth. Ing Wuxie's methods only found those dragon elephants a few breaths of time after Shui Air. Shadow Sect's investigative methods were naturally superior to Shui Air's, but in Ing Wuxie's current body, those methods were restricted. These dragon elephants are needed by sect leader. Let's capture them. Ing Wuxie changed his flying direction. Shui Air was not surprised, because she had looked at Fang Yuan's list. There were dragon elephants listed on it. This group of dragon elephants was quite ordinary. There were only 2 or 3 desolate-level dragon elephants. Ing Wuxie quickly landed as he used his Soul Path Immortal Killer move. His soul howl reverberated among the dragon elephant group as they all fainted and fell unconscious. An impressive technique. Shui Air was slightly shocked, but a new question arose within. She has Water Path Aura? Why is she using a Soul Path method? Ing Wuxie was most skilled in Lead Soul into Dream, but the goo worms to construct this move were kept by Fang Yuan. Only a few Soul Path Immortal goo were left for Ing Wuxie. Thus, his main methods were Soul Path. Ing Wuxie kept these dragon elephants in his immortal aperture as he continued on the journey with Shui Air. A moment later, they met with He Lulan. Another great beauty. Shui Air first frowned before her brows relaxed. She observed secretly. Compared to Wuxie, this person only has rank 6 cultivation level. She is the same as me. Shui Air let out a sigh of relief inside. Shui Air was a talented descendant of the Snowman tribe. She was a genius, but the Snowman tribe undoubtedly had little resources. Shui Air was able to become rank 6 at such an age. It was quite incredible. But after meeting with Ing Wuxie, she could not match this rank 7. Although she showed nothing on the surface, she felt great pressure in her heart. Now that she saw a rank 6 immortal, her heavy heart became slightly lighter. Hi, you can call me Shui Air. Shui Air first introduced herself. She felt that she should be friendly to the people under Fang Yuan, to create a good relationship with them. Hello, you can call me Lulan. He Lulan smiled. Her gaze flickered as she assessed Shui Air subtly. She thought, Snowman Goo immortal? Why did she approach us? Fang Yuan. What is he thinking? The snowman wanted a marriage connection with Fang Yuan. He did not inform anyone other than Ing Wuxie. Thus, He Lulan only knew that Fang Yuan wanted the Shadow Sect Immortals to take Shui Air along and work together in the meantime to explore Taichio. Alright, now that you've done the introductions, let's leave first. Ing Wuxie said. He took out an information path goo worm and used his method to learn about Fairy Miao Yin's and Lady White Rabbit's location. He Lulan, go ahead with your work. I will bring Shui Air to the others. Seeing the two of them leave, He Lulan had a thought. Her instincts told her that Shui Air joined them very suddenly and mysteriously. Her goal was not simple. He Lulan was an ambitious person. Even though she was under the alliance agreement and lost her freedom, she had been wanting to break free of Fang Yuan's control all along. Who would not want freedom? Wait, I'll go with you. I am in charge of finding the sharp-tusked boars, but I can't find any. I will ask Miao Yin to help me find them. He Lulan said as she flew towards them. Shui Air was very happy. She wanted to get closer to He Lulan. He Lulan also wanted to probe information from her. She acted very warmly and kindly. Thus, with Ing Wuxie at the lead, Shui Air and He Lulan traveled together behind him. Elder Sister Lulan, I am very happy to meet you. Not long later, Shui Air addressed He Lulan as Elder Sister, placing herself at a lower status. This dumb woman, He Lulan snorted in her heart. She was once the victor of the Imperial Court contest. She had a deep hatred and lived with difficulty under her father's shadow. She was skilled at scheming. Compared to her, Shui Air lived peacefully in the Snowman tribe. Due to her past, she was quite innocent in nature. He Lulan soon found that Shui Air wanted to know about the Shadow Sect Immortals desperately. She made use of Shui Air's intention. She exposed some useful information while probing her. Shui Air was guarded, of course, but she could not match He Lulan's scheming. Just as she was about to expose herself, Ing Wuxie interjected, Isn't that a sharp tusk boar? He Lulan, you are very lucky. You will not need to owe Miao in a favor now. Following Ing Wuxie's direction, Shui Air indeed saw an ancient desolate beast. It was huge and had bulky muscles. It was lying on the ground as it slept. It had a powerful aura. Shui Er's heart jumped. With her battle strength, she was not the sharp tusk boar's match. He Lulan was interrupted. She felt angry, but she could not retort to Ing Wuxie. She snorted and flew towards the sharp tusk boar. Sister Lulan, be careful, Shui Er said in concern. She praised in her heart. This Sister Lulan that she had just met was really courageous. But with her rank 6 cultivation level, how could she deal with the sharp tusk boar? She had to rely on this fairy Chui bow after all. But the following scene made Shui Er completely stunned. He Lulan was even fiercer than the sharp tusk boar. When she fought, her aura changed instantly. She was blazing in flames. Her heaven-blazing flames were terrifyingly powerful. Rank 6 Immortal Goo. Rank 7 Immortal Goo. So many Immortal Goo. Shui Er watched the battle and her eyelids twitched. She saw how rich He Lulan was. He Lulan had obtained blazing heaven demoness inheritance and Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan did not take them since he had enough Immortal Goo. Leaving them for He Lulan would allow her to fight effectively and obtain more souls. Under He Lulan's terrifying attacks, the sharp tusk boar was first furious before going into a frenzy and escaping after losing. Shui Er was very shocked. He Lulan exploded with battle strength that was on par with rank 7 experts. It was out of Shui Er's expectations. Sister Lulan is so strong. Her immortal killer moves are so powerful and overwhelming. But she clearly has strength path aura. Why is she using fire path methods? Mixed in with her shock was suspicion. Shui Er did not understand. Fairy Chui Bo had water path aura, but she used soul path methods. And now this He Lulan was a strength path Gu immortal but used fire path instead. Alright, let's continue. A moment later, He Lulan collected the sharp tusk boar corpse, including its ancient desolate soul as well. Sister Lulan, you are amazing. Shui Er looked at He Lulan with an incredulous gaze. He Lulan shook her head. This is nothing. No, you are really amazing. You have rank 6 Gu immortal cultivation level but rank 7 battle strength. This is not achievable by normal Gu immortals. Shui Er waved her hands. He Lulan smiled bitterly. This is really nothing in Shadow Sect. I am very ordinary. Shui Er heard He Lulan's reply and her heart jumped. He Lulan. When you see them, you will understand. Let's go. He Lulan had completed her mission, but she did not return directly. She decided to find the other Shadow Sect Gu immortals with Shui Er. A while later, they successfully met up with Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit. Lady White Rabbit had rank 6 cultivation level normally. She did not have He Lulan's battle strength. It was dangerous for her to explore Taichou alone. Thus, Fang Yuan let her and Fairy Miao Yin work together. Of course, when she became Black Tigress, her cultivation level and battle strength would rise to rank 7. However, her Black Tigress state was unstable and could not last long. It had its drawbacks. Hello, Shui Er. Fairy Miao Yin smiled kindly. You are a snowman Gu immortal? This is the first time I am seeing one. Lady White Rabbit said faintly. What situation is this? Shui Er was suspicious and depressed. Fairy Miao Yin was a publicly recognized fairy in Southern Border's Gu immortal world. She had a beautiful body and alluring face. She wore a pinkish-red dress and looked extremely enchanting. As for Lady White Rabbit, she had pale white skin and huge innocent eyes. She was completely pure. Her aura was different from Fairy Miao Yin. Even at first glance, Shui Er felt that she was very cute. She had a feeling of adoration and trust towards her. Shui Er analyzed closely. She found that Fairy Miao Yin had rank 7 cultivation level while Lady White Rabbit had rank 6, similar to her. But after the matter of He Lulan, Shui Er no longer dared to look at Lady White Rabbit as an ordinary rank 6 Gu immortal. The Gu immortals conversed for a while. Everyone was very kind and warm to Shui Er, but they were naturally curious about her. Shui Er was very tight-lipped. It was not that she became scheming, but because there were many people who were all beauties, Shui Er felt incredibly pressured. Why was she here? To have a marriage connection with Fang Yuan. Now, she had to proclaim herself as Fang Yuan's future wife in front of so many people. Wasn't that just provoking them? Wasn't she too shameless? At the same time, a question pressed down on Shui Er like a mountain. What relationship do these female immortals have with Fang Yuan? Actually, Fang Yuan had a clear and simple relationship with them. But Shui Er was an outsider. She could not help but assume wrong things the first time she met them. This was not strange. It was normal mentality. Alright, you have already met us Shadow Sect Gu immortals. Other than us, there is one final person. A special one. Ing Wu Xie said. Special? Shui Er's heart tensed. She wanted to ask, special as in the relationship they have with Fang Yuan? Are they a male or a female? But Shui Er did not ask directly. As Ing Wu Xie continued to speak. This person is by Ning Bing. She is not a member of Shadow Sect, but she is our ally. We have fought together, even though she only has rank 6 cultivation level. Among us, she has the highest battle strength. Ing Wu Xie hesitated a little at the final sentence. But the other Gu immortals said nothing about it. He Lu Lan's battle strength was weaker than Bai Ningbing. After all, great strength true martial physique was incompatible with a fire path inheritance. Fairy Miao Yin's battle strength was about the same as He Lu Lan. Lady White Rabbit could be disregarded. As for after becoming Black Tigress, she would be vicious but lacking in methods. Originally, Ing Wu Xie had the highest battle strength, but his reliance was on Lead Soul into Dream, whose immortal Gu have been taken by Fang Yuan. Thus, by Ning Bing, who inherited by Xiang's true inheritance and had the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique, was the strongest among them. Even stronger than Sister Lu Lan? Shui Er could not believe it. He Lu Lan said, I merely have mid-tier battle strength among us. Shui Er opened her eyes in shock, thinking, my heavens, why are there a bunch of monsters here? Rank 6 cultivation level but having the highest battle strength, who exactly is this person? How high is their battle talent? Now let us bring you there. I told you these things in advance so you can take note. She has a different relationship with us. Ing Wu Xie continued to lead the way. Soon, they arrived at Bai Ningbing's location. Boom, boom, boom. Intense explosions resounded in the immortals' ears like thunder. Roar! Next, the immortals heard a loud and pitiful sound that resembled the cry of a dying beast. This is. When the immortals arrived, Shui Er was shocked to see that Bai Ningbing was alone in the battlefield. Around her was a ring of ancient, desolate beasts. All of you came at a right time. I found a good place. Bai Ningbing stopped the killer move by Xiang as she went towards the immortals. Shui Er was greatly shocked. So beautiful! Bai Ningbing's beauty and aura was simply breathtaking. Even the genius Shui Er was shaken. She thought, there is such a beautiful person that exists? If she knew that Bai Ningbing was a male turned into a female, who knew how she would feel? Shui Er thought, why is Fang Yuan surrounded by so many beauties? And they are such talented people. Now wonder he thinks little of me. Lang Ye blessed land, cloud cover continent. Fang Yuan was alone in a huge field of cloud soil. Taking in a deep breath, he calmed his mind and started to use his immortal killer move. Ignited Thought Flying Rock. Fang Yuan called in his mind. His eyes flickered with crystal purple light. Thoughts clashed in his mind as small rocks resembling charcoal appeared around his body. These rocks seemed to be burning in flames, but they had no heat. Go! Fang Yuan willed as the rocks floating around his body shot out. The rocks tore through the sky, but there was silence during the attack. At the same time, these rocks expanded and became larger, turning from thumb size to basin size in a moment. Next, they expanded to the size of horse carriages. The rocks became giant rocks. The surface was blazing with red flames. The blazing rocks numbered from hundreds to thousands. At once, the entire sky was dyed red. Next, the blazing rocks landed on the cloud soil and created a field of flames that had neither heat nor made a sound. These were not real blazing rocks, they were formed from thoughts in actuality. This was Purple Mountain True Monarch's main attacking method, Ignited Thought Flying Rock. It could burn the target's thoughts. There was a consecutive move with it called Single Thought Flower Blossom. After the blazing rocks exploded, Fang Yuan pointed with the index finger of his right hand. Instantly, The flames extinguished as flowers bloomed in the pits created. Countless flowers were fighting to emerge and blossom. The flowers were vibrant and colorful. The surrounding area was dyed by a multicolored field of rainbow flowers. It is a pity my target is not a goo immortal, but this cloud soil without thoughts. These flowers are useless and exist only as decorations. Fang Yuan willed as the flowers vanished instantly. Fang Yuan's body shook. Immortal killer move, single thought endless clones. Instantly, he was surrounded by countless figures. Initially, there were only a few dozen purple silhouettes, but after a few breaths' time, they had grown to the number of several 100,000. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan's true body was concealed within them. He could not be found without a powerful investigative killer move. This move was very similar to Fang Yuan's own original tactic. That was to use myriad self and familiar face to act as one of the strength path phantoms, concealing himself to become indiscernible. Purple Mountain True Monarch's move was superior in that it was just one move, but had the effect of Fang Yuan's two moves, myriad self and familiar face. Therefore, it expended less immortal essence. There was another advantage: the speed of the purple silhouettes grew at a faster rate than the strength path phantoms. But the disadvantage was that these purple silhouettes did not have offensive power, they were purely for concealment. Meanwhile, the strength path phantoms had offensive power themselves. Fang Yuan stopped using single-thought endless clones as he stretched out both palms, pushing out a wave of fog. This was Immortal Killer Move Directional Confusion Fog. It could make goo immortals lose their sense of direction. Next, Fang Yuan used Thought Body Defense, Single-Thought Myriad Flow Elimination, and others. He got familiar with them and used them successfully. He placed his focus towards the end. Immortal Killer Move, Purple Thought Perception Starlight. This move was the most complex, but it had a powerful and incredible effect. It could allow the user to learn about the profundities of the enemy's killer move with every hit, and continuously gain information about them. Once they collect enough information, Fang Yuan would be able to use wisdom path methods to deal with the enemy's killer move during the battle itself. Next, the Immortal Killer Move Brilliant Will Dissolution would be used to unravel the enemy's killer move and attain victory. Fang Yuan tried to use it. Purple Thought Perception Starlight was indeed filled with many steps. Fang Yuan only succeeded after 3 tries. During this process, he suffered injuries. But with man as before, Fang Yuan was not afraid of such injuries. After these days of practicing, I have already grasped most of Purple Mountain True Monarch's methods. Fang Yuan thought. At this time, half a month had already passed since Shui Er approached him. During these days, Fang Yuan mainly cultivated Soul Path to increase his soul foundation. Right now, he had 10 million man-soul already. The Immortal Aperture's development was progressing smoothly and steadily. Other than this, he was practicing killer moves. Killer moves needed practice because each activation carried a risk. If the activation failed, one would be causing harm to themselves. Fang Yuan had countless inheritances and had a vast number of killer moves. However, the foundation of killer moves were Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan decided to first train Purple Mountain True Monarch's Wisdom Path killer moves. Purple Mountain True Monarch was a first-generation split soul purple. His methods could contest Duke Long. They were naturally very powerful. Furthermore, before his death, he left most of his Wisdom Path Immortal Goo to Fang Yuan. Thus, Fang Yuan had the foundation to use Purple Mountain True Monarch's Immortal Killer moves. Of course, he did not have all of Purple Mountain True Monarch's Immortal Goo. There were quite some missing. But it was not a problem for Fang Yuan with his Grandmaster Wisdom Path attainment level, and the most important light of wisdom to rely on. He could rapidly modify killer moves. Right now, the Wisdom Path killer moves that he was using were modified to some extent. After this session, Fang Yuan went to Wisdom Goo. He sat beside Wisdom Goo and bathed in the light of wisdom, thinking and concluding his gains from this training session. Every time after practice, he would think about the experience and use his gains to modify the killer moves even further. The creation of many killer moves relied on the Goo Immortal's own experiences, habits, and personality. These killer moves were other people's killer moves. They were not as fitting to Fang Yuan as his self-created Myriad Self and Strength Path Giant Hand. Thus, Fang Yuan had to continue modifying them. A moment later, Fong Yuan finished his thinking session. There was nothing he could do to modify Purple Mountain True Monarch's Immortal Killer moves anymore. After these days of practicing and modifying, I have finally reached the limit. Only when my wisdom path attainment reaches a qualitative change can I continue to modify these moves. After understanding this, Fong Yuan did not force it anymore. His deductions today were not focusing on this. He was trying to complete Immortal Killer move Eat Strength. Originally, Fong Yuan had Immortal Goo Eat Strength. He could expend Immortal Essence to activate the Immortal Goo and increase his Strength Path Dao marks. It was a pity that such a useful Immortal Goo was destroyed. But it was not a problem. All of the different paths led to the same origin. Fong Yuan had so many Immortal Goo and the Light of Wisdom to help him. He could rapidly deduce Immortal Killer move Eat Strength. Such an Immortal Killer move could totally replace the use of Eat Strength Immortal Goo. My deductions succeeded. A few minutes later, Fong Yuan left Wisdom Goo with a feeling of satisfaction. He started deducing Immortal Killer move Eat Strength 6 days ago. He had finally succeeded. This rank 6 Immortal Killer move used Snack Immortal Goo as the core, with other Strength Path Immortal Goo as the supplementary goo. A Goo Immortal could expend Strength Path Immortal materials to help them increase their Strength Path Dao marks. The result of one cultivation session was better than rank 6 Immortal Goo Eat Strength. But the expended Immortal Essence was higher too because too many Goo worms were involved. It was not as convenient as using Eat Strength Immortal Goo alone. In conclusion, there were advantages and disadvantages. For the following days, other than practicing Purple Mountain True Monarch's Wisdom Path Killer moves, Fong Yuan used Eat Strength to increase his Strength Path Dao marks. He had the most number of Transformation Path Dao marks now, about 50,000. After that were Ice and Snow Path, Luck Path, Chi Path, and Sound Path. They all had over 10,000 Dao marks. He had few Strength Path Dao marks. He did not undergo any Strength Path-related tribulations, and the Immortal Apertures that he annexed were not from Strength Path either. This time, he focused on fixing this problem. Fong Yuan had considered it deeply before choosing Strength Path. His strongest methods now were Reverse Flow Protection Seal and Myriad Dragon. The former was defense while the latter was offense. Both were related to Strength Path. Raising Strength Path Dao marks would raise the upper limit of his battle strength very evidently. As for the Wisdom Path Killer moves from Purple Mountain True Monarch, they were meant to increase Fong Yuan's variety of methods. What truly decided his upper limit of strength was Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Fong Yuan trained with hard work and used his time to the limit. Every second of his time was spent purposefully. This safe environment was really rare. Since rebirth, this was the first time Fong Yuan had such a prime opportunity to raise his strength and deepen his foundation. Immortal Aperture development, practicing killer moves, cultivating Soul Path, almost every day, Fong Yuan progressed further. His speed of improvement was unheard of. Even Lang Yalan's spirit was secretly shocked. This was what Heavenly Court had predicted. After getting Shadow Sex inheritance, Fong Yuan's foundation was unfathomably deep. Now that he could make use of it, his strength would grow explosively. Ever since Xue Er joined up with the Shadow Sect Immortals, she had acted very obediently and diligently. Even though her battle strength was lacking, she was skilled in the investigative aspect. She worked with the Shadow Sect Immortals and hunted many souls for Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan was cold towards the marriage connection, causing some conflict in the Snowman tribe. Xue Er's grandmother, Bing Yuan, proposed to send Fong Yuan another gift to express their goodwill. But some of the Snowman Gu Immortals led by Bing Fong objected to it. They felt that the price of a marriage connection with Fong Yuan was too big. They would rather endure the suppression of the Rockmen. Because of Shadow Sex members, Lang Yasek's development in exploring Tai Chiu became quicker. Lang Yalan's spirit was extremely happy. He became very pleased with Fong Yuan. On this day, Fong Yuan was sitting with his eyes closed, his consciousness working on developing his immortal aperture, when he suddenly received a request for help. At the same time as when he opened his eyes, Lang Yalan's spirit also teleported towards Fong Yuan. Elder Fong Yuan, quickly go help. An immemorial desolate beast has appeared in Tai Chiu. It has trapped several Gu immortals from our sect. Lang Yalan's spirit had a nervous expression as he spoke anxiously. Roar! A loud sound resembling thunder exploded around the hairy man goo immortals. At the same time, a huge dragon head charged towards them like a hill. A huge shadow was casted over the immortals. Before it even hit, the strong air currents blew out with threatening aura, making everyone lose their confidence in defending themselves. We're finished. 3 hairy man goo immortals were covered in sweat. One of them was lying on the ground. Seeing that they were about to die, at this moment, the 3 hairy men heard a cold voice. Useless. The 3 hairy man goo immortals were overjoyed even though they were insulted. They shouted, "We are here, Fairy Ning Bing. Save us." During the moment of danger, a white figure flew towards them. It was Dragon Lady by Ning Bing. She snorted coldly and raised her hands. Crack. At the next moment, an ice wall emerged and shielded the 3 hairy man goo immortals. Bam! In just a breath's time, the giant dragon head crashed into the ice wall. The ice wall could not take it and shattered. But Bai Ning Bing had already pulled the 3 hairy man goo immortals back as they retreated. At the same time, cold light shot out of her eyes and landed on the dragon head. The vicious dragon head was soon covered in a layer of white frost. Its speed had fallen drastically. Bai Ning Bing internally let out a sigh of relief. After that instance of combat, she had already deduced that the dragon head was only rank 7 level. With her battle strength, she could easily deal with it. But Immemorial Desolate Beast Myriad Head Coiling Dragon has 10,000 heads. I can deal with 1 head, but if the other dragon heads join in the battle, I will be outmatched. After all, 2 fists cannot rival 4 hands. Bai Ning Bing looked at the sky as she frowned. This was not the ordinary Taicho world. It was a dark formation path space. The Myriad Head Coiling Dragon was a formation path Immemorial Desolate Beast. It could create formation path spaces just like how the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle could enter and exit Grotto Heavens. It was the Immemorial Desolate Beast's latent ability. I need to get out of this place and return to the outside world. I hope Ing Wuxie and the rest can hold on. At this moment in the outside world of Taicho, He Lulan and the others were flying around in the sky, facing hundreds of dragons on the ground. They used their methods and unleashed an array of attacks endlessly. It was a grand scene. The green giant grass in Taicho were as tall as trees. They grew in large numbers, resembling a forest. Within the giant grass, hundreds of dragons had varying forms. They either had golden scales, horns on their foreheads, 3 dragon eyes, or sharp teeth. Their bodies were wavering, but their heads were high in the sky, much taller than the grass here. These were all dragon heads, part of the Myriad Head Coiling Dragon. The tails were deeply buried under the soil. All of the 10,000 dragons were of the same origin. Meanwhile, He Lulan flew in circles like an eagle. She continued to unleash killer moves that rained down like fireworks. Dragon roars resounded. They were not passively taking hits. They retaliated continuously. Most of them were breathing out dragon breaths. Some were spitting out poison, while some had dragon eyes shooting out light. Ignoring the dragon head that went to deal with by Ningbing, there are 3 rank 7 dragon heads. The rest are rank 6 level. We have not found any wild immortal goo yet, but be careful. Don't get close. You will be dragged into the formation path space of the Myriad Head Coiling Dragon. He Lulan, Ing Wuxie, and the rest conversed while they fought at the same time. Lang Yalan's spirit asked Fang Yuan for help. He had to respond. Firstly, this rescue mission had a lot of rewards. It was quite enticing. Secondly, Fang Yuan was a supreme elder of Langya sect. He could not ignore this. It would violate his alliance agreement. Thus, while rushing there, Fang Yuan ordered Ing Wuxie and the rest to help first and stall for time. As the battle got more intense, not much time had passed, but Ing Wuxie and the rest were already feeling great pressure. Oh no! More and more dragon heads are awakening. If this goes on, the immemorial dragon head will awaken. Not only will we fail to save them, we will lose our lives. When will sect leader arrive? We are deep within Taicho. The teleportation formation is far away. He needs some time. Be careful. While conversing, a rank 7 dragon head woke up and emerged from the ground, roaring as it shot out a silver dragon breath. He Lulan narrowly avoided it as Ing Wuxia pondered and said to Lady White Rabbit and Shui, "Stay back and help us out from a distance." Shui only had rank 6 cultivation level. Her mind was shaking and she was barely putting up a fight. Even though she was the genius of the snowmen, she could not be compared to He Lulan and the rest. She did not try to force herself. She retreated with Lady White Rabbit. "Is it fine for us to retreat?" Lady White Rabbit was very worried. Shui rolled her eyes at her. "Let's listen to Fairy Wuxia. With our battle strength, we will only hold them back." The immortals resisted for a while longer. More dragon heads were awakening and joining the combat. 1,000 dragon bodies were moving about. Dragon heads were roaring. He Lulan and the rest were fully suppressed. Thankfully, Myriad Head Coiling Dragon was a very special type of immemorial desolate beast. Once it was born, it could not move. Even though there were many dragon heads, they could only defend their territory. They could not pursue enemies. Even so, 1,000 dragon heads' breaths were incredibly powerful. He Lulan and the rest retreated time and again. They could barely resist it. "Oh no! The situation is getting worse. Bai Ningbing is still not out yet. I'm afraid she's unable to escape from the enemy's trap." He Lulan and the rest were right. Bai Ningbing was fighting desperately inside the formation path space. To defend those 3 hairy man Gu immortals, she was very restricted. But right at this time, an indescribable aura spread throughout the place. A huge dragon head that surpassed all others slowly rose up. The immemorial dragon head had awakened. Its eyes were hazy, its eyelids were drooping. It had yet to awaken fully, but it already created immense pressure in the Gu immortals. "Damn it! What should we do?" The immortals were hesitating when Ing Wuxia ordered, "We will retreat." They were only rank 6 and 7, how could they resist rank 8? They could only retreat, giving up on Bai Ningbing and the 3 hairy man Gu immortals. But right at this moment, the immemorial dragon head opened its mouth and sucked in. Instantly, the world changed. Ing Wuxia and the rest were all dragged into the formation path space without putting up resistance. Immemorial dragon head. Bai Ningbing was shaken. She turned to look at Ing Wuxia and the rest, frowning and asking, "Where's Fong Yuan?" Ing Wuxia and the rest smiled bitterly. Thankfully, the immemorial dragon head only trapped the Shadow Sect immortals and did not attack. The dragon head faded into the formation path space in a few breaths of time. It had rank 8 battle strength. From its perspective, rank 6 and 7 Gu immortals were insignificant. It did not need to fight. It let the other dragon heads handle this battle. Thus, 1,000 dragon heads appeared all around the Shadow Sect immortals. Ing Wuxia and the rest fell into a difficult battle. The scene now was different from before. These dragon heads could move easily in the formation path space. They could appear and vanish at times. They were no longer trapped at their original spot. The immortals tried and could not break out of the formation path space. They could only unite and fight together, resisting a desperate battle. In the dangerous battle, all of the immortals suffered injuries. The 3 hairy man Gu immortals, Shui and Lady White Rabbit barely managed to survive. Gradually, the Shadow Sect immortals could no longer care about the weak. 1 hairy man Gu immortal was the first to die. Shui gasped as she could not escape in time. She was surrounded by several dragon heads. "To think that I will die here." Shui could not stop them. She could only shut her eyes and wait for death. But a dark figure flew in and dragged her out. "What are you all doing? Why did I have to come out and salvage the situation?" The pressure of survival made Lady White Rabbit turned into Black Tigress again. She was the one who saved Shui. Shui was dazed. You are Lady White Rabbit? I am not that weakling." Black Tigress smiled coldly. She looked at Shui in disdain. Shui was speechless. She finally understood. Fong Yuan's subordinates, the members of Shadow Sect, were all monsters. Compared to them, she was the weakest. With Black Tigress' help, the scene finally stabilized. But good times did not last. More and more dragon heads appeared. The immemorial desolate beast Myriad Head Coiling Dragon was finally starting to show its terrifying battle strength. The immortals could only defend themselves. They could not escape. Their hope was all in Fong Yuan. But when was Fong Yuan going to arrive? After such a long period of fighting, Fang Yuan should have arrived already. But soon, the Shadow Sect Immortals realized that this formation path space had time path elements in it. The rate of time was very different from the outside world. This realization was like a huge rock that weighed on the Gu Immortals' hearts. But gradually, Ing Wuxie and the rest found out that the number of dragon heads in the formation path space was shrinking. Their pressure was decreasing. They stabilized in this dangerous situation again. Fang Yuan must be here. After realizing this, the Immortals rose in morale. But Shui could not help but feel worried. I wonder what the battle outside is like. Even though Fang Yuan has rank 8 battle strength, can he resist this rank 8 myriad head coiling dragon? While thinking about this, the formation path space broke and everyone returned to the outside world. Ah! Looking at the scenery, Shui could not help but gasp in shock. The ground was covered in rivers of blood. Countless dragons were lying on the ground. The surrounding area was covered in corpses. That immemorial dragon head was growling in pain. It was no longer as imposing as before. And Fang Yuan was everywhere. Single thought, endless clones. Ing Wuxie muttered, recognizing Fang Yuan's immortal killer move. Fang Yuan was concealing himself among the countless silhouettes. But that immemorial dragon head had no way to figure out where Fang Yuan was. Ignited thought, flying rock. Countless flaming rocks were landing on myriad head coiling dragon's body, making a large number of dragon heads fall to the ground. They had thought of getting up, but the thought was extinguished instantly by the flames. Single thought, flower blossom. Fang Yuan shifted his thoughts. Countless beautiful flowers bloomed on the dragon bodies. They felt that their strength was sapped away as the strong dragon heads fell into weakness. The flowers were used as fuel to strengthen the flames in their mind. These attacks quickly defeated the rank 6 and 7 dragon heads. They sprawled on the ground like fat earthworms. Only the immemorial dragon head had a powerful aura, but as it could not find Fang Yuan's main body, its battle strength was useless. This is the power of wisdom path killer moves. I can see how powerful Purple Mountain True Monarch was from this. Fang Yuan sighed to himself internally. At this moment, the immemorial dragon head saw Ing Wuxie and the rest. It changed target and assaulted them. The remaining 2 hairy man Gu Immortals shrieked uncontrollably. Fang Yuan's main body emerged and blocked the dragon head's path. Be careful! Shui shouted as she saw the immemorial dragon head crash into Fang Yuan's body with much fear. The huge force sent Fang Yuan flying, but he quickly flew back again. In contrast, the immemorial dragon head was covered in blood. It was in a pathetic state. Reverse flow protection seal rendered Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals without options. The power of it was not a joke. Using this chance, the Shadow Sect Immortals managed to retreat to a safe distance. Without any lingering burden, Fang Yuan engaged in a fight with the immemorial dragon head. So strong. Shui was completely dazed from watching. She watched how Fang Yuan gained the upper hand and killed the immemorial dragon head eventually. This immemorial desolate beast is a bit weak. When the battle ended, Fang Yuan looked down at the immemorial dragon head that was cut off, and the 1,000 dragon heads lingering on the ground as he sighed. We're saved. Lord Fang Yuan is invincible. The 2 hairy man Gu Immortals saw Fang Yuan defeating the myriad head coiling dragon. They cheered loudly and expressed their joy of surviving the ordeal. But the Shadow Sect Immortals were silent. Bai Ning Bing snorted. Ing Wuxie had a look of nostalgia. After seeing these wisdom path killer moves again, he thought of the sacrificed Purple Mountain True Monarch. He Lulan was silent. The stronger Fang Yuan became, the smaller her chances of escaping. Shui blinked in succession. She was mentally shaken, looking at the ravaged battlefield. She understood why the tribe wanted to have a marriage connection with Fang Yuan. This is rank 8 battle strength? Ordinary immemorial desolate beasts cannot deal with Gu Immortals that have rank 8 battle strength. Because humans possess intelligence and wisdom, we can use countless immortal killer moves. Being married to this man, even if we only rely on this connection, our tribe will no longer be bullied by the Rockmen. If we can use his help, the entire tribe will be lifted. We will definitely prosper. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan stared at the dragon corpse and the fallen dragon heads, collating his gains and losses. Immemorial Desolate Beasts had rank 8 battle strength, but they were still classified into different tiers. This myriad head coiling dragon was one of the weaker ones among Immemorial Desolate Beasts. It was not in good condition. It had just woken up from sleep and was countered by Feng Yuan's Wisdom Path Killer moves. If Feng Yuan used other methods or fought by charging in, he might have had to spend more effort. But Ignited Thought Flying Rock had an incredible effect that dealt with it easily. How should I deal with this myriad head coiling dragon? Without the immemorial dragon head, it is only ancient desolate level now. But it still has its foundation. In time, a new ancient dragon head will become immemorial level. This type of formation path immemorial desolate beast was very rare. Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was in its development stage. He first thought of moving this myriad head coiling dragon into his immortal aperture. But regretfully, once the myriad head coiling dragon is in the ground, it could no longer be moved. It was not just deep underground, it was connected to the earth vein. It grew from extracting nutrients from the earth vein. Thus, if the surrounding soil was dug up, the myriad head coiling dragon would lose its connection to the myriad head coiling dragon. It would lose its life. Ordinary Gu immortals might be without options, but Feng Yuan had methods. Be it Shadow Sex inheritances or Langya Sex inheritances, they had countless methods to relocate the myriad head coiling dragon. But Feng Yuan gave up this alluring idea after considering it. The reason was simple: these methods needed immortal Gu that Feng Yuan did not have. Even if he used the light of wisdom, the time, effort, and resources needed were huge. It was not worth it for just this immemorial desolate beast. But to kill it and sell off its body parts was a huge waste. After all, an immemorial desolate beast that was alive had greater value than a dead one. Thoughts clashed in Feng Yuan's mind as he thought of the best way to resolve this. Langya Sect. He had just prepared to contact Langya Land Spirit when Langya Land Spirit already contacted him using Information Path Mortal Gu. Langya Land Spirit was also very happy. Feng Yuan was able to defeat the immemorial desolate beast and save 2 hairy man Gu immortals. He wanted to thank Feng Yuan and had a warm tone. Feng Yuan smiled silently. The status of a rank 8 Gu immortal was totally different. In the absence of rank 9, rank 8s were the dominating overlords. Each rank 8 Gu immortal caused great influences in their every action. Even though Feng Yuan did not have rank 8 cultivation level, having only rank 8 battle strength and being considered a quasi-rank 8, he could already feel how amazing it was to be a rank 8 at this moment. Feng Yuan said to Langya Land Spirit, "This myriad head coiling dragon is still alive. A new immemorial dragon head will regrow in the future. I want to sell this immemorial desolate beast to Langya Sect, First Supreme Elder. How many sect contribution points can I get for this?" Langya Land Spirit was dazed before shouting, "Great idea!" Langya Sect was exploring Taichio. They could use an immemorial desolate beast's corpse to create a teleportation immortal formation. This was a base point for them. Using this base, they could explore outwards and gain more resources from Taichio. But in the huge Taichio, just one base was not enough. Like this time, because of the distance, it was not easy to rescue them. This myriad head coiling dragon is a natural immortal formation. We do not need to do anything. As long as we subdue it, we will be able to create a second base. As for sect contribution points, Langya Land Spirit considered before giving Feng Yuan a number he was satisfied with. Feng Yuan had to refine a large number of immortal Gu earlier. His sect contribution points had dwindled. He needed to replenish them so that he could refine Gu again. Right now, Feng Yuan was handing out a Gu refinement mission. His main goal was Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu. After settling his loot, Feng Yuan led the immortals back victoriously. The Shadow Sect immortals were all injured. He Lulan had the heaviest injuries. Even though the fire path methods were good, it was not compatible with her great strength true martial physique. Unfortunately, Feng Yuan needed to develop his strength path too. There was a conflict between them. Feng Yuan had to satisfy his own needs first before he could pass down excessive Gu worms to raise the Shadow Sect immortal strength. After all, Heavenly Court was too strong. Their strength was needed for Feng Yuan to gain a decisive victory in the future. However, I can modify her fire path killer moves to make them more compatible. I can even modify the strength path immortal killer moves for her to use. Fang Yuan thought. He Lulan was still very loyal due to Shadow Sect's alliance agreement. But in Fang Yuan's mind, Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit were more trustworthy. At the same time, Fang Yuan had a way to restrict He Lulan. That was her father-come-enemy, He Cheng. This huge trump card had always been in Fang Yuan's hands. He Lulan was kept in the dark. I can nurture He Lulan slightly. Modifying these killer moves is very easy. The expended time and effort is low. I can do it rapidly. Thus, for the next few days, Shadow Sect's immortals healed themselves while He Lulan's injuries slowly recovered. She was only mildly injured. Fang Yuan handed Star Eye's immortal goo to her and let her use it to refine the stars in the sky. Fang Yuan chose a huge star when he was in southern border disguised as Wu Hai. There were too many people, he could not casually refine the stars. There was little development in this, it kept dragging on until now. Fang Yuan did not have the time or energy for this. He passed Star Eye's immortal goo to He Lulan and made her use her time to refine the star, allowing Star Eye's immortal goo to display its worth. When He Lulan succeeded, Fang Yuan would give her the modified immortal killer moves as the reward. Fang Yuan had created an organization in his previous life. To nurture a person, they could not be given rewards for no reason and at a rapid pace. Breaking the rules of advancement was a huge problem for organizations. Any act of promotion or demotion needed to have appropriate reasons. If there was no reason for it, then he should create a reason. Fang Yuan was very experienced in this. After the matter of the myriad-head coiling dragon, Fang Yuan realized that the Shadow Sect immortals also needed more battle strength. When they got stronger, they would be more helpful to Fang Yuan. However, the most important thing now was Fang Yuan's own development. The most reliable person was himself. A truly mature person would never rely on others in times of need. The Shadow Sect immortals were merely icing on the cake for Fang Yuan. After returning to his Cloud City, Fang Yuan took out a rank 6 strength path immortal material. Next, he used immortal killer move Eat Strength. A moment later, this pure strength path immortal material had melted. A small portion of the Dao marks in it had been transferred to Fang Yuan. Using perceivable Dao immortal goo to check it, his strength path Dao marks did not grow by much. Fang Yuan was not disappointed. This was an expected result. The main way for Gu immortals to increase their Dao marks was through tribulations. For Fang Yuan, he had another immortal aperture annexing method. As for Eat Strength Killer move, it could only slowly accumulate, there would only be effect after a long time. Thus now, when dealing with the myriad-head coiling dragon, even though he gained some strength path Dao marks, his battle strength did not rise much. However, if I can refine Snack Immortal Goo into the rank 7 Big Snack, I can modify Eat Strength so that the gain in my strength path Dao marks will be more evident and achieve a qualitative change. This thought appeared in Fang Yuan's mind before rapidly vanishing. Refining Snack Immortal Goo into Big Snack Immortal Goo was alluring, but it was not the appropriate time to do that now. Refining Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo was the main priority, and Fang Yuan was continuing his immortal aperture development to satisfy the needs of his immortal goo in terms of food. The latter expended almost all of his finances. How long had it been? His 10 million immortal essence stones had already started depleting. But his great efforts also gave him great rewards. He had already completed more than half of his basic development. My soul foundation has already reached 10 million man soul. Let's continue like this. In terms of killer moves, I am already familiar with Purple Mountain True Monarch's Wisdom Path killer moves. Next, I will modify Bo Qing's Sword Path killer moves. In terms of Wisdom Path, Fang Yuan had Grandmaster attainment level. He also had Wisdom Path Immortal Goo. It was naturally his priority. In terms of Sword Path, even though he had several Sword Path Immortal Goo, he lacked the attainment level for it. It was lower on his priority. In terms of Soul Path, not only did he lack attainment level, he also lacked Immortal Goo. He only had rank 7 Change Soul and rank 6 Cleanse Soul. It was even lower on the priority list. Fang Yuan had been preparing himself. He had considered his options thoroughly. At the same time as modifying Bo Qing's Sword Path killer moves, I will also modify some killer moves for He Lulan. The only problem is that after completing my basic development, My finances will be at a dangerous level. Fang Yuan was a little worried, but after 3 days, the snowman tribe sent the third set of gifts to him. The third set of gifts was the most valuable one among the 3. After getting this, Fang Yuan's basic immortal aperture development no longer had the problem of lacking funds for the time being. Southern border. A mild rain was drizzling. There was serenity amidst the cold winds. It was dusk on the green mountain ridge. On a nameless mountain, a huge pine tree with a cone shape had already grown for 6 years on this location. Soon, in an hour, I will be able to refine rank 7 pine needle immortal goo. 6 years of hard work. Rank 7 secluded cultivator Zheng Qing thought in his heart with anticipation. He was a wood path goo immortal. He was using a wood refinement method this time. Even though it took a long time, he was using the technique of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. The success rate was very high. Zheng Qing was originally immortal. When he was finding firewood one day in the mountain, he fell off the cliff and landed on a huge lotus that was within the valley. Through a fortuitous encounter, Zheng Qing inherited one of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's wood path inheritances. After working hard on cultivation, he became a goo immortal. He slowly cultivated and rarely went out. After hundreds of years, he became rank 7. He had a peaceful nature. One had to say, Genesis Lotus True Inheritance was really suited for him. When refining goo this time, he turned into a pine tree and stayed here for 6 years, through rain and shine, slowly cultivating while ignoring the changes in the environment. Rumble. At this time, from deep under the earth, he heard a loud sound, like the screaming of countless beasts. What is going on? Zheng Qing heard the sound and became alert. No way, my goo refinement method comes from Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Be it the process of refining goo or the final moment, the process is natural and mystical. There is no way I will be exposed. Thus, this cannot be a case of enemies coming to snatch it. Wait. Zheng Qing was first suspicious before his heart jumped. He thought of an answer. Months ago, he had also experienced such a situation. That time, there was a huge earthquake. It was as if there was a huge python rolling around in the ground. Even though he was unharmed, the event shocked Zheng Qing deeply. After that, Zheng Qing connected to Treasure Yellow Heaven and learned that there was an unprecedented earthquake that involved the entire southern border. Is this the same thing? Zheng Qing's guess soon got confirmed. Like what he had expected, this was the same type of earthquake as before. But the size of it was far beyond Zheng Qing's imagination. Rumble. A terrifying earthquake seemed to devour everything. The world was shaking like the apocalypse was here. Huge trenches were created that extended for millions of li. Zheng Qing was very unfortunately, the nameless mountain that he was on was being devoured by a trench. The mountain collapsed. Zheng Qing wanted to hold on, but he reached his limits. He had to return to human form. Even with his superb mental state, he still wanted to vomit blood. His 6 years of hard work had gone up in smoke. What is this earthquake? Why am I so unlucky, Sai? Suddenly, his bloodshot eyes widened immensely. He saw that the immeasurably wide trench had a mountain-like rock. This rock was orange in color. It was also crystallized. The surface had countless holes that were large as houses, while some were small as fists. A large amount of yellow smoke was spewing out of these holes unceasingly. The smoke became thicker and soon turned into soil. The original orange-yellow crystal rock was covered in a thick layer of soil in a dozen breaths of time. Zheng Qing breathed roughly. He had Genesis Lotus True Inheritance. He knew what this was with his knowledge. This is the Earth Path Crystal Essence in Hu Land. This is a rank 8 immortal material. Wait. Zheng Qing's investigative killer move looked further. His eyes became wider as he shouted, "Did I see wrongly? Not just the Earth Path Crystal Essence, there are also Jade Scales, Earth Hole Traveling Flame, Spring Thunder Condensed Dewdrops. These immortal materials were very valuable. They were also of a huge quantity." The feeling of failing the goo refinement had already been forgotten by Zheng Qing. He started to get busy collecting these precious resources. Northern Plains, Langya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan cultivated his Sword Path Killer moves. Sword Path Killer move. Triple layered sword wave. Swish, swish, swish. The dazzling silvery waves were crashing unceasingly. 3 layers of waves swept forward with unparalleled sharpness and power. Immortal killer move. Formless flying sword. Flying sword Immortal goo shot out rapidly. It vanished in an instant due to the extreme speed. Fang Yuan could accurately sense the location of flying sword Immortal goo, but others could not. This was one of Bo Qing's signature killer moves. Immortal killer move. Cloud flying sword. Fang Yuan clapped as a large amount of cloud fog appeared and rapidly expanded. The power of the sword had no form or limits. It could not be intercepted. Without any solid matter, it could not be resisted. Immortal killer move. 10,000 li flying sword. Fang Yuan pointed as sword light flew out like a rainbow, shooting towards the sky, traveling several thousand li in the blink of an eye. It was extremely accurate. And the final move, Immortal killer move, 5-finger fist heart sword. Fang Yuan clapped and placed his palms in front of his chest together, before his right hand's fingers curled up, as if he was grasping endless sword light in his hand. Next, he raised his right hand up towards the top of his head. First, his thumb straightened with a swoosh. An extremely sharp sword light flew out and pierced a hole in cloud cover continent. Next were his index and middle fingers. They extended and 2 sword lights shot out with terrifying night. But his last 2 fingers could not be stretched. After 3 sword lights, Fang Yuan had to stop the killer move. After some practice, Fang Yuan stood on the spot, collating his experiences. These last days, I have already finished modifying the sword path killer moves. There are a total of 5 moves. Other than triple layered sword wave originating from Langya sect, the other 4 moves came from Bo Qing, and I have already modified them. Sword path situation is inferior to wisdom path. I do not have as many sword path Immortal goo compared to wisdom path, and my attainment level is far lower. My modification is limited. The power is about the same as Bo Qing's original version. Especially the final move, 5-finger fist heart sword. It used to be renowned throughout history. It was a move that shocked the world. But I can only use 3-finger sword lights. That is my limit. At the same time, the power of the move is only at the peak of rank 7. If I can use rank 8 Wisdom Sword Immortal goo as well, the Sword Path Killer move will reach the power level of rank 8. Unfortunately, Wisdom Sword Immortal goo was very hard to use. He needed rank 8 Immortal Essence. Fang Yuan was not rank 8. He could not produce rank 8 Immortal Essence at all. Fang Yuan had 3 rank 8 Immortal goo. They were Attitude goo, Years Flow Like Water, and Wisdom Sword Immortal goo. Among them, Attitude goo was a legendary Immortal goo written in The Legends of Renzu. It had a very low requirement to use. Years Flow Like Water was slightly worse, but its effect depended on the quality of the Immortal Essence used instead. Wisdom Sword Immortal goo was a normal rank 8 Immortal goo. Even though it belonged to Fang Yuan, it needed rank 8 Immortal Essence to activate. Thus, Fang Yuan had a lot of room for improvement in Sword Path. But at the current moment, he had reached the limit of development in this path. After finishing the practice of his killer moves, Fang Yuan did not want to waste time. He returned to the Cloud City and started to work on his Immortal Aperture development again. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, at the extreme north of many northern plains. Snow was falling. The air was cold. Snow was deep and thick. The atmosphere was entirely different from before. Howl! Howl! Occasionally, several snow monsters would pace around the snow and emit strange screams. And at the extreme north, there was a mountain-like crystal rock. This rock was blue in color. It had crystallized texture. The surface had countless holes of varying sizes. A large amount of cold and icy smoke was spewing out of these holes unceasingly. They were changing the environment to a great extent. Ice Path Crystal Essence. It was an extremely rare rank 8 immortal material that originated from the secluded domain of heaven and earth. It was rarely seen in the market. The first time he saw this Ice Path Crystal Essence, Fang Yuan sighed. To think that the Snowman tribe had such a valuable thing in their treasury. But Fang Yuan soon understood why. Even though they were living in difficulty now and were in a tough spot, the truth was, after so many generations of cruel competition, how could the remaining snowmen be simple characters? At least, among all of the snowman tribes, this was a high-quality batch. They were merely trapped here now. Even though their current situation was bad, they had their former glory. The ice path crystal essence was the important part of the third gift from the snowmen. As for why these snowmen suddenly showed such sincerity, Feng Yuan knew without needing to guess that it was because he defeated the immemorial desolate beast myriad-head coiling dragon. The scene was recorded by Shui Er, who sent it back to the tribe. Of course, this was Feng Yuan purposely allowing her to do it. He wanted to see that happen. With this ice path crystal essence, I can create a production line of snow monsters. In time, this will be a new source of revenue for me. While he was thinking of the future, Sixth Hair transmitted to him, Sect Leader, Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo's refinement has reached the crucial step. Please come over to refine the goo personally. Feng Yuan was instantly alerted. If he could refine Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo, he would be able to learn about the following calamities and tribulations in advance. Any goo cultivator would know how important and significant this was. The goo refinement hall was filled with bright white light. The light was glaring, nobody could look at it directly. An intense aura that was in between mortal goo and immortal goo showed that the goo refinement was at its most crucial step. Feng Yuan was bathed in the white light. His concentration was fully invested. Beside him, refinement path goo immortal Sixth Hair had a look of solemnness and nervousness. Now is the time. Suddenly, Sixth Hair spoke and dispelled the entire refinement path goo formation. Originally, the best way to refine Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo was to use light path refinement method. Other than that, other paths would only exert more effort for a weaker result. Some even caused an opposing effect. And at this final step, the refinement path goo formation needed to be shut down. The goo immortal had to personally complete this final step. This was the most unique part of Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo's refinement. Almost all other immortal goo had no such requirement. Only Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo could not be restricted by any rules. It had to be refined when it was in a state of freedom. Undeniably, this was a huge test to the Goo Immortal refining the Goo. Because the Goo Immortal needed to take the place of the Immortal formation at that instant and complete the final step of the Goo refinement himself. But the Goo Immortal's control could not be excessive. Otherwise, it would be a form of restriction and Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo would not be refined. This step required a peculiar balance. The intricacy could not be expressed in words. Only the Goo Immortal undergoing the refinement could experience it. At the final step, Feng Yuan's mind had countless thoughts, using wisdom path methods. He perfectly took over the Immortal formation's workload. The surrounding white light was blinding, but Feng Yuan guided it back to a condensed form. Gradually, these lights formed into a circular shape around Feng Yuan. The huge circle had Feng Yuan at the center. Initially, there was only light, but after a few breaths of time, there was a material form. After a dozen breaths, the refinement hall's light had returned to normal. The ring had materialized and was the size of a house. It was white gold in color. The ring was quietly floating. Feng Yuan was at its center. Sixth Hair held his breath as he felt excited internally. Refinement path killer move. Heavenly light ring. It has finally formed. But we need it to rotate 7 times to refine the rank 7 Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo. The first rotation. Feng Yuan willed as the ring started to rotate slowly. This first rotation took 15 minutes to complete. The first rotation is complete. Sixth Hair let out a breath of turbid air. Second rotation. Feng Yuan's eyes, which were shut, slowly opened. Within his eyes, a profound light shot out towards the ring. The ring, which had stopped moving, started to move with his gaze. It rotated again. This rotation was faster than before. In just 7 minutes, it finished rotating. The second rotation is done too. Sixth Hair clenched his fists. Third rotation. Feng Yuan breathed roughly. He continued to regulate his breath. He was not breathing normally, of course. He was using a refinement path killer move. His breath and the ring resonated as it started to spin again. This rotation was even faster now. It finished in an instant. The third rotation is done. Sixth Hair's heart was pounding. The fourth rotation. Feng Yuan opened his mouth and started to hum. Under the effect of his voice, the ring started to spin violently. Soon, the fourth rotation was completed. We are already past half of the 7 rotations. But it will get even harder now because the rings will rotate even faster. It will not be easy to control. Sixth hair was oozing with sweat now. After the fourth rotation, Fang Yuan did not continue recklessly. He rested for a while before using his refinement path killer move to make the ring rotate. The fifth rotation. Fang Yuan's arms were naturally lowered, but at this moment he slowly raised his arms. As if his arms were tied by two mountains, Fang Yuan slowly lifted them like he was carrying something very heavy. The ring started to rotate on its own, but this was different from before. While rotating, it also started to ascend. It became further and further away from the ground. When it reached Fang Yuan's shoulder, there was a sudden pause. Oh no! Sixth hair's expression changed as the ring exploded on its own. Boom! A huge explosion was suppressed by the refinement hall before it caused any severe damages. But Fang Yuan, who was at the center, suffered the full extent of the explosion's force. Puff! Fang Yuan's expression was pale. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Heavily injured. Immortal goo man as before. Fang Yuan immediately activated this immortal goo. His ever-useful method started to display its effect. Fang Yuan's heavy injuries became light injuries, but he had not completely healed. Fang Yuan was injured from refining rank 7 Heavenly Secret. Even though rank 6 man as before had some use, its time path effect could not completely get rid of his injuries. Fang Yuan's injuries this time were not simple. Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo's refinement failed. This was not the first time. For the past several times, Sixth Hair failed in the middle of the refinement. This time they reached the end, but Fang Yuan still failed despite doing it himself. At once, Fang Yuan and Sixth Hair had ugly expressions. Fang Yuan had practiced a lot for this. Before the Goo refinement, he had used many luck path methods, but he still did not succeed. Goo refinement was like this. It was not easy to succeed. Even if one invested a lot into it, they might not gain anything. Their efforts might end up in vain. And most importantly, Fang Yuan's calamities and tribulations were impending. If he did not refine Heavenly Secret in time, Fang Yuan would not be able to do it before the tribulation. It is a pity. Sixth Hair sighed. No worry. Even without Heavenly Secret, I am confident of passing. Fang Yuan waved his hand. His mind had returned to normal in an instant. Several days later, Fang Yuan came to a desolate area using the teleportation immortal formation and started to undergo his tribulation. Placing his immortal aperture, he opened the immortal aperture door. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A vast amount of heaven and earth chi rushed in like a waterfall, replenishing sovereign immortal aperture. The scene was simply too grand. Ing Wuxie and the rest were dazed. This time, in order to ensure that the tribulation went without a hitch, Fang Yuan brought the Shadow Sect immortals along. Bai Ningbing was also here, while Shui Er was inside Langya Blessed Land. Shui Er was not trusted by Fang Yuan. As for the rest, they had entered the sovereign immortal aperture before. When Fang Yuan underwent tribulations, they could help him. When other Gu immortals were attracted here and tries to attack him, they could go out and block those enemies for him. This was the human calamity. When Fang Yuan underwent tribulations, he would be noticed by Heaven's will. There was no helping it. Heaven's will tried all means possible to exterminate Fang Yuan. It would naturally plot, and after some time, his human calamity would appear. Unless we see it ourselves, it is absolutely hard to imagine that a person's immortal aperture could absorb this much heaven and earth chi at once. Sovereign immortal aperture. It is too powerful. I believe that even rank 9 venerables would not create such a scene when absorbing heaven and earth chi. The Shadow Sect immortals conversed and praised. Bai Ningbing snorted. Her gaze was flickering uncertainly. She was shocked in her mind, but she said, "You are underestimating the rank 9 venerables. Even though I have never seen a rank 9 immortal aperture absorb heaven and earth chi, after obtaining Bai Xiang's true inheritance, I learned that Bai Xiang's absorption of the heaven and earth chi when he placed his immortal aperture was far bigger in commotion." Ing Wuxie looked at Bai Ningbing plainly. Bai Xiang was rank 8. He had a rank 8 grotto heaven. Fang Yuan is only rank 7 now. He only possesses a rank 7 blessed land. The two cannot be compared. Furthermore, the sovereign immortal aperture is too huge. There are many places that have not been developed. Its potential is unimaginable. In contrast, Bai Xiang Grotto heaven was already filled up back then. The resources were occupying the entire immortal aperture. These resources naturally expended a lot of heaven and earth qi. Bai Ningbing was silent. Wu Xie is right. Fairy Miao Yin laughed curtly. The other Gu immortals nodded in agreement. After a long time, the sovereign immortal aperture completed the absorption of heaven and earth qi. The tribulation began to form in mini-red heaven. Fang Yuan's current body was inside mini-red heaven. This tribulation was targeting Fang Yuan. It would not show up elsewhere. As for why he chose mini-red heaven, it was because this place was empty. It was once the place where he fought the immemorial year monkey. There were no resources here. His losses were minimized when fighting here. If they were in mini-northern plains or mini-southern border, the tribulation would destroy countless resources. That was not favorable to Fang Yuan. The sovereign immortal aperture is too huge. If we were the ones undergoing tribulation, how could we avoid destroying resources? But inside the sovereign immortal aperture, the tribulation cannot even cover the whole of mini-red heaven. He Lu Lan sighed with a tone of admiration. My shadow sect accumulated resources for 100,000 years before refining sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Of course it is extraordinary. Ing Wu Xie snorted coldly, saying proudly. A pity it all went to Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing said casually, making Ing Wu Xie stare at her in anger. What? Did I say something wrong? Bai Ningbing was fearless. She looked at Ing Wu Xie provocatively, defending her face. Ing Wu Xie breathed in deeply. He turned his head over. So what if sovereign immortal fetus Gu was used by Lord Fang Yuan? He is the leader of Shadow Sect. He is on the same boat as us. Ha ha ha. Bai Ningbing laughed in a mocking tone. Ing Wu Xie ignored her and stared at the newly formed tribulation. Only to see that around Fang Yuan, there was a dense poisonous fog. The poisonous fog was rumbling and had 5 distinguishable colors. This is a poison path tribulation, Lady White Rabbit said meekly. Or rather, the 5 poison tribulation. Ing Wu Xie said he had more depth of knowledge. Like what he had just said, the 5-colored poisonous fog formed into 5 giant monsters, a snake, scorpion, spider, toad, and centipede respectively. The 5 monsters encircled Fang Yuan in a threatening manner but did not attack yet. They were gathering strength as time passed. Their bodies got larger. Why is Fang Yuan not attacking yet? Bai Ningbing frowned. Now was the best time to strike. As time passed, the poisonous beasts would get stronger. But Fang Yuan's tactic was different from normal people's mentality. He waited until the 5 poisonous beasts reached their maximum strength. All 5 pounced towards Fang Yuan with bodies like mountains. Bai Ningbing and the rest held their breaths. The tribulation was so powerful that they were stunned even as just spectators. This was not an ordinary rank 7 tribulation. It was enhanced by heaven's will. It had the maximum power allowed by this world. Just this. Fang Yuan's eyes rolled as he vanished on the spot. Boom, boom, boom. At the next moment, thunderous sounds erupted continuously. Bai Ningbing and the rest watched with pin-sized pupils as Fang Yuan rampaged on the battlefield. The 5 poisonous beasts were completely suppressed by his countless attacks. A while later, the poisonous fog faded. Only Fang Yuan was left standing in the battlefield like a demonic god. He looked around the battlefield and stared at his own hands, muttering, Rank 7 heavenly tribulation is too weak. Even though heavens will wants to get rid of me, the otherworldly demon, and raised the strength of the heavenly tribulation to its limit, it could do nothing against me. This tribulation was not hard for Fang Yuan. He had prepared amply for this tribulation and had a lot of trump cards left unused. Ing Wu Xie and the rest were watching Fang Yuan's solo show and ended up being useless. They were in shock and amazement towards the sovereign immortal aperture. Rank 7 Gu immortals had to go through 24 earthly calamities, 3 heavenly tribulations, and 3 grand tribulations. Fang Yuan patiently waited for the 5 poisonous beasts to reach their peak before dealing with them. He wanted to probe the limit of the heavenly tribulation's power. A rank 7 heavenly tribulation no longer had any threat towards him. Earthly calamities were even weaker. Only grand tribulations were an uncertainty. As for how strong grand tribulations could become, Fang Yuan did not know. he had not gone through it once. His rank 7 cultivation level was obtained by annexing apertures. He seized their cultivation level. This was the first time he was going through a rank 7 heavenly tribulation. Afterwards, Fang Yuan used perceivable Dao immortal goo to deduce that he obtained 1,000 poison path Dao marks from this heavenly tribulation. From now on, whenever Fang Yuan used poison path immortal goo, he would gain 100% amplification. Heavenly tribulations on average gave about 750 Dao marks. Fang Yuan obtained 1,000. It was because Heaven's Will had raised its power to the limit. But these gains were not what he needed now. Firstly, he did not have poison path resources to nurture. His poison path attainment level was very low. He only had one poison path immortal goo, Woman's Heart. Evidently, Heaven's Will had purposely chosen poison path to slow down Fang Yuan's growth. The next time I undergo heavenly tribulation, Heaven's Will might reduce the power of the heavenly tribulation to its limit. Fang Yuan could guess this without thinking. This heavenly tribulation made Heaven's Will realize that it could do nothing to Fang Yuan. It would no longer raise its power to the limit. After all, that would only give him more Dao marks. Other than making him stronger, there was no point in doing it. This means that my Dao mark gains will be very low when I pass tribulations in the future. Annexing apertures is the proper way to advance now. Fang Yuan understood. Annexing apertures was the advantage of the sovereign immortal aperture. It would be definitely used in the future. But now that he lacked the upper extreme heavenly eagle, and due to Fang Yuan cultivating in seclusion, he had no opportunities for that. The river of time flowed endlessly. Time passed rapidly. A month had gone by. During this period, Fang Yuan went through an earthly calamity. As he expected, the gain in Dao marks was very few. But in other aspects, Fang Yuan's improvements were huge. His gains were enormous. In terms of soul path, his soul foundation reached 50 million man soul. His soul was so condensed that it was already showing signs of turning solid. And most importantly, his immortal killer move ghost official garment was getting thicker. It was shielding Fang Yuan with even greater strength now. Over on He Lu Land's end, she had already refined the star. Fang Yuan tried to use Star Eye's immortal goo. The investigative effect was great. With this immortal goo, his investigative aspect was greatly supplemented. In terms of immortal aperture management, the basic development was already completed. He expended almost all of his immortal essence stone storage, and the 3 gifts from the snowmen. In the end, he even borrowed some resources from Langya sect to complete his foundations. But now, even though Fang Yuan had not fed them yet, the foundation was already set. It was like having dishes on the table even before eating, while the rice was still cooking in the pot. As long as he continued to develop, he would gain success in the future. There were 7 levels of immortal aperture development. The first level was to create mortal resource points. The second level was to have immortal material resources to feed immortal goo. The third level was to raise and produce immortal beasts and plants, completing the ecosystem. The fourth level was to produce resources for external trade and profits. Fang Yuan had crossed into the 4th level earlier, but he still had 1 foot in the 2nd level. Now that the 2nd level was done, Fang Yuan's other foot stepped into the 3rd level. The 3rd level was to raise and produce immortal beasts and plants, completing the ecosystem. This level's criteria was, these immortal beasts and plants had to perfectly assimilate into the immortal aperture's ecosystem. They had to form a food chain with the living beings within. Fang Yuan had done this in the past, but now it was lacking. Because his 2 biggest groups of beasts, the Eagle group and the Year Beast group, did not perfectly assimilate into the immortal aperture. The eagles needed to hunt for food on their own. But currently, Fang Yuan was purchasing the food from Langya sect and Treasure Yellow Heaven. Year beasts consumed year goo as food. Fang Yuan produced it himself. Rank 8 immortal goo year's flow like water played a huge part in this. Without it, Fang Yuan could not raise such a huge population of year beasts. The 3rd level's development needs to wait. Fang Yuan wanted to continue, but he had to stock. He did not have enough funds now to develop his immortal aperture. He needed to work on the 4th level and increase his trading capabilities. Right now, Fang Yuan had 9 sources of revenue. The first was Guts Goo. It was a monopoly with huge potential, but he had to invest a lot into it and split the revenue with Langya sect. Right now, Fang Yuan's guts gu were all used to cultivate his soul path. His profits were zero at the moment. Next was Year Gu. Fang Yuan has not taken over the market for Year Gu yet, and because of his actions earlier, the revenue of Year Gu would be horrible for the next couple of years. But undeniably, the market for Year Gu was huge in potential because Fang Yuan possessed rank 8 Immortal Gu years flow like water. This Immortal Gu was created by the Northern Plains Time Path great expert Heifan. It was a top-tier Immortal Gu among rank 8s. Not only was it easy to use, owning it meant that one had a steady supply of Year Gu at a low cost. But it had weaknesses too. It would attract immemorial year beasts to wreak havoc in the Immortal aperture. After Heifan created Year's Flow like water Immortal Gu, he tried to solve the problem. But unfortunately, due to his limitations as a Time Path great expert, he was not as skilled in other aspects. He was also lacking in fortuitous encounters. If he had the 180 slaves killer move like Fang Yuan, he would have solved the problem. And thirdly, his lifespan was limited. He had already started solving the problem using the immemorial year beast fishing formation as the flood discharge formation, but his lifespan was used up before they could be used. Thus, Year's Flow like water Immortal Gu could not shine in its creator's hands. When it went into Fang Yuan's hands, its amazing effect was finally used. Fang Yuan also sighed when he thought of this. This was truly the twists and turns of life. After Year Gu were the Dragonfish and Regretful Spider resource points. They were in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's Dragonscale Sea area and Coiling Thread Cave. Back then, in southern border, Fang Yuan had thought of using Wu Clan's strength to develop them. It was a huge effort. But now, the Dragonfish business was heavily affected. Because the secret of Fang Yuan disguising as Wu Yihai was exposed, and his Dragonfish business was done through Wu Clan's network. His main targets were the righteous path forces of southern border. This business was naturally stopped after he got exposed. Thus, Regretful Spiders became Fang Yuan's biggest source of revenue now. The main buyers were Western Desert's Shao clan. Their relationship was getting firmer. After the Dragonfish and Regretful Spider were Eerie Fire Dragon Python, a series of Star Path resources, Star Dart Gu, Star Fragment Grass and more, Spirit Snakes, Snow Monsters and Light Shine Fungi. The Eerie Fire Dragon Python business had started when Fang Yuan obtained some in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Afterwards he used He Tribe's unique raising method to develop them to the scale. The production was not big nor small. It was inferior to the Dragonfish and Regretful Spiders. His Star Path resources were inherited from Star-Lord Wanxiang. He did not focus on them at all. The reason was simple, they were getting less important because most of his resources were larger in scale. And this was obtained from a rank 6 Gu Immortal. Its initial scale was not big either. The Spirit Snakes were about the same as the Star Path resources. They came from Handong Blessed Land, which was annexed by Fang Yuan. He did not develop it purposely. Finally, the Snow Monsters and Light Shine Fungus were future projects. The former used the Ice Path crystal essence to modify mini Northern Plains environment, while the latter had great importance now and could not be sold. In conclusion, Fang Yuan's business situation was not promising. Guts Gu had no profits. Dragonfish was heavily affected and earning little. Even though Regretful Spiders were the same as before, it could not hold up his situation alone. The remaining Eerie Fire Dragon Pythons, Star Path resources, and Spirit Snakes were important to rank 6 Gu Immortals. But for Fang Yuan, they were too small in scale. These three and the Regretful Spider business barely managed to help Fang Yuan maintain his finances. And finally, for the Snow Monsters and Light Shine Fungi businesses, the former still needed more investment, while the latter needed to expand in size first. The profits from Year Gu earlier had been depleted. In this situation, Fang Yuan needed to promote his other businesses urgently. He had a lot of resources. Even though he completed the basic development, the Immortal Aperture's development only went from 3% to 4%, but be it the Immortal Aperture's development, modifying of killer moves, or soul path cultivation, he needed to invest even more resources into them. To improve further or increase his earnings, he needed to put in capital. The more he put in, the faster his growth. And for Fang Yuan, he had a vast number of inheritances. He had countless ways to farm resources. He even had many unique techniques. There were too many choices. And among them, which was the most suitable and helpful choice? Fang Yuan fell into deep contemplation. Lang Ye blessed land. Inside a secret room in a cloud city, Fang Yuan's soul came out of his body. His soul was already much stronger than before. He was at 70 million man-soul level. Fang Yuan sacrificed his guts gu profits and used Ing Wuxie and the rest to farm souls. He used the two secluded domains of heaven and earth specialized in cultivating soul path. He naturally improved at a shocking speed like a rocket. I am 30 million man-soul away from 100 million man-soul. Fang Yuan evaluated his soul. It was clear and lifelike. His face was exquisite. His body size was normal. There was a light from deep within the soul that made people feel it was solid and pure. Rank 9 Killer Move Ghostly Concealment was like a silk inner garment sticking to his soul. Above it was a layer of Ghost Official Garment. The modified Immortal Killer Move Ghost Official Garment used Rank 7 Change Soul Immortal Goo and Rank 6 Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo as the cores. In the past, it was just a loose shirt. The sleeves were long and extended to his feet. The shirt was very thin. But as his soul foundation continued to increase, this Ghost Official Garment became thicker. Looking at it now, this Ghost Official Garment had changed forms. Not only did his loose shirt turn into a martial uniform, there was even a battle armor covering his shirt. It was a grand scene. This was the true appearance of the Rank 7 Ghost Official Garment, Ghost General Garment. Earlier, because of the layer of ghostly concealment, Ghost Official Garment and his soul had a weakened connection, it became the Rank 6 level Ghost Soldier Garment. But now that his soul foundation rose by many times, it regained its Rank 7 power. But I am still a bit of distance away from the true Ghost General Garment. Fang Yuan looked at his back. The complete form of Ghost General Garment not only had the martial uniform but also 3 war flags on his back. These flags were not evident now. But Fang Yuan's cultivation session today was not just to inspect his soul path gains. Even though his soul left his body's mind still had wills in it. They started to use an immortal killer move, Split Soul. This move came from Spectral Soul's true inheritance. After Fang Yuan modified it, he could use it. An intense pain assaulted Fang Yuan's soul. His soul suffered a huge injury. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and his soul entered his body again. This was the first time he was activating the killer move Split Soul. Split Soul was different from usual killer moves. It needed the Gu Immortal Soul to leave the body and leave behind thoughts, wills, or emotions to manipulate Gu worms. It was harder to use than normal Immortal killer moves. After the activation failed, Fang Yuan wordlessly used Guts Gu to heal himself. If Split Soul succeeded, he would not feel any pain in splitting his soul. It would be as easy as drinking water. But if he failed, the consequences would be severe. His soul would directly collapse under normal situations. Thus, Gu Immortals with weak soul foundations could not blindly use this move. It would be suicide. Fang Yuan only started to try this after reaching 10 million man-soul. Right now, his sword path killer moves were already modified. He had become familiar with them. He started to modify the soul path killer moves and practice them. Other than Split Soul, there was also Soul Suppression, Soul Howl, Soul Explosion, Devour Soul, Soul Replacement, Soul Beast Summoning, and others. Fang Yuan did not have many Soul Path Immortal Gu. He could use these moves again, but the effects would be greatly lowered. What decided Fang Yuan's upper limit of battle strength was Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Be it Soul Path methods, Sword Path, or Wisdom Path, they were only meant to increase Fang Yuan's variety of moves. Modifying and practicing Soul Path killer moves used up a lot of Fang Yuan's time and energy. And for his Immortal Aperture development, Fang Yuan decided his focus. He thought about it and chose the dragonfish. Firstly, the dragonfish business had its foundation, and during this period, Fang Yuan accumulated a lot of dragonfish in his Immortal Aperture. He had a lot of stock. Secondly, Fang Yuan had involved himself in the dragonfish business and had experience before. It was not like the Year Gu business where he was a neophyte. Finally, dragonfish had transformation path and food path Dao marks. According to rumors, dragonfish were life forms created by a food path Gu Immortal. Fang Yuan had the most authentic food path inheritance now. There were many ways within it to breed dragonfish on a massive scale. Dragon Scale Sea Area. Fang Yuan first expanded this sea area again. He also modified the Immortal Gu formation in this sea area. A brand new Immortal Goo formation using Rank 6 Snack Immortal Goo, Rank 7 Dragon Scale, Rank 7 Dragon Breath, and Rank 6 Dragon Strength as the cores, as well as 130,000 Mortal Goo as supplementary goo. Just by modifying this giant immortal formation, Fang Yuan spent 3 days. These 3 days, Fang Yuan did not sleep or rest. He was bathed in the light of wisdom. Constructing the immortal formation took him 12 days. Half a month later, Fang Yuan successfully raised this dragonfish resource point from a large-sized resource point to a giant resource point. This way, the dragonfish would breed even faster, and with the sovereign immortal aperture's rapid time flow, they would reproduce rapidly. Fang Yuan started to find new sellers for the dragonfish business. Langya sect was easily convinced. The Snowman tribe also agreed to purchase dragonfish from Fang Yuan at regular intervals. Western Desert's Shao clan also became a large customer of Fang Yuan's dragonfish business due to their relationship with the regretful spiders. As for Northern Plains Chu tribe, Chu Du secretly negotiated with Fang Yuan to create a 10-plus year business agreement. The start was good, but next was the main activity. Fang Yuan placed these dragonfish into Treasure Yellow Heaven. He naturally placed different wills in and changed his identity. People could not find out who he was. This time, Fang Yuan used a different strategy from the Yeargoo business. Fang Yuan had a decisive advantage in the Yeargoo business. He could charge in with brute force and destroy all of his obstacles. But in terms of dragonfish, Fang Yuan's cost of raising them was not any cheaper, even though he had good methods. Thus, this time he slowly increased the scale of his dragonfish sale. He was purposely doing this. There was little commotion and Treasure Yellow Heaven was the same as usual. Fang Yuan cultivated as he quietly observed the market trend. Eastern Sea. Gu Immortal Yuchan was holding onto a dragonfish and observing it. Under the lantern, her beautiful face was solemn as she frowned. She carefully inspected the dragonfish for several times before placing it in her immortal aperture, sighing softly to herself. Who knows where this person came from? They are really strong. Not only are their dragonfish really outstanding, there is also an unceasing stock coming from them. Yuchan was the #1 seller for the dragonfish business in Treasure Yellow Heaven. The Yeargoo business had 3 big sellers, but the dragonfish business was led by Yuchan alone. She was far above the other Gu Immortals. She had been the #1 for decades. On one hand, she was a waterpath Gu Immortal. She had a natural advantage in raising dragonfish. On the other hand, she occupied the famous Dragonfish Sea area. This was a natural breeding ground. The scale was massive. Yuchan not only produced dragonfish in her immortal aperture, she even occupied an area in Eastern Sea. With both production grounds, her dragonfish stock was unsurmountable. Other than these external factors, Yuchan was a cautious person with many acquaintances. She could acutely observe people and had very perceptive senses. Yuchan naturally had her special traits to be able to dominate the dragonfish business. This time, Fang Yuan secretly increased the stock of his dragonfish and was immediately sensed by Yuchan. Yuchan bought a batch of dragonfish from Fang Yuan, and after observing them, she realized that Fang Yuan was a huge foe. Yuchan placed a lot of attention on it and immediately tried to probe Fang Yuan's background. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. But even though she tried to disguise as a buyer and wanted to probe information from him, Fang Yuan's will left behind no flaws. Even when Yuchan expressed her will to communicate with Fang Yuan did not show up. After several days, Yuchan felt increasing pressure. She found that Fang Yuan's stock was gradually increasing. And in Treasure Yellow Heaven's market, there were already many Gu Immortals observing this change. Even though Fang Yuan did not create a commotion, Yuchan was starting to feel greater pressure. I cannot continue like this. Yuchan could not wait anymore. She left the Dragonfish Sea area. She did not fly, she was swimming. After several hundred li, she found an undercurrent. Yuchan went into the undercurrent and used this natural phenomenon to accelerate her journey. This was Eastern Sea's special trait. The other 4 regions did not have it. Yuchan was a waterpath Gu Immortal to begin with. She used the undercurrent to travel. It was faster than normal Gu Immortals flying. She went through many undercurrents. After some days, Yuchan arrived in Nan Gong Clan's sea territory. Nangong clan was a righteous path superforce of Eastern Sea. After Yuchan came to their territorial border, she stopped and landed on a nameless island. She was here in Nangong clan to seek help. She had already used information path methods to inform him before coming. As expected, Yuchan did not wait long. A Nangong clan Gu Immortal was waiting for her. Fairy Yuchan, Master Hua sent me here to welcome you. He is already waiting at Hua Chao Pavilion. The Nangong clan Gu Immortal was very respectful. He did not display the prideful nature of a superforce member. On one hand, he only had rank 6 cultivation level, while Yuchan was rank 7. On another hand, Yuchan was a lone cultivator but had many connections. She was also one of the 6 publicly recognized great fairies in Eastern Sea. Her reputation was well known. The Nangong clan Gu Immortal had to give her ample respect. Thank you. Yuchan smiled lightly. She instantly made the Nangong clan Gu Immortal's heart beat faster. Fairy, follow me. The Nangong clan Gu Immortal regained his cool and led the way. Yuchan entered the sea along with him into the undercurrent. After several transitions, Yuchan saw an immortal Gu house in the sea. This immortal Gu house was specially constructed. There was a pavilion in the center. There were stone tables and chairs in it. A Gu Immortal was brewing tea. Yuchan followed the Nangong clan Gu Immortal to enter the pavilion. The man inside smiled as he said, Fairy Yuchan, you came from afar. Sorry that I could not welcome you. Yuchan smiled. Huan, you are one of the 3 wisdom path experts in Eastern Sea. What can I do if you act so arrogantly? Yuchan and Huan were very good friends. They were just playing with each other. The truth was, Huan was originally a Hua clan Gu Immortal, but due to certain reasons, he left Hua clan. Hua clan was a righteous path superforce. While escaping, Huan obtained Yuchan's help. The two became good friends. After that, Nangong clan took in Huan and he cultivated until he became reputed in Eastern Sea for wisdom path. There was a poem about it. Jiadan sits in Twin Polar, Huan hides in Nangong. There is also Dragon Head Tortoise, living inside Adversity Sea. The second verse was talking about him, Huan. Even though Huan was in Nangong clan, he was threatened by Hua clan all along. He had faced their assassination attempts multiple times. Thus, he usually stayed inside Nangong clan's headquarters and rarely went out. Now that he took the risk to meet Yuchan, it displayed his sincerity. Yuchan knew about Huan's predicaments. She was satisfied that he met with her. She even felt a little joyful. Huan laughed before pointing. Fairy, take a seat. Yuchan did not stand on ceremony. She sat down and drank tea, before sighing. The tea is good, but my heart is full of worries. I cannot appreciate it fully. Huan nodded. Tell me in detail, Fairy. I will do my best to plan for you and resolve your worries. Yuchan was drinking tea, while Fang Yuan drank wine. He was not drinking ordinary wine, this was engagement wine. And this engagement wine was not anyone else's but his own. Congratulations Lord Fang Yuan and Fairy Shui Er. It is truly wonderful that both of you lovers could get together. Ha ha ha. Bing Zhua laughed loudly as he spoke and toasted. Fang Yuan smiled and raised his cup in response. He looked around the place. This hall had 2 or 3 banquet tables. They were all filled with Gu Immortals. Most of them were variant human Gu Immortals. There were snowmen, hairy men, ink men, and rock men. Other than that, there was the Shadow Sect members led by Fang Yuan. Bai Ning Bing was not among them. Fang Yuan had rank 8 battle strength. This was his engagement ceremony. He had an important status in the Northern Plains Variant Human Alliance. Almost all their Gu Immortals joined in. The Snowman Gu Immortals cheered, while the Rockman Gu Immortals had stiff expressions. This engagement ceremony was a good thing for the Snowman tribe, but for the Rockmen, seeing their neighbor that had been suppressed gaining a rank 8 battle strength was simply a huge nightmare. Elder Bing Yuan, you really did something amazing. I am truly impressed. I am very, very impressed. At the banquet, the Rockman First Supreme Elder Shizong said in a grim tone towards Bing Yuan. Bing Yuan was the grandmother of Shui Er. She was the one who initiated and planned the marriage with Fang Yuan. They had finally seen some results now. This is the blessing of my granddaughter, Sai, to speak the truth. Our tribe is the unworthy party. Bing Yuan pretended not to notice Shizong's mocking tone. and responded while looking at the main table. Over there, Fang Yuan was sitting at the main seat. Shui Er was close beside him, having an uneasy expression. Bing Yuan sighed. She seemed to be having a glamorous time, but she was internally worried. This was not the wedding that she wanted. It was merely an engagement ceremony. Bing Yuan could fully feel Fang Yuan's shrewdness. Just this engagement ceremony alone made the snowman pay a hefty price. This was her negotiation with Fang Yuan. After many difficult negotiations, they finally obtained this result. Both sides gave in a little. Fang Yuan obtained a new batch of resources. The snowman could finally make use of Fang Yuan's authority. But to get this Fang Yuan to become one of us, such a person, did I do the right thing? Bing Yuan thought about her discussion with Fang Yuan as she started doubting this entire thing. But on the surface, Bing Yuan did not show any emotions. She smiled and interacted in the banquet. It was a great atmosphere. Eastern Sea. Huan had a look of shame as he said to Yuchan, "Fairy, I have disappointed you. I could not deduce this person's background. Even you, Master Hua, could not?" Yuchan felt very surprised. Huan had a solemn expression. Firstly, just simply having the dragonfish clues make it hard to deduce. Secondly, this person has a killer move to conceal themselves that resists wisdom path deductions. Yuchan heard this and felt even more alerted. The other party had wisdom path methods to defend against deductions, but she did not. The enemy had it, but she did not. They either came prepared or had a force behind them. No matter which one, it showed that the enemy was very powerful. Don't tell me the other party's wisdom path attainment is even greater than yours? You are one of the 3 greatest wisdom path experts in Eastern Sea. You could not deduce it. Yuchan was unresigned. Fairy, you are mistaken. Wisdom path is different from water path. In this scene, it is like a river. The enemy has set up a dam at the narrowest part. No matter how wide the river is, after this dam, the water would become shallow and slow. We wisdom path Gu immortals can create huge waves in deep rivers, but after this crucial dam, we cannot use any of our abilities. The effort is not worth the results. Huan explained patiently, thinking that Yuchan was a water path cultivator. He used water as an analogy. Not just me, any other wisdom path Gu immortal will not succeed in the deduction unless they break this layer of defense. Even though this defense is only at rank 6 level. Yuchan was distressed. She did not know much about wisdom path. In fact, most Gu immortals did not know about wisdom path details. On one hand, wisdom path Gu immortals had always been rare. On the other hand, wisdom path Gu immortals who knew about wisdom path profundities would not want to tell the world about their specific details and inheritances. Yuchan originally thought that with Huan's help, she would be able to find Fang Yuan's information, but to think that she failed here. But the more this was the case, the more Yuchan did not want to give up. Huan understood her personality. Yuchan was not only beautiful, she also had the tenacity of water. She could reach her status and gain such accomplishments due to her hard work. Thus, Huan suggested, we can probe even further. As long as we have more information and clues, I will have a greater chance of getting past his defenses. Even if one clue is minor, if we have a lot of them, we will eventually find our way to success. Yuchan nodded. Wait a moment. She immediately sent her consciousness into treasure yellow heaven as she looked for Fang Yuan's will. Her earlier probes did not succeed, but now she still wanted to try. Yuchan, stop trying to test me. I am interested in the dragonfish business, or rather, I definitely want to be involved in this business. Fang Yuan's will told Yuchan immediately. Yuchan was shocked. Her expression changed. Her consciousness returned to her body, and she informed Huan. Huan's expression changed too. I'm afraid he has a huge background. I am the #1 person in the dragonfish business. How can someone competing with me have no background? Yuchan rolled her eyes at Huan. Huan shook his head. He had a solemn expression. I am talking about his wisdom path attainment. My earlier deduction was noticed by him, and he did a reverse deduction on us. That's how he found out your identity. I was already very careful, but he could actually deduce your identity with such limited information. His wisdom path attainment is definitely not lower than mine. In fact, it could be higher. Is that so? Yuchan was shocked yet again. She did not expect that after finding Huan for help, not only did he fail to find out their background, she even got exposed in advance. The banquet was extremely lively. This engagement ceremony had an extremely heavy political impact, not only for the Variant Human Alliance but also for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not reject any of the toasts from the Variant Human Gu Immortals. With his interpersonal skills, he greatly improved his relationship with all the Variant Human Gu Immortals. Fang Yuan's original status was quite awkward. He was a pure-bred human. Inside the Variant Human Alliance, he was a loner by nature. The Variant Humans were suspicious towards Fang Yuan from the start. But this time, Fang Yuan had an engagement with Shui Er. The feeling was different now. He had squeezed his way into the Variant Human Gu Immortal Circle. Before this, he was only part of Langya sect. Of course, the true reason is because I have rank 8 battle strength. Fang Yuan was crystal clear about this. In the Gu Master world, an entity could rule above the group. As long as one had high cultivation level and battle strength, they would be unstoppable. If she knew I had rank 8 battle strength, would Yuchan have backed off? Fang Yuan suddenly had a thought in his mind. The dragonfish business was Fang Yuan's next focus in his immortal aperture development. If Yuchan backed off now, it would be perfect for Fang Yuan. But unfortunately, Yuchan would not do that. Fang Yuan shook his head secretly. Yuchan was currently one of the beneficiaries. It was too difficult to get her to give up her share of the cake. In Treasure Yellow Heaven, even rank 6 Gu Immortals dared to contest rank 8 Gu Immortals openly in business, or even provoke them. Treasure Yellow Heaven was a place not even Heavenly Court could take over. Yuchan, Eastern Sea's 6 Beauties, Myriad Gold Wondrous Essence Physique. Fang Yuan entertained the guests as he thought in his mind. Others did not know Yuchan's secret, but after gaining Shadow Sect's inheritance, Fang Yuan learned about many crucial details. One of them stated that Yuchan had one of the 10 extreme physiques, the Myriad Gold Wondrous Essence Physique. This was Yuchan's greatest secret. She had hidden it well, but Shadow Sect had a specialized method to search for the 10 extreme physiques. In order to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, Shadow Sect needed to gather all 10 extreme physiques. During this process, they found out about Yuchan's secret. But back then, Shadow Sect already had the Myriad Gold Wondrous Essence Physique, so they did not target Yuchan. As for why Yuchan had the Myriad Gold Wondrous Essence Physique but cultivated Water Path, that was the difficulty faced by lone cultivators. Yuchan obtained a Water Path inheritance in the past. Without other options, she had to cultivate it solely. And later, it was too hard to change paths due to the risks involved. Yuchan thus went on with it until now. Fang Yuan could deduce that Yuchan was deducing him because he had a lot of information about her. He knew that she was his biggest competition in the dragonfish business. On the other hand, Fang Yuan had Ghost Official Garment and many of Purple Mountain True Monarch's killer moves. He even had the methods from Shadow Sect and Langya Sect. As for the Myriad Gold Wondrous Essence Physique, it was written in The Legends of Renzu E, Chapter 4, Section 27. Legend says that the Miniman surpassed boundless forest samsara and persevered to build the ladder and made his way out of ordinary abyss. When the Miniman saw Renzu sighed. If he had Perseverance Gu back then, he would have conquered Reverse Flow River and would not have created such a mess. Renzu wanted to save his children, but until now, he had not achieved anything. Renzu saw that the Miniman had Perseverance Gu and gained new hope. He said to the Miniman, "Miniman, oh Miniman, I need your help." The Miniman asked, "Oh Renzu, how do you want me to help you?" Renzu told the Miniman that he wanted to borrow and use Perseverance Gu. The Miniman said, "Oh Renzu, the reason why I could leave ordinary abyss was because I used the trees that you planted. I chopped down those trees and built my ladder. Thus, I owe you a favor." The Miniman agreed to lend Perseverance Gu to Renzu. But after Renzu gained Perseverance Gu, he realized he could not use it. "This is the perseverance of the Miniman, not yours, Renzu." Cognition Gu appeared at this time and told Renzu this fact. Renzu was anguished. He sighed deeply. He asked Cognition Gu, "Then what should I do? I know that Perseverance Gu can help me, but I cannot use it. I know the Feathermen can help me, but love cannot control them." Cognition goo told Renzu. Nobody can force anyone to love them, but you can create a goo to lure the feathermen into helping you do things. Think about it. How did the Miniman gain perseverance goo? Cognition goo's words were a huge inspiration to Renzu. Renzu was overjoyed. Oh, Cognition goo. Thank you for the great idea. I know what to do now. I want to create my own goo. Cognition goo was curious. What goo is that? Renzu shook his head. I am not sure, but I have an idea. I want this goo to be something everyone in the world wants. Thus, Renzu left ordinary abyss and went to the blue sea. This was the blue sea that formed life goo. It was the source of all life in the world. Renzu had walked ashore from the blue sea. He was back here again. Renzu was thirsty. He scooped up the blue sea water and drank a few mouthfuls. He got more thirsty as he drank it. But Renzu was satisfied. I want to use the blue sea water to refine goo. After I succeed, no matter who obtains it, they will never be satisfied. They will want more. Thus, Renzu took away a lot of blue sea water. After the sea level reduced, the beach was exposed. Renzu found that there were many sea urchin-like goo on the beach. This was not life goo, it was difficulty goo. Any life would face difficulties. Renzu's eyes shone. He said, I want to refine goo that everyone needs, but to obtain it, there will be difficulties. Thus, he took many difficulty goo. After doing all these, Renzu left the blue sea and headed to the door of life and death. After entering it, Renzu did not go deeply into the door of life and death, but only walked one round around the road of life. He gathered a lot of worry goo as he said, I want to refine goo that after getting it, people will not abandon easily. They will be worried that it will go missing. After leaving the door of life and death, along the way, Renzu met with sadness goo. Renzu laughed happily. Excellent, I want to refine goo in which once people lose it, they will be very sad. This way, people will not abandon it easily. Thus, he collected the sadness goo. Renzu had gathered everything. He started to refine goo. The flames of the goo refinement raged on. A lot of black smoke was produced, attracting many goo and lifeforms to come and watch. Oh Renzu, what goo are you trying to refine? Stupidity goo was lured here as it asked curiously. Renzu smiled. Oh stupidity goo, if you want to know, go into the fire and see for yourself. Stupidity goo went inside and never came out again. Not long after, wisdom goo came here as well. It asked, Oh Renzu, what are you trying to refine? Renzu laughed. Oh wisdom goo, if you want to know, go into the fire and see for yourself. Wisdom goo flew in too. But it only flew into the black smoke. Once its vision was obscured, it flew around randomly and flew out again. Renzu, oh Renzu, I was almost deceived by you. I already know what you are refining. I am leaving. Saying this, wisdom goo flew away. Renzu felt that it was a pity. He sighed. This way, after my goo is refined, it can enslave stupid people and blind wise people for some time. Days passed one by one. The goo refinement flame continued to burn, but he did not succeed. The black smoke did not fade away. It gathered in the sky and created huge black clouds. Oh Renzu, you must have felt it. We are just one step away. This final step is the most crucial one. Cognition goo said. Renzu nodded. He stood up with determination and walked towards the fire. It seems that this goo needs to be created with human hands. Saying so, Renzu chopped off both hands and threw them into the fire. Boom! The flame exploded as the endless dark clouds in the sky faded. Under the golden sunlight that shone down, a little girl appeared before Renzu. Oh Father, thank you for giving life to me. I am myriad gold wondrous essence. The girl was radiating an aura of prosperity. She smiled towards Renzu. Renzu looked at her and laughed. Ha ha ha! I have another daughter now. But wait! Did my goo refinement succeed? Myriad gold wondrous essence opened her right palm as she held the goo towards Renzu. Look Father, this is the goo that you refined. It is called wealth. Western desert. This was a desert. The terrain was flat and endless towards the horizon. There was a cracked rocky terrain with no vegetation growing. But deep underground it was another world. There was a huge mine built in an area full of natural ore. 100,000 rockmen were living here as miners, excavating all sorts of materials for goo immortals. This was the famous myriad or desert in Western Desert. It was in the control of the Superforce Shur clan. The ore here were of various types and had huge quantity. Other than the mortal resources excavated by the rockmen, a lot of the immortal or needed goo immortals to excavate themselves. Like the subterranean adamantite, it was the hardest rank 6 immortal material. Or the dark inkstone. Even the ancient sword dragon's claws could not leave a mark on it. And deep below this myriad or desert, there was a huge gold fragment river current. The gold fragment current was a metallic river in immemorial yellow heaven. A fragment of the immemorial yellow heaven had fallen into the myriad or desert back then. The immemorial yellow heaven fragment was once a land of treasures explored by goo immortals and goo masters. But as time passed and eras changed, the fragment got smaller and smaller before dissipating. In the process of dissipating, the Tao marks that left it turned the surrounding desert into the myriad or desert. And this gold fragment current was part of that fragment in the past. It had not dried up even until today. Fong Yuan's mini yellow heaven also had a gold fragment current, but it was very small. It was like an ant compared to the myriad or desert's gold fragment current. And in this huge gold fragment current, there was an immortal goo formation. The goo formation had been active all the time, monitoring the myriad or desert and controlling the countless rockmen miners. Boom! Suddenly, there was a huge explosion as a blinding light emerged from the immortal formation. A crack was created in it as a door opened. Thick smoke came out from within the door. Cough, cough. From the colorful smoke, a rockman goo immortal walked out. But as he walked out, the rock skin on him fell off as his true identity was revealed. He was a pure-bred human goo immortal. He was middle-aged and had a mature gaze. His appearance was ordinary. He seemed like an easygoing person. Right now, he was covered in soot as he coughed. The 89th goo refinement failed as well. The middle-aged goo immortal sighed as he coughed out blood. The blood clumps he coughed out were very special. After landing on the ground, they turned into all sorts of jewels. There were pearls, agate, jade, gold, silver, bronze, and more. If Fong Yuan was here, he would be shocked if he saw this, even with his knowledge. What was the reason this middle-aged goo immortal suffered such a weird injury? The middle-aged goo immortal looked at the jewels around him as he had a peaceful appearance, not feeling surprised. Because he knew what he was doing, he was refining wealth goo. Wealth goo? It was a legendary goo written in The Legends of Renzu. According to Renzu's biography, it was made from blue sea water. Renzu's hands, worry goo, difficulty goo, sadness goo, wisdom goo, and stupidity goo. However, it was basically impossible for the goo immortal to refine this goo according to that recipe now. This was not just because it was a story, but because a lot of details were subtle and not literal. And these materials were already extinct in the current world. Fong Yuan had rank 9 wisdom goo even though it was not refined by him yet. But the blue sea was already missing. How could anyone find blue sea water? Even if they had it, what about Renzu's hands? Then why was this middle-aged goo immortal trying to refine wealth goo? It was the usual saying, man is the spirit of all living beings. Goo is the essence of heaven and earth. Humans could create countless recipes to refine an immortal goo. The method in The Legends of Renzu could not be used, but the goo immortal could modify the recipe themselves. This middle-aged goo immortal cultivated Earth Path, but he had a fortuitous encounter in his early days. He obtained an incomplete immortal goo recipe. It was unknown who was that person who left this incomplete recipe of wealth goo in his research to refine it. The middle-aged goo immortal obtained it and treated it as his treasure, because he knew that it was a precious goo recipe and the predecessor's contribution was huge. If he worked on this recipe, he could likely refine wealth goo. From this wealth goo recipe, the predecessor managed to deduce the effect of wealth goo. If he could refine wealth goo, he would be able to turn it into anything in this world. That thing could be gold, silver, or bronze. It could be rank 6 immortal material or even rank 9 immortal material. But wealth goo could not turn into any living being, including animals, plants, humans, variant humans, and goo. If I refine wealth goo, I will be able to turn it into any immortal material in the world. It is a hugely profitable business. I only need to convert it into an extinct goo material to gain immense wealth. I can even increase my cultivation foundation and surpass the entire Shur clan. The middle-aged goo immortal was extremely moved. He wanted to refine wealth goo desperately. He did not tell anyone about this. He was afraid of people's greed. This middle-aged goo immortal was Shur Zhong. Shur clan was a righteous path superforce in Western Desert. Shur Zhong had an awkward position in Shur clan. Even though he had rank 7 cultivation level, he was ostracized by Shur clan's goo immortals. There was a historical reason for this. Shur Zhong's father betrayed the clan and caused huge losses to them, not just in resources but also goo immortals' lives. Thus, since a young age, Shur Zhong had not been well treated by the Shur clan goo immortals. In order to gain trust, Shur Zhong changed his name to Shur Zhong to express his loyalty to the clan. But that did not change anything. He was sent away by Shur clan's first supreme elder to defend this myriad or desert. This place had abundant resources, but it bordered other super forces that were enemies of Shur clan. Shur Zhong was in great danger here. And there was little profits to be gained because this immortal formation was monitored the entire time. It was so strict Shur Zhong had no chance to do anything. The truth was, even if it was not strict, Shur Zhong would not try anything. If he was found out, his circumstances would be much worse. Precisely so, Shur Zhong held great anticipation towards wealth goo. The basis of goo immortal cultivation is the management of one's immortal aperture. Without deep assets and foundation, no matter how much your battle strength is, that is only temporary. It is like building a skyscraper on a ground of sand. Shur Zhong had this realization. He had been working hard. Even though the process was tough, he had never given up. Thinking about his goo immortal cultivation journey, other than preparing for the necessary tribulations, he had invested all of his resources into the project of refining wealth goo. 89 failures. I do not have enough humans now. Shur Zhong healed his injuries and checked his inventory. He realized that his human goo material was insufficient. He had to collect more. Shur Zhong was a righteous path goo immortal, but he actually used humans as goo material. That was a demonic act. But as long as he kept it a secret, nobody would know. Shur Zhong did not leave any evidence behind. Nobody could target him. Shur Zhong was very cautious in this. He would not let anyone find any clues to his actions. The human slaves that he bought were all from Treasure Yellow Heaven. They were very safe purchases. I am using humans in place of the blue seawater in Wealth Goo's recipe as well as Renzu's hands. This is not wrong. But was it not enough? Do I need to add in lifespan goo as well? Shur Zhong considered. He had lifespan goo, but he did not dare to waste them. The Legends of Renzu wrote that even though wisdom goo was not sacrificed like stupidity goo, it was part of the refinement process. I do not have wisdom goo. I used other wisdom path goo worms in place of it. I can improve upon this aspect. Worry goo, difficulty goo, sadness goo. Shur Zhong had all of these mortal goo. They were not hard to get. He could even refine stupidity goo himself. The goo recipe is getting more and more complete. Shur Zhong healed his injuries and inspected the blood he spat on the ground. His blood had turned into jewels and ore. Shur Zhong had been immersed in this for a long time. He could tell that he had improved by observing his blood clumps. Even though I improved this time, I am still far from success. There are a few missing steps. I need to work harder. Shur Zhong was very experienced in this. He had a strong instinct developing. He calculated, and it was time to feed his immortal goo again. Shur Zhong inherited his family's inheritance. He had multiple immortal goo that made the other Shur clan goo immortals very envious. It was a pity that taking over the inheritance had rules and could not be broken. Shur Zhong owning these immortal goo was also a reason why he was targeted and ostracized by other Shur clan goo immortals. He inspected his inventory and felt a huge headache. It is a little troublesome. I lack some food. I forgot that when refining wealth goo because I was missing some materials, I sold some of the food for my immortal goo that I had prepared earlier. At this time, it is too difficult to gather more food. I should buy some dragonfish in place of the food and feed my immortal goo first. Thinking of this, Shur Zhong did not hesitate. His consciousness went into Treasure Yellow Heaven. Dragonfish. He had a clear objective. He found that many goo immortals were selling dragonfish. As a buyer, he had to compare the goods of multiple sellers. The dragonfish business was not like year goo. It was sold all year round. Because dragonfish bred in all seasons, its market was lively at all times. Shizhong first went to Yuchan's stall. As everyone knew, Yuchan was the #1 dragonfish seller in Treasure Yellow Heaven. But she did not sell only dragonfish. She also sold other products, though primarily fish species. In the past, when Shizhong wanted to buy dragonfish, he would get them from Yuchan because her reputation made her very trustworthy. If things went as expected, he would buy dragonfish from her this time as well. After seeing Yuchan's goods, Shizhong did not buy them yet. He went to look around. He soon found Fang Yuan's stall. Someone is selling dragonfish here too? There is quite a high quantity. Shizhong looked around and felt quite surprised. He inspected and found that the dragonfish sold here were high in quantity and quality. They were on par with Yuchan's dragonfish. And this stall seems more popular too. Shizhong looked around. There were several goo immortal wills here, as well as some divine senses communicating here. To think that after being in secluded cultivation for so long, the dragonfish business in Treasure Yellow Heaven has a new strong contender. Shizhong was thinking when a goo immortal went to him and spoke. Friend, you are here to buy dragonfish too? Why don't we buy it together? It will be cheaper. This divine sense said. Oh? What is going on? Shizhong asked. That divine sense explained. You do not know? The dragonfish seller here has different rules. As long as you purchase beyond a certain quantity, the price will be lower. There are several classifications, but the point is that the more you buy, the cheaper it is. Shizhong heard this and praised in his mind. This method is great. Next, he thought of himself. Maybe I can use this method when I sell things in the future. Shizhong considered it and felt the brilliance of this method. Even though it was essentially a drop in prices with a higher quantity sold, the overall profits would still increase. Compared to the year goo price war earlier, this method was much more subtle and profound. Using this method not only makes the sales of the dragonfish higher, it can raise their reputation. If someone really wants to buy dragonfish to make it cheaper, they will invite their friends or even strangers to buy it together. It is a form of publicity for the seller. Shizhong kept thinking about it. He felt that the dragonfish seller truly had amazing ideas. No wonder the goo immortal stall here has more people compared to that #1 seller. There might be proxies here set by the seller, not here to buy dragonfish but only existing to create a crowd. Shizhong instantly felt interest about this seller. Forget it, I will buy it from here. The price is cheaper after all. Thinking about this, Shizhong communicated with the unknown immortal and worked together. Both sides were very happy. After both sides negotiated, they purchased 100,000 dragonfish together. After the purchase, they split the goods in Treasure Yellow Heaven and returned satisfied. Setting aside how Shizhong is going to feed his immortal goo, the goo immortal who cooperated with Shizhong immediately left Treasure Yellow Heaven after getting the goods and returned to the sovereign immortal aperture. Shizhong guessed right, the person who bought it with him was a proxy. They were not Fang Yuan but one of the other goo immortals from Shadow Sect. Even if people could guess this, how could they prove it in Treasure Yellow Heaven? There was no way. Actually, this was not a method invented by Fang Yuan. Shizhong had been focused on goo refinement and did not pay much attention to Treasure Yellow Heaven. This method had been used by people long ago. The novelty of the idea was not important, only the effect mattered. Ignoring anything else, Fang Yuan was very successful at doing this. These last days, as he increased the quantity of his goods in Treasure Yellow Heaven, he had gotten much more attention. A huge quantity represented his capabilities. Buyers were naturally more willing to buy from a more reliable seller. On the other hand, Fang Yuan used the appropriate method to sell them. His reputation was slowly climbing. Fang Yuan's dragonfish were of high quality. With the food path immortal formation, their quality would only continue to increase. Initially, there were few goo immortals who bought from him and they only bought a few each time. But gradually, more and more goo immortals bought dragonfish from him. The quantity sold was rapidly increasing as well. In fact, he was getting recurring customers. As Fang Yuan's greatest dragonfish business competitor, Eastern Sea's Yu Chan was still selling her dragonfish calmly without any commotion. Yu Chan's inaction is correct, because in the short term, my method cannot threaten her. In fact, if she tries to use a similar tactic, it would greatly erode her earnings. After all, she is selling much more dragonfish than me. Fang Yuan thought to himself. Yu Chan was acting very calmly in this situation. She had a great disposition. But after a while, she will start getting worried. Hehe. Fang Yuan was very confident. The food path immortal formation he created only used a few immortal goo and some immortal essence to use. It was extraordinary. But this method needed at least several or even a dozen generations of dragonfish breeding to see effect. Yu Chan was not anxious. Neither was Fang Yuan. The longer this dragged on, the greater his advantage in the dragonfish business. After retrieving his divine sense from Treasure Yellow Heaven, Fang Yuan came to the goo refinement hall and saw Sixth Hair. Sixth Hair was thin and haggard. In order to refine goo for Fang Yuan, he had gone all out. He was exhausted both mentally and physically. Now, he was at the final step of Heavenly Secret Goo's refinement. It was time for Fang Yuan to act. White light filled the goo refinement hall. Nobody could open their eyes in such intense light. Fang Yuan shut his eyes and entered the white light. He stopped when he got to the center. An intense aura assaulted him. It was neither mortal nor immortal. It was in between, at the final step before a qualitative change. We can start now. Fang Yuan cleared his mind as he transmitted to Sixth Hair. After counting down, Sixth Hair deactivated the refinement path immortal formation in the hall. Fang Yuan immediately took over. Countless thoughts emerged from his mind. He used wisdom path methods concurrently. He took over the immortal formation successfully. Under his hard work, the surrounding white light condensed and formed into a huge ring. The ring was parallel to the ground. It surrounded Fang Yuan with him in the center. Refinement path killer move. Heavenly light ring. The first rotation. Fang Yuan willed as the ring started to rotate slowly. The first rotation succeeded at the second rotation. Fang Yuan opened his eyes and used his gaze to move the ring. It started to rotate even faster. After several minutes, the second rotation succeeded, and at the third rotation, Fang Yuan used his breath to move the ring. After a moment, he succeeded. The fourth, fifth, and sixth rotations also succeeded as time passed. Fang Yuan was at the final seventh rotation. It seems that sect leader put in a lot of effort after that failure. Sixth Hair watched from the side with anxiety. He sighed. Seventh rotation. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and did his best to rotate the ring. Right now, the ring had already shrunk to basin size. It floated above his head. Boom! With a soft sound, the ring shrunk into a tiny speck. This was a goo. Rank 7 Heavenly Secret Goo landed on Fang Yuan's head. I actually succeeded. Even the person himself, Fang Yuan, was surprised. He failed the first refinement but actually succeeded on the second try. After his surprise, Fang Yuan felt intense joy. Maybe it was because I used luck path methods and had really good luck. Fang Yuan took Heavenly Secret Goo down from his head and looked at it. This immortal goo resembled a dragonfly, but upon closer inspection, it looked more like a twig. The entire Heavenly Secret immortal goo was very long. It was half the length of an adult arm. His body was thin and long like a twig. It was very soft. There were 7 feathered wings on each of its 2 sides. They were thin and green, resembling leaves. It was flying casually in the air, or rather, it was so slow it looked like it was floating. Fang Yuan observed it for a while before letting out a breath of air, sighing, I finally refined Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo, deep under Eastern Sea. I am ashamed. You came all this way but I could not help you. Huan smiled bitterly as he said to Yu Chan. The two were parting now. Yu Chan came to find Huan for help, but because of Fang Yuan's superior wisdom path defense method, not only did Huan fail to find out anything, Yu Chan even got exposed in the process. After hearing Huan's words, Yu Chan shook her head. She looked at Huan's strands of white hair as she said sincerely, Huan, don't say that. You expended your own lifespan for my matter when doing the deduction. I will engrave this in my mind. The reason we did not succeed was because the other party was too strong. Hua nodded. Your opponent this time is not simple. But no matter what, I failed to help you this time. If you need any help in the future, come and find me, as long as you do not mind my low attainment in wisdom path. Oh you. Yuchan smiled. Hua's words made her eyes shine. The gloominess in her heart dissipated. The two bid farewell. Yuchan flew in the sky. The wind brushed against her face and clothes. While feeling this cold wind, she was calm as ice. Even though the opponent is very strong, I will not give up. Even though Huan failed to deduce anything, that does not mean I do not have strength. It is time to counterattack in my own way. Yuchan made up her mind. Looking at the sky and sea, her face was filled with determination. Fang Yuan soon caught wind of Yuchan's new actions. He had been paying attention to her. Yuchan added a new rule when selling the dragonfish. As long as returning customers bought from her, they would get a discount. For a period of 10 years, as long as they bought dragonfish from her across consecutive years, they would get higher discounts. Once she did that, she stabilized the situation. Many of the buyers who were lured to Fang Yuan earlier returned to her quickly. Yuchan's method made full use of her advantage. She was bullying Fang Yuan for being a complete newcomer in this business. Fang Yuan could not employ this same method with the same effectiveness as her. Not only did Yuchan do this, she also increased her stock of dragonfish in Treasure Yellow Heaven. They piled up into a mountain. Her desolate beast dragonfish could form into an army. She was blatantly displaying her huge wealth and foundation. With this, she obtained great results. Treasure Yellow Heaven's discussions were all regarding Yuchan. Yuchan is the #1 seller after all. To think that she had so much dragonfish for sale. That challenger must be stunned now. No matter who he is, there is a difference between him and Yuchan. Yuchan has been in this business for so long. Her #1 throne is not so easy to take down. Let's wait a while. I feel like the mysterious challenger is not so simple. A small group of Gu immortals were awaiting Fang Yuan's response. But for the following period of time, Fang Yuan did not do anything. It was as if he did not hear about Yuchan's actions. Fang Yuan still sold his dragonfish like before. Even though his business was just starting to take off, he had suffered a huge blow. Yuchan's current strength far surpasses me. My current strength is too low. If we compete, it will not be wise. Even Fang Yuan himself had to admit that after seeing Yuchan's assets, his foundation in the dragonfish business was much lower than Yuchan. Fang Yuan had only raised his dragonfish for so long. Yuchan had been in this for a longer period. This was Fang Yuan's weakness in accumulation. He could not catch up to her in the meantime. Fang Yuan endured Yuchan's counterattack and provocation. Those Gu immortals who were watching the show gave up on their expectations towards Fang Yuan. Only Yuchan did not put down her wariness. Fang Yuan's inaction was a surprise to her. She felt a little worried. A sheathed sword was the scariest. If Fang Yuan had reacted to her actions, Yuchan would be able to counterattack based on his actions. But Fang Yuan refused to do anything. Yuchan did not know what to do now. She was naturally feeling vexed and worried. Should I go on the offensive? Should I force him to react? Yuchan thought about it. She decided to use the most stable method. Forget it, this situation is greatly advantageous to me. At this rate, in a few months, this mysterious opponent's business will completely collapse. He will lose all of his customers. In this situation, why should I be worried? He should be the anxious one. Yuchan cultivated water path. She knew the saying, water benefits all things but does not contend with them. There was no need to act excessively. Fang Yuan observed her for a few days. He soon found that Yuchan started to stay passive now. He praised her in his mind, he realized. He had met with a troublesome opponent this time in the dragonfish business. But Fang Yuan felt no anxiety. He had a revised plan for this dragonfish business. The longer we drag on, the greater my advantage. I should wait for now. His immortal aperture development was stuck at the dragonfish business, but that did not stop him from cultivating other aspects. His soul foundation had already accumulated to 80 million mansoul. He should have gone to 100 million mansoul, but during this period, Fang Yuan practiced Immortal Killer move Split Soul. His soul was often injured and his foundation was lowered. But this way, Fang Yuan's gain was that split soul became more and more complete. He even used the light of wisdom during this period to modify the steps of activating split soul. Other than split soul, Fang Yuan also practiced other soul path killer moves. But these killer moves had weaker strength than the original version because he lacked immortal goo. Fang Yuan's current focus was on heavenly secret immortal goo. Different from most goo immortals, whenever Fang Yuan obtains a new immortal goo, his strength would rise sharply. This was because he had a vast number of inheritances, including the usage of many immortal goo. Heavenly secret immortal goo was created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. It was later refined by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's split soul Old Man Yen Shi, and was destroyed in the Battle of Tian Mountain. Right now, Fang Yuan had refined it again. Fang Yuan took out Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo. Heavenly Secret had 7 pairs of feather wings. It was floating before Fang Yuan. Even until now, when Fang Yuan saw this immortal goo, he would sigh at his own good luck. He did not expect that he had only tried to refine this goo twice and succeeded on the second try. This was a rank 7 immortal goo. His success was very lucky. It felt like a dream to Fang Yuan. If he had to try again, he had no confidence at all. He could not replicate this success. Refining immortal goo was like this. It could make a goo immortal feel a roller coaster of emotions. Sometimes one could fail 100 times without success. But sometimes they could succeed after 1 or 2 tries. Fang Yuan had refined goo countless times. He had chains of failures, and also a lucky success like Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo. Refining goo was really an uncertainty. It was truly a gamble. Different from other immortal goo, there were only a few immortal killer moves involving Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo. This was because Old Man Yen Shi had not created Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo for a long time, and due to Shadow Sex plans, Old Man Yen Shi needed to spend a lot of time on the overall plans, and only created a few killer moves for it. And most importantly, the most valuable move was exposing Heavenly Secret. This killer move could predict the contents of heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. The usefulness of it was immense. As long as the prediction succeeds, one could put up defensive measures against it. The success rate of the tribulation would rise greatly. This was an immortal goo that would greatly shook the goo immortal world. Or maybe, I can start a business on this? Fang Yuan had a thought. Once this business gets on track and becomes reputed, it might not have a stream of profits all year round, but each time he had a deal, the profits would be immense. There was definitely a market for it. However, in his current situation, Fang Yuan thought about it and gave up, because he did not want to expose the immortal goo. His greatest enemy was Heavenly Court. He had 10 years to stop Heavenly Court from repairing Fate Goo completely. Right now, even though he developed rapidly, he was still endlessly far away from this goal. There was no hope of success. In this situation, Fang Yuan needed to keep Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo as his trump card. If he did business with it, Heavenly Court's Wisdom Path Goo Immortals were not fools. They would learn about this. Thus, Fang Yuan intended to conceal Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo and not expose news of it. Wasting no time, Fang Yuan started to practice his killer moves. This killer move used Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo as the core. It was not exposing Heavenly Secret, but was called Heaven's Will Dissipation. For the short period of time, Fang Yuan did not need to urgently practice exposing Heavenly Secret. Because earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations were no longer problems for him, he could easily pass them. At rank 7, the only risky one was Grand Tribulations. But he was far away from a Grand Tribulation. Heaven's Will Dissipation was a Wisdom Path killer move. It used Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo as the core. It targeted Heaven's Will and could get rid of Heaven's Will completely. This move was created by Old Man Yen Shi, but he did not succeed. Heaven's Will Dissipation was only an incomplete move when Fang Yuan obtained it. Fang Yuan practiced it for a while. The incomplete move could not succeed in activation, of course, but the process allowed Fang Yuan to learn about the profundity of Heaven's Will Dissipation. He praised Old Man Yen Shi's talent in his mind. With Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo's help, Heaven's Will could be directly attacked by the Goo Immortal and eliminate it. But there were many factors in this. He was still far from actually succeeding. But that was not a problem for Fang Yuan. He had lower Wisdom Path attainment level than Old Man Yen Shi. But he had his own foundation, and he could use the greatest advantage he had, the light of wisdom. Wisdom Goo showed the power and value of a rank 9 Immortal Goo once again. Several days later, Fang Yuan completed the incomplete Heaven's Will Dissipation. After getting this move, he started to use it on Spring-Autumn Cicada. This Immortal Goo looked like a cicada. Its head and stomach were brown and yellow. There were tree bark rings on its surface. The wings on its back were huge. They were translucent and resembled two overlapping tree leaves. It was emitting rank 6 Immortal Goo aura at all times. It was the rank 6 time path Immortal Goo, Spring-Autumn Cicada. The current Spring-Autumn Cicada was sealed by Fang Yuan within the Immortal Zombie Body's aperture. Its body was warm and shiny. Its wings were green like fresh leaves. This showed that Spring-Autumn Cicada had completely recovered. It could be used already. If it was right after rebirth, Spring-Autumn Cicada's body would have no shininess. It would be dark and withered like rotting wood. Its wings would be yellow like the wilting leaves of autumn. The tips of its wings would curl up and look like fallen leaves. Spring-Autumn Cicada had a huge background. It was the Immortal Goo created by one of the 10 venerables in human history, Red Lotus Demon Venerable, personally. It was also his vital Goo. It had an important status. Its effect was to let a Goo immortal sacrifice everything they had as fuel to move in the river of time, carrying their will upstream towards the past. Spring-Autumn Cicada's ability was incredible, but it had a major flaw too. The owner of Spring-Autumn Cicada would have their luck weakened at all times. Simply speaking, Spring-Autumn Cicada attracted bad luck. At this moment, Fang Yuan looked at Spring-Autumn Cicada with complex emotions. It had been with him since his previous life. Without Spring-Autumn Cicada, there would not be Fang Yuan. There was a question: which Immortal Goo had the biggest significance to a Goo Immortal? This question's answer varied among people. Every Goo Immortal had their own answer. But Fang Yuan only had one answer. It was Spring-Autumn Cicada. Forget about his past life, looking at his current life. Qingmao Mountain, Three Kings Blessed Land, Etian Mountain. Spring-Autumn Cicada displayed its might each time. It was Red Lotus Demon Venerable's vital Goo indeed. Fang Yuan managed to turn the situation around and escape from danger each time. But after the Battle of Etian Mountain, he had lost Spring-Autumn Cicada. Even though Fang Yuan regained Spring-Autumn Cicada later, it was filled with Heaven's Will and he could not use it anymore. Fang Yuan left the control of Heaven's Will and became its enemy. The Spring-Autumn Cicada filled with Heaven's Will was completely unusable to Fang Yuan. To display Spring-Autumn Cicada's ability again, Fang Yuan would need to get rid of the Heaven's Will within. If not, even if he tried to rebirth, Heaven's Will would directly kill him. Now let me see how this move works. Fang Yuan muttered as bright light shone in his eyes. Immortal Killer Move, Heaven's Will Dissipation. After some preparation, Fang Yuan's body was covered in a gray-white light. Next, he used his hand that was covered in the gray-white light to touch the immortal zombie body. The gray-white light was like flowing water. It flowed down from his body and arm to cover the entire immortal zombie body. The gray-white light lasted for a while before changing. Eyes appeared in the gray-white light. These eyes were multicolored, resembling a rainbow. They first appeared around Fang Yuan's palm, before they increased in numbers and spread to the surroundings. Soon, these multicolored eyeballs covered the immortal zombie body. They blinked as they changed colors with each blink. Next, the multicolored eyeballs spread towards the aperture. Eventually, Spring-Autumn Cicada's surface was covered by a small layer of colored eyeballs. The colored eyeballs blinked continuously. Each time they blinked, it was an attack against Heaven's Will. Spring-Autumn Cicada started to shake. The multicolored eyeballs were created and destroyed continuously. Fang Yuan continued to expend his red date immortal essence to allow an unceasing stream of multicolored eyeballs to grow. Spring-Autumn Cicada started to shake intensely. After a while of shaking, Fang Yuan saw that Spring-Autumn Cicada's surface had a mild crack. His heart sank as he quickly stopped the killer move. Guh! His body shook like he was zapped by lightning. He had stopped the move too quickly. Fang Yuan was injured from it. But this mild injury could not compare to the safety of Spring-Autumn Cicada. Fang Yuan ignored his injuries He quickly checked his spring-autumn cicada. The crack on spring-autumn cicada was not evident, but Fang Yuan had a vigilant nature. The moment it appeared, he noticed it. The crack meant that spring-autumn cicada was injured. Almost all goo worms were fragile, be they rank 6, 7, or even 9. Even if spring-autumn cicada was Red Lotus Demon Venerable's vital goo, it was no exception. After inspecting it, Fang Yuan's expression was solemn. Heaven's will. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. Spring-autumn cicada's injury was not severe, because he had discovered it early. Such a mild injury was easy to handle. But he could not continue using Heaven's will dissipation. At this rate, cracks would enlarge and increase in numbers. Spring-autumn cicada would be destroyed. Heaven's will's influence on spring-autumn cicada was far deeper and more severe than Fang Yuan had expected. Fang Yuan thought about it for a moment and found his solutions. He had two ways now. One was to continue modifying Immortal Killer move Heaven's will dissipation until it could get rid of Heaven's will without harming spring-autumn cicada. The second was to use Shadow Sex method, using refinement path methods to refine spring-autumn cicada before reverse refining it. During this process, he would get rid of the Heaven's will. These two methods were flawed. Modifying Heaven's will dissipation was quite hard. The truth was, it was not easy for Fang Yuan to deduce Heaven's will dissipation. It was near his limit. It was not impossible to continue progressing in this aspect, but he would need to spend a huge amount of time, effort, and resources. And Shadow Sex goo refinement method was only a concept. It was hard to execute in real life. Heaven's will had such a huge influence on spring-autumn cicada, along with the risk that came with goo refinement. As long as it wreaked havoc, accidents would occur during the refinement process. It seems that I need to combine both methods. That would be the safest method. Fang Yuan thought about it. He decided to go ahead with both ways. Fang Yuan moved quickly, coming to Wisdom Goo. I'll rely on you. Wisdom Goo flew around Fang Yuan before emitting the light of wisdom. Bathing in the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan easily used many wisdom path methods. Thoughts moved in his mind like huge waves. Countless thoughts were produced and destroyed. They collided and created major fireworks. Red Date Immortal Essence was expended rapidly. Fang Yuan's forehead was soon covered in sweat. The difficulty of the deduction was huge. It was evident from Fang Yuan's tightly knitted brows. 15 minutes, 30 minutes. After 2 hours, Fang Yuan stopped. He let out a breath of air. His expression was pale. He had given it his all in his deduction. His brain was hurting now. His soul had turned dim. His vision also turned dark. After resting for some time, Fang Yuan recovered and used the light of wisdom for deductions again. The deduction was very difficult. His wisdom path grandmaster attainment level was useless here. It was beyond his current capability. Fang Yuan was forcefully using the light of wisdom to break through. But Fang Yuan had a determined personality. He refused to give up. He had no such thoughts of backing down. He even placed his soul path cultivation and killer move practice aside. He placed all his time and energy into the wisdom path deduction. Even without any sleep or rest, working as hard as he could, progress was slow. But Fang Yuan persevered. It is fine as long as there is progress. Even if a day has little progress, what if I spend days, tens of days, or even months on this? With such determination and perseverance, Fang Yuan went on to tackle this problem head-on. During this period, his dragonfish business was starting to find a breakthrough. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Dragon Scale Sea Area. Countless dragonfish formed into groups as they swam in the sea. Dragonfish looked like red carps, but much larger. Desolate beast dragonfish had even larger bodies. They were giants in the sea. But the battle strength of the dragonfish was bottom tier, nothing of value. After this period of breeding, a special type of dragonfish had appeared in Fang Yuan's dragon scale sea area. This dragonfish was smaller than normal dragonfish. At the same time, the scales were a bit dimmer, having a metallic luster to it, resembling red copper. The copper dragonfish has finally been bred. Fang Yuan inspected it and felt satisfied. Dragonfish were not a natural life form. They were created by a food path goo immortal. The person who created the dragonfish was none other than the beastman who created food path itself. Fang Yuan obtained the inheritance of this beastman Gu Immortal from Shadow Sect. He had a deep understanding of dragonfish. The dragonfish in the market might have food path Dao marks, but they also had a mix of Dao marks from countless other paths. But if he used the method in the inheritance to breed them, after many generations, a higher quality breed of dragonfish would come about. Like the copper dragonfish, it was a new species superior to normal dragonfish. What created this situation was the food path Immortal Gu formation that Fang Yuan had set up painstakingly. Fang Yuan saw that there were a lot of copper dragonfish. He placed a portion of them into Treasure Yellow Heaven. If I had just started the dragonfish business, this small quantity of copper dragonfish would not gain any attention. But earlier, I had already started selling dragonfish and even received Yu Chan's counterattack. The other Gu Immortals all know that I am in this business now. Hee hee. Fang Yuan thought of this and laughed. He did not need to guess to know that these copper dragonfish would create a huge commotion when they enter Treasure Yellow Heaven. Oh Yu Chan, this is my true trump card. How will you deal with it? Fang Yuan thought expectantly to himself. Several days after the copper dragonfish was put up for sale, Treasure Yellow Heaven went into a commotion. What dragonfish is this? Copper dragonfish? A brand new species. I heard the seller saying that the copper dragonfish has a better effect compared to normal dragonfish. Haha. This will be quite a show. Indeed, I thought that this seller was defeated by Yu Chan. But to think that he waited so long just for this powerful counterattack. We are all going to benefit from the appearance of this new copper dragonfish species. I can deduce that this seller has a food path true inheritance. Some Gu Immortals were jealous and envious, especially those experts. The feeding of Immortal Gu was a problem that troubled not just Fang Yuan alone. Food path true inheritances were something that most Gu Immortal experts wanted. They just did not have the fortuitous encounters. However, Treasure Yellow Heaven was a safe place that even Heavenly Court was without options against. These Gu Immortal experts went to approach Fang Yuan's will instead. They directly talked about the food path true inheritance. They expressed their strong intentions to buy it. But Fang Yuan ignored all of them. He had so many inheritances in his hands. If he sold them, it would cause a huge commotion in the market. He would earn a ton of profits. But that was fueling his enemies. In the following great era, when the 5 regions chaotic war starts, anyone could become Fang Yuan's enemy. In fact, Heavenly Court was already an irreconcilable enemy. Find him. Find out the identity of this seller. After being rejected by Fang Yuan, some did not give up. Some rank 8 Gu Immortals decided to collect Fang Yuan's intel and try to deduce themselves. Or higher wisdom path Gu Immortals to help. An innocent man attracts greed because of his wealth. Those who were troubled by the feeding of Immortal Gu were usually the ones who had more Immortal Gu in their possession. And these people who had lots of Immortal Gu were basically the stronger ones among their peers. Food path true inheritances were not just the solution to this problem. There was also the dragonfish business. With the appearance of the copper dragonfish, Gu Immortals saw how much potential this business had as a result of the food path true inheritance. But they were bound to fail. Fang Yuan's wisdom path defense method made even one of the 3 wisdom path expert in Eastern Sea, Hua En, fail his deductions. Heavenly Court and Heaven's Will were also unable to deal with him. In the past, Fang Yuan had gone into hiding because he needed to avoid deductions, but now he no longer cared about this problem. An ordinary copper dragonfish was held in Yu Chan's hands as it struggled from time to time. Yu Chan's hands were trembling slightly. Her expression was unsightly. This tiny, insignificant copper dragonfish was a huge threat in Yu Chan's eyes. This was far more terrifying and severe than Fang Yuan lowering his prices. To think that the enemy is able to retaliate like this. Impressive, truly impressive. My worry was completely correct. After a long while, Yu Chan calmed down and sighed repeatedly. The appearance of the copper dragonfish was detrimental to her dragonfish business. It was a fundamental threat. The severity was extremely high for Yu Chan. She was in great danger. In fact, not just her dragonfish business. Dragonfish businesses in the entire world was challenged by this copper dragonfish. I've already tested it several times. The copper dragonfish is indeed better than ordinary dragonfish. The reason is that its body has a higher proportion of food path Dao marks. What should I do? Yu-chan bit her lips. She had a solemn expression. She had a tough personality, but after accepting the facts, she felt an intense, indignant feeling in her heart. I cultivated so hard for countless years. How can I admit defeat so easily? The dragonfish business is my main source of revenue. If it goes under, my cultivation will be in huge danger. I cannot lose like this. Right, I, Yu-chan, am not a weak woman. How can I admit defeat so easily? Copper dragonfish. Since he can nurture it, why can't I? Yu-chan clenched her fists. Bright light shone in her eyes as fighting spirit burst out of her. She wanted to compete. She wanted to try and create her own copper dragonfish. That was the only way she could contest this mysterious enemy. Otherwise, ordinary dragonfish would not allow her to even be in the competition. Yu-chan was not blindly confident. She had her own assurance in food path. She had once obtained a food path inheritance, but it was not as authentic as Fang Yuan's. Even though food path was barely circulated, it was not cultivated by only the creator himself. Precisely because Yu-chan had the food path inheritance, she chose the dragonfish business as her main source of income. In fact, she had been trying to modify the dragonfish's quality too, but she had not succeeded yet. But now, the modified dragonfish is right in front of me. I had no progress earlier because my food path attainment was too low. Now that I have this copper dragonfish as reference, I will be able to reverse deduce it. I will rather kill myself if I can't even do that. Hee. You might not realize it, but your copper dragonfish will become my fortuitous encounter instead. Yu-chan was full of vigor. She researched the copper dragonfish thoroughly. For the following period of time, she was like a crazed researcher. She worked so hard she even forgot to eat her meals. On the other side, Fang Yuan was also working hard. He continued to deduce the solution to spring-autumn cicada's problem. He moved forward with difficulty like a person who had just healed from illness trying to climb a steep mountain with his weak body. It was filled with difficulty. But no matter how difficult it was, Fang Yuan's ambitions could not be doused. He progressed stably, even though each step was very difficult and yielded little result. He slowly accumulated his gains. They became increasingly useful. In this process, Fang Yuan gained a deeper understanding of how powerful the light of wisdom truly was. The more he used it, the deeper his inspiration. Bathing in the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan had unlimited inspiration, and these inspirations led him towards the proper answer. Fang Yuan's wisdom path grandmaster attainment level was also barely holding him together. Time passed quickly. Half a month went by rapidly. On this day, Fang Yuan stretched his arms as he yawned loudly. Success! He had finally succeeded in finding the solution to spring-autumn cicada's problem. At almost the same time, in Eastern Sea, the Dragonfish Sea area that had no wind suddenly had huge waves and ripples. Under the deep sea, Yu-chan waved her arms around happily. She was extremely excited and joyful. I succeeded! I finally recreated the brand new species of copper dragonfish. Even though I need to use his copper dragonfish as the breeding point, once I have several of these copper dragonfish, I will be able to breed even more of them. I will not lose this dragonfish battle. What other moves do you have left? Go ahead and use them all. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Southern Border, Heaven Sealing Mountain. This was a short and unassuming mountain. The core of the mountain was hollow. There was a goo formation in it, used to seal the strength path immortal zombie body. Therefore, it was called Heaven Sealing Mountain. It was meant to seal heaven's will. Right now, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body was floating in the air. He was looking down at Heaven Sealing Mountain. Beside him, there was a goo immortal. It was the variant human goo immortal Sixth Hair. Letting Sixth Hair into his sovereign immortal aperture was something that Fang Yuan had thought about deeply. Normally speaking, the immortal aperture was an important place that needed to be kept as a secret. It was the foundation of the goo immortal's cultivation. It would not be shown to others. But Fang Yuan had already let the Shadow Sect goo immortals into his immortal aperture. Sixth Hair was a member of Shadow Sect too. he was worth trusting. During this period of time, Sixth Hair had done all he could to refine the immortal goo. Fang Yuan saw this and remembered it deeply. There was another point. Sixth Hair and Ing Wuxia were in contact. They were both members of Shadow Sect. They knew about the sovereign immortal aperture in the first place, and since Ing Wuxia had already gone inside, there was no need to hide it from Sixth Hair. I am going to start refining the goo. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply and said. Sixth Hair nodded. Sect leader, go ahead. I will do my best to assist you. This goo refinement involved spring-autumn cicada. It was extremely important. Fang Yuan needed the help of this refinement path goo immortal Sixth Hair. In fact, Fang Yuan had borrowed a number of refinement path immortal goo and mortal goo from Langya sect a few days ago. He set up a refinement path goo formation using all of these goo worms. This refinement path immortal formation had already been set. Fang Yuan only needed to activate it now. Fang Yuan willed as red date immortal essence was expended continuously. The immortal goo formation started to activate. Waves of white light soaked heaven's ceiling mountain like flowing water. A moment later, Fang Yuan multitasked and used a refinement path killer move. Boom! With a loud sound, air was pushed out as a giant golden pillar of light shot down from the sky. The golden light pillar had a grand aura. Everywhere it went, the flowing water-white light was repelled. It directly penetrated heaven's ceiling mountain and stabbed deep into its core. Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body was inside the mountain. The golden light pillar landed on the immortal zombie body and completely suppressed it. The immortal zombie body was creaking. As time passed, it was starting to break. Fang Yuan used his time well and stabilized the golden light pillar before taking out a living desolate beast. Crack! A sword light flew over and cut off the desolate beast's head, killing it on the spot. Puff! A large amount of blood spewed out of the desolate beast's neck. It was like a huge red fountain. The smell of blood permeated, but the golden light pillar emitted a strong attractive force due to Fang Yuan's manipulation. The blood from the desolate beast was instantly drawn towards the golden light pillar by a formless force. That desolate beast corpse soon became dried up as its blood was completely sucked away. The golden light pillar absorbed the blood and had a hint of red mixed into it. This addition made the originally grand light pillar more sinister and bloody. Kill, kill, kill. Next, Fang Yuan killed 7 desolate beasts with a tough expression. He was merciless. The golden light pillar absorbed all of their blood and became a completely red light pillar. It had completely changed. Sixth Hair nodded as he watched. He recognized that the method Fang Yuan used was called the 7-kill blood path goo refinement method. This method came from Langya sect. Sixth Hair had heard of its name but did not know the details. Fang Yuan used Shadow Sect's inheritances to exchange for Langya sect's inheritances, obtaining this goo refinement method. He disassembled this method and only took the essence of it. After modifying it, it became very useful here. Even Sixth Hair was nodding in approval when he saw it. Fang Yuan focused on controlling the bloodlight pillar, while Sixth Hair also started acting. This time, Sixth Hair was assisting Fang Yuan in the goo refinement. He had a huge task. Both sides had communicated amply before this. Sixth Hair did not need Fang Yuan's reminder. He knew what to do. He took out the appropriate goo materials. These goo materials were all flowers. There were ghost face sunflowers, wire cotton, heavenly flowers, 7 treasure flowers, milk tea flowers, iron shell flowers, boat flowers, blood poison caria, multicolored overlord flowers, green beetle water lotuses, red axe flowers, smelly fly flowers, and others. These flowers were of a variety of species. They were either big or small. Some were mortal goo materials, while others were immortal materials. Sixth Hair started to use refinement path methods to process these flowers. The handling of goo materials required a great wealth of knowledge. Every flower had its own way of processing. Thankfully, Sixth Hair was a refinement path cultivator. He had a lot of experience in refining goo. As a split soul of spectral soul, he had deep foundations. It was very wise to get him to process these flowers. Time passed. After several minutes, Sixth Hair finished handling all of the flowers. He handled them well. The flowers were specially chosen and were not wasted. Their essence was extracted and fused into 100 flowers concentrate. At this moment, Fang Yuan condensed the blood-light pillar as it shrunk from a giant to a tree trunk-like length and thickness. The liquid is here, catch. Sixth hair pushed as the floating flower concentrate flew towards Fang Yuan like a translucent bubble. Fang Yuan stretched his hand and easily grabbed this 100 flowers concentrate in his palm. Next, he breathed in deeply and created a new change. Winds blew as dark clouds appeared in the sky. Fang Yuan cried out abruptly as he waved his hands, throwing all of the 100 flowers concentrate into the sky. The 100 flowers concentrate entered the dark clouds as they immediately turned pink. Splash, splash, splash. A huge rain started to drizzle down. Fang Yuan had a solemn expression. His fingers moved rapidly. Only the afterimages of his fingers could be seen waving around. The pink flower rain was drawn by the formless force. A portion fused into the blood pillar. The other was fused with the immortal zombie body, absorbed by the refinement path immortal formation. The air was filled with an intense smell of flowers. The blood-light pillar that was like a tree trunk became smaller and smaller. It shrunk until it disappeared completely. Fang Yuan willed as the refinement path immortal formation activated rapidly. It was no longer as slow as before. When refining immortal goo, a refinement path immortal goo formation was very convenient. In the 500 years of his previous life, Fang Yuan did not obtain one, but now he possessed the details of a great number of refinement path goo formations. He could even use his formation path grandmaster attainment level to modify them using the light of wisdom. He could make them the most suitable formations for the goo that he wanted to refine. The refinement path immortal formation continued to work using the flower concentrate. There was a temporary connection among the immortal zombie body, spring autumn cicada, as well as goo materials. Using this chance, Fang Yuan opened the door of the immortal formation. From the door, a wooden log flew out. This wooden log was like shining gold, but upon closer inspection, it was made of wood. There were dewdrops on the log, they looked like amber. Several delicate clouds were forming and getting destroyed on the surface of the log. This was the immortal material golden cloud divine wood. Like the other goo materials, it had been kept in the refinement path immortal formation by Fang Yuan and was nourished by the 100 flowers concentrate. The refinement path immortal formation worked as the golden cloud divine wood quickly broke apart and disintegrated into nothingness. At the same time, wooden markings appeared on the immortal zombie body. Similar to the golden cloud divine wood, dewdrops were forming on it, resembling amber. The delicate clouds were forming on the immortal zombie body's forehead, as well as its stomach. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, telling Sixth Hair, "Take my place." After processing the 100 flowers concentrate, Sixth Hair had been resting, until he heard Fang Yuan's orders to take over the immortal goo formation. Fang Yuan was relieved as he quickly sat down to rest using every second of his time. Even though the refinement process seemed very smooth, it was not. Every step was like treading on thin ice. His immortal essence expenditure was huge, and his mind was under immense pressure. Even with Fang Yuan's abilities at this stage, he could barely continue. It was dangerous to continue in this state, thus, Fang Yuan chose to rest now and let Sixth Hair take his place in the goo refinement. Normally speaking, the goo immortal refining the goo cannot be changed easily. Because a different person would have different immortal essence and aura, there were many flaws in this when refining goo. But Fang Yuan had deduced this step amply, he specially designed it, there were no problems with it. Fang Yuan rested for a few minutes before opening his eyes. His stamina had recovered. His eyes were no longer seeing stars. He had a clear mind and his condition was much better. Sixth Hair let out a sigh of relief when he saw Fang Yuan taking over. Both of them exchanged roles perfectly. They had practiced this step many times. Right now, Fang Yuan's strength path immortal zombie body had completely turned into a human-shaped golden cloud divine wood. Fang Yuan moved to the next step. The refinement path immortal formation opened its door again as a huge sea urchin flew out. This sea urchin was large as a house. There were sharp spikes on its surface, like it was made of purple gold. There were countless shining spots on its body surface. This was the purple star urchin. It was a rare immortal material. Under the effect of the immortal formation, the purple star urchin could be seen shrinking gradually. Progress was smooth. But suddenly, from the purple star urchin, there was a dazzling starlight. The starlight bounced around like a ball, moving randomly. The refinement path Immortal formation shook intensely. Fang Yuan had a stern expression as he tried to keep it under control. But there was little effect. The bouncing starlight had increased from 1 to 3, with greater disturbances. The refinement path Immortal formation shook even more intensely. There were creaking sounds coming from it. "Oh no!" Sixth Hair cried out in dismay, before shouting, "Moving of a single thought, blossoming of the red snake." Sixth Hair willed in his mind as red snake tattoos appeared on his skin, moving about upwards. The snake tattoos were originally at his chest, but it had moved up towards his neck now. At this moment, Sixth Hair's strength rose drastically. His eyes were bursting with brilliance. Even Fang Yuan was greatly shocked. Sixth Hair charged towards Fang Yuan and helped him to control the refinement path Immortal formation. With his help, the bouncing starlight specks were destroyed one after another. Crisis averted. A while later, Sixth Hair let out a breath of air. He was in a fatigued condition. "Sect leader, it is up to you now." Saying this, he fainted on the spot. Fang Yuan was silent. He looked at the red snake tattoos on Sixth Hair's neck before turning his attention to the goo formation before him. Because of Sixth Hair's desperate save, the crisis of the goo refinement was resolved. Fang Yuan could move to the next step. The third door of the Immortal formation opened. A new immortal material flew out. This was a rock, but the rock had natural carvings of faces. These were human faces with men, women, young, old. They had varying expressions. Some cried, laughed, screamed, or had serious expressions. Thousand-face human rock. This was the most crucial step. Fang Yuan invested all his concentration into the goo refinement. The thousand-face human rock soon disintegrated due to the refinement path Immortal formation. But the faces turned into illusory shadows and flew into the immortal zombie body's aperture. Fang Yuan's aperture was full of cracks originally, but now it changed. The cracks on the aperture walls were filled up with a thick purple gold rock. There were countless stars shining on it. There were even sharp spikes protruding from them, looking like the purple star urchin. The human faces flew around the aperture, under Fang Yuan's control. They went towards the spring-autumn cicada at the center. Spring-autumn cicada was sealed by Fang Yuan. It could not move. The human faces rapidly went past spring-autumn cicada before flying away again. Spring-autumn cicada shuddered but was as stable as before. The human faces flew for a while as they slowly melted like snow exposed to sun. They faded into nothingness with only a small thread remaining. This thread-like thing was heaven's will. Every time the human faces flew past the spring-autumn cicada, it would be a quick refinement process that took away a portion of heaven's will from spring-autumn cicada. Human faces flew past spring-autumn cicada one after another, drawing out the sealed heaven's will. These threads of heaven's will were soon taken out by Fang Yuan and melted by the refinement path Immortal formation. This process lasted a long time until the human faces were no longer able to bring out heaven's will. Heaven's will is too stubborn. Far more than I had expected. Fang Yuan sighed. He directly mobilized several human faces to attack at once. The human faces surrounded spring-autumn cicada as they gritted their teeth, dragging out the threads from spring-autumn cicada. Heaven's will was sealed into the thread-like state, dragged out forcefully time and again. Spring-autumn cicada continued to shake, but it was in safe hands. No cracks were developing. Fang Yuan had painstakingly created the refinement path Immortal formation. It was the best method against this. After dozens of times, even if Fang Yuan controlled an army of human faces, they would no longer draw out heaven's will from spring-autumn cicada. But Fang Yuan could sense that at the deepest part inside spring-autumn cicada, a small bit of heaven's will was lingering. This bit of heaven's will was almost negligible, but Fang Yuan did not dare to let it remain. Heaven's will is truly pesky. I have to do this after all. Fang Yuan sighed, activating the refinement path Immortal formation to its limits. The spikes on the aperture that resembled the purple star urchin grew furiously as they stabbed towards spring-autumn cicada from all directions. There were hundreds of spikes that stabbed into spring-autumn cicada. Spring-autumn cicada was not destroyed, Instead, it was melted into a green jade liquid. The spikes absorbed this liquid instinctively. Eventually, there was only that bit of heaven's will left at Spring-Autumn Cicada's original spot. Fang Yuan quickly destroyed it. Finally, the green liquid was forced out of the spikes and gathered at the center into a lump. Fang Yuan stared with bloodshot eyes. He felt extreme pressure to maintain this situation. The refinement path immortal formation was at its maximum capacity. A large amount of red date immortal essence was expended at this moment. The green liquid slowly took shape, turning back into Spring-Autumn Cicada. It was safe and sound. The only difference was that after melting and reforming, there was no longer any of heaven's will inside its body. Originally, Shadowsec planned to raise Spring-Autumn Cicada's rank through refinement before reverse refining it to get rid of heaven's will. But after Fang Yuan modified it, it became a parallel refinement. Parallel refinement had a much higher chance of success than normal refinement. But even so, the process was filled with difficulty. There was even a crisis that was resolved only by Sixth Hair's timely action. Seeing the Spring-Autumn Cicada that was floating quietly in the aperture, Fang Yuan felt extremely pleased. At this point, Rank 6 Spring-Autumn Cicada had succeeded in the parallel refinement. Fang Yuan finally had full control of this legendary immortal goo. Crack, crack. The aperture was emitting this sound. The cracks were not appearing on Spring-Autumn Cicada but the purple-gold rock and spikes instead. Fang Yuan watched this. He could not, and did not want to stop this. The rock and spikes shattered and at the same time, even the aperture itself broke. Fang Yuan's aperture had truly gone through lots of turmoil. It was first pressured by Spring-Autumn Cicada, forcing Fang Yuan to turn it into a stone aperture and dead aperture. At this moment it had reached its limit, it shattered. This was the result of parallel refining Spring-Autumn Cicada. It could not be avoided, and Fang Yuan did not want to avoid it either. I'll undergo tribulation like this. Fang Yuan laughed. A lump of soul appeared beside the immortal formation. The soul moved rapidly, entering Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body. The immortal zombie body opened its eyes and nodded at Fang Yuan. It was Fang Yuan's soul who occupied the body. He had used his split soul method to divide a portion of his soul. This was his first split soul. Fang Yuan smiled as he used an immortal killer move on the immortal zombie body. Strength reversing life and death. This was a method that he had created long ago. It was modified from blazing heaven demoness nirvana fire. It could allow an immortal zombie to return to human form. At this moment, the strength reversing life and death that Fang Yuan used was modified and even better than before. It was not inferior to nirvana fire. The immortal zombie body returned to life as 2 lifespan goo were tossed out by Fang Yuan. The immortal zombie body grabbed them and used them immediately. This body had been bathed in the light of wisdom for too long back in Imperial Court blessed land. Its lifespan was near its end. Now that he used lifespan goo, it gained a large amount of lifespan. It would not die immediately after coming back to life. The aperture shattered as a storm developed in the sovereign immortal aperture. Heaven and earth chi were starting to move. Fang Yuan did not want his clone to undergo tribulation in sovereign immortal aperture. He opened his immortal aperture door. The clone flew out and faced the calamities and tribulations head-on. Afterwards, Fang Yuan's main body kept sovereign immortal aperture and appeared in the outside world too. This was a nameless place in northern plains. Fang Yuan had chosen it after close inspection. There was nobody here and it was very safe. The immortal ascension calamities and tribulations were terrifying to most Gu masters. It could be said to be a near-death experience. But for Fang Yuan it was a piece of cake. Be it the balancing of heaven, earth, and human chi, or the assault of the tribulations, Fang Yuan was very familiar with them. Heaven was extremely furious. Fang Yuan had actually gained complete control over Spring-Autumn Cicada. This was truly the tipping point for heaven's will. It unleashed calamities and tribulations of the highest level possible. But that was completely pointless. Fang Yuan easily dispersed the calamities and tribulations in a few attacks, ensuring that his clone got through the tribulation easily, becoming an immortal. The last time it was strength path, now it was time path. The first aperture became a high-grade time path blessed land. Fang Yuan named it Spring-Autumn Blessed Land. The space in it was not large, but it had a lot of time path resources. The dark clouds pressuring him had faded. The sky was clear and sunlight shone down brilliantly. Fang Yuan and his clones stood in the air, looking at the huge grassland silently. The bitterness and difficulty faced in the 500 years of his previous life, the helplessness against heaven's will's arrangements after rebirth, the desperate struggle to survive, the tiredness he felt from trying to save Danghun Mountain, feeding immortal goo, managing his immortal aperture, and deducing killer moves. All of these feelings turned into a slight smile that appeared on both of Fang Yuan's faces. The past was like a passing smoke. All of his difficulties and pain were converted into this faint smile.